But anyway, let's
How
do this
fun was
again.
yesterday? I loved seeing you all in the office and meeting in person and just how many people that were there. That was really cool stuff. Did you guys enjoy yesterday?
Yes.
Yes.
I enjoyed watching you. All
Zach,
right.
did you know that all four agents that it was their first call-a-thon converted leads?
Well, what do you think they learned from that?
What I always knew, which is Jack's right.
Well, yeah, well, that
We all
happens
know
sometimes,
that.
not all the time. But yes, I mean, that this works. That it absolutely works. We
And that
have
was
to.
Tom and Mark and Scott and one female. Oh gosh, why is it escaping
It was
me?
me.
Being a
Way
secret.
to
Kelly
go,
Steele.
guys. Way
Kelly
to go,
Steele, and
guys.
hers was super awesome.
So being passive and being a secret agent gets you nowhere in this business. And being passive, in my opinion, is sitting at the office. Even going to the office can still be passive. Posting things on Facebook and Instagram and running Facebook ads can still be passive. And so what's not passive is picking up the phone and being outgoing and connecting with people and asking the question, do you know anyone looking to buy, sell, or lease a home? And making sure that everyone in the world that knows you knows that you're a realtor, and how appreciative you'd be if they were to call you and tell you when they know someone looking to buy, sell, or lease a home, and how critically important that is for your business to connect the synapses in the brain of everyone you know and increase the sphere so that you know more people, build more trust, and build a thriving business for yourself. Because who doesn't want that? Who doesn't want a really amazing, thriving real estate business? And we can spend hours and hours of frustrating work trying to get people to come to us. But we can flip the script and we can be outgoing and go to them. And that is what makes all the difference. So I'm very, very proud of all of you. We're going to go through our mega session 12, and I've got an exciting announcement to make today for this class, and it's only for this group. It follows the subject material absolutely perfectly. So how many of you feel pretty overwhelmed from Monday's class? Overwhelmed, but inspired?
Yes.
Yes, absolutely.
Very, very much so.
For sure.
So you've got this. I know there's a lot of details in everything that we spoke about, but everything we spoke about, is right. Showing up to a seller's house and never being in the inside and having a number written on a paper is crazy.
Yeah.
Trying to throw a party and get people to come and advertising it the day before is crazy. All of this is ludicrous. And so when something is ludicrous, you have to step back and say, why are we doing it this way? And is there a better way? And I am all about change. I'm all about finding new and better ways of doing things. And it doesn't have to be the established ways. And that is how you make your own track. But all the things that we're teaching you are things that have been tried and true, things that we have put thought into, and it's working. And so as you guys are doing this and you find tips and tricks and you share that with the whole, it makes us all better. So I look forward to learning from you as well, because we learn from each other. Every single day, you're going to learn something. And that's what I love about this business, is that it's never stops learning. Everything is constantly changing, and you're constantly trying to figure out a new way to reinvent your business and do things differently. And just look at what we've been through. I mean, we've been through a huge recession, come out of the recession, the strongest sellers market of all time, thrown a pandemic into us, a snowpocalypse was thrown at us, and we're still thriving. Nothing is going to stop our stride. Nothing is going to get in the way, because we are relentless. We are not going to give up, because life goes on. Bills go on. And all of these things that we talked about, the bills keep coming. Reliant Energy isn't going to say, we had a really bad month last night for the world, so we're just not going to send out our bills. We're going to all give you a pass next month. That doesn't happen, does it? So that means that we have to be relentless, just like those people who are sending us bills are relentless. Because your mortgage company, they're relentless, aren't they? So we have to be just as relentless as making the money as they are in collecting it. And I know that each of you can blow past the number that you put on that paper. The number that you wrote down that said how much money you want to make in 2022, you can blow past that. So for every connection that you make, it's a win. Today is a very important day. because all of the promises that you made at the kitchen table to your seller, all of it comes to pass with what we're going to talk about today, because today is putting in the details. We cannot oversell and underdeliver. We have to deliver on our promises. And if we don't deliver on our promises, that is going to destroy a business, because you're going to get plummeted on social media. You're going to not believe in yourself. And more importantly, you're going to lose business. And if you lose business, you lose income, and the whole thing starts coming down. So we're going to deliver on our promise, but we're also going to be very creative and thoughtful in when we're putting together a grand open house. We're going to think as far and early in the process as we possibly can. And that means that we're going to be thinking as far back as when did the consumer first see our ad? And then all of the time and energy of what that ad looks like, what it represents, and how to make your property stand out to look its best. So that when they see the ad, they get emotionally attached and show up at your open house, and giving them enough time to get there and giving them enough time to respond. If we know that 70% of our buyers don't have a realtor and they're looking online, and we want to appeal to them first because we want to rally that group, we have to get them something that is eye candy for a house. So we've got to properly prepare it for market. We got to make it look good. And then we've got to have the best photos and videos that we possibly can. Then we have to market it properly, which means your listing photos, the descriptions, all of these things begin to matter very, very much. And then the day of the open house matters, from how they saw your sign to what the buyer's journey is, or what the open house guest journey is, because let's just call them that for a moment. We're going to talk about what their journey is. Do you think that all open houses actually that are advertised actually end up being held open?
No.
So if our new best friend, who's our new BFF? Remember what we talked about last week? Who's our new BFF?
CTXLMS?
Oh, the previous listing agents.
Well, I don't, I'm not,
The couples that sit on the couch and go through.
who said
Oh,
that?
yeah, the couples. Yeah, the
Who
couples.
said that?
Yeah, the 70%.
That was me.
Mary Martin, is that who that was?
Yes.
All right, Mary Martin is getting a gift card.
I thought I said it.
Don't be lying to me, because I can't. Sometimes when you guys
Well, then
talk-
I don't know who said it first. Then I don't know.
No, you
I
said
heard
it
Mary
first. You
say
said
it first.
Mary said it.
So
Andy.
this is the deal. The couple, the person I heard said the couple sitting on the couch. That's what I heard. So that's the person I want to give a gift card to, because that was the answer. The couple sitting on the couch is your new best friend, because that's the 70%. That's who you're going to cater to. So if we're trying to break through the noise and communicate to them as a group, and we want to try to hurry them along, and then tell the realtor, hey, you need to slow your roll, dude, and slow down the realtors. So we're trying to slow them down and speed up the realtor, slow down the realtor and speed up the consumer, so that we can get them on the same timeline, so they can both descend upon the property at the same time. That's going to explode the amount of people who show up. It's explode the amount of offers that you're going to get. So how do we do that? We have to give the listing to the consumer with enough time for them to be able to see it when they're looking, plan to react, to know that they're going to go, but more importantly, to actually have it held open when we say it's going to be open. We're going to talk about that first. Have you ever gone yourself to an open house and you get to the property and you're kind of looking, you're like, well, the sign says open house Saturday, Sunday. I don't see a single car, the door is closed, and I don't know if it's actually happening right now. I can't tell. Have you ever, and then you're kind of creeping up to the door thinking, well, this is a little awkward. And then you get to the front door and you think you start to grab the door knob and you're like, wait, all right, I don't feel safe right now. I'm going to push the doorbell. Ding, ding. I can tell you that there is one thing that will always be true. If your open house guest rings the doorbell, you have already lost. If you have ever done an open house and someone rang the doorbell, you did it wrong. That doorbell is an indicator. How many times do you think that that person, whoever it was that was in that moment pushing that doorbell, actually had a seller open the door and say, it's not happening today because my realtor canceled it. It happens more than you think. Or, you know what, we're not having it today. We canceled it last week. I don't know why all these people are coming. We've already sold our home. And the agent didn't even drive out to the property to have time to put the pending sign up yet. What does that do to the mentality of the person who's just standing there? The next time they go to the open house, are they going to have their shields up when they're seeing that same thing happen again, walking to the door and creeping over to the door? And they're getting the doorknob and like, I really don't want to be yelled at today by someone because I just want to see the house. So this is what I call empathy, putting ourselves in the mind of the open house guest. Now, what happens if when you pull into the community, you have a sign at the grand entrance on every grand entrance and sign in every single corner with pinwheels on those signs? You roll up to the property on both sides of the driveway. There's an 8-foot flag that says open house. And then there is a red sign in the yard by the front door that says, welcome, please come in. There's a mat at the front door that says open house, welcome, please come in. And there's a 3x5 card taped over the doorbell that says, please come in. All the entire journey that they have right now is so far, you've done nothing to raise their shields. I'm going to talk to you a lot about raising shields and lowering shields, because one of the biggest mistakes that salespeople make in an open house is they do something to raise the shields of a buyer. And you know what shields are because you have them too. When you walk into an open house and someone starts, they'll look at you like, you're a juicy, bloody thing because they got the vampire teeth coming out at you. And you're just like, why do you want my DNA to come in this house? I don't understand. You invited me to a party online and then you get here and now you want my DNA? You want my fingerprint? What else do you want from me? Because they want their phone number and their name. And sometimes people even ask for more information, like their email address and contact information and their home address. Like, why do you want all this? I don't want to come into your open house. Today, I'm going to say something very profound. I'm going to prove to you that the consumer that comes into your open house is going to give you their information and you're never going to ask them for it. I am going to show you how to make them give you your information without you asking for it. Do you find value in that?
Absolutely.
Oh, yes.
We are going to hit the rewind button and we're going to go back to the very, very beginning of what the buyer journey is. And we're going to take a very slow roll on it. Last week and the week before, I took a very slow roll through the class, although it felt like I was going very fast. We actually were going in micro steps. And then some of you were jumping ahead. But wait, I'm like, we'll get there. Just let me take you on the slow roll because we have to understand every one of these little nuances.
Mhm.
Lisa and I made our careers on doing open houses. We have made millions of dollars on open houses. And so our process that we've created, which was very different at the beginning, and we fused those things together and it's changed other ideas. And as the world has changed, we've added more ideas to it. But when you know that open house is going to be one of the most critical aspects of getting your business going and thriving, you're going to start finding creative ways to make it even more successful. How can I get more buyers from this open house? How can I get more listings from this open house? If I'm going to spend my day putting up signs, hammering them to the ground, baking cookies, doing all that hard work that's necessary to do an open house, I am not going to do an open house and no one show up. How many of you have had an open house and no one has shown up? What does that feel like?
A waste of time.
Yeah. That's terrible.
So how many of you know Suzanne Gattner here at Realty Texas? Suzanne is a past president of Williamson County, a dear friend of mine and Lisa's. Absolutely adore her. Well, she was in Mega One. And I told her I can get 200 people to come to my open house. And she said, no, you can't, Jack. You can't get 200 people. Maybe you can get 20, but you can't get 200 people. I've been doing this for 45 years and that's never happened ever. I've never seen it happen. And do you know how big I smiled? I smiled so big, I looked like the other Jack, and you know what I'm talking about, right? I mean, I was so excited in that moment because I said, I have been waiting for a challenge like this for a long time. So I had just happened to have one of my listings coming live. And I said, why don't you come with me on Saturday and Sunday and come to my open house? And I had a lender coming because I knew what the traffic was going to be. And it was that perfect listing. It was that single story home that was right in the price, in the location that I needed. And it was on Highland Park North on, I'll think of the name in a second. And it came true. But we actually had more people come than expected. And I had my lender, Michelle Iconen, there. And she just looked at me like, and she just shook her head. She's like, okay. So exactly what did you do to make this happen? How much money did you spend to make this happen? And I said, I didn't spend any money at all. Just my normal listing photos and my video is all I did. And so what I was doing then is almost the exact same thing I'm doing now. And what's interesting is that what I was doing then was the same thing, trying to get my listing in front of the consumer so they had it ahead of time so that I could have some momentum before I got to my open house. And then Clear Cooperation Policy Statement 8.0 came out, which said that we can't advertise it for more than 1 day before we put it in the MLS. And you should have seen, I mean, my jaw hit the floor when I read this coming out of the National Association of Realtors. I mean, I was just blown away at just how short-sighted that really is. I
Yeah.
understand why they did it, because they're tired of agents trying to hide listings from the community and double end it for themselves. So they were so focused on trying to stop the bad apples that they actually broke the profession. And you can't change the rules because there's bad actors. You just have to up the penalties for those bad actors. But the National Association of Realtors broke the engine to try to address the bad apples out there that are trying to create this whole engine to double end it for themselves when there was another way to go about it. And so I'm very excited about today, but I promised an exciting announcement. It happens that I have a listing coming that is on the market as of yesterday in a coming soon status for this weekend. And all of the marketing that I always do for these types of listings has been done. And we're going to follow that listing. And we're going to pick from this group who's going to do the open house on Saturday and who's going to do the open house on Sunday. And so you're going to listen to the scripts and you are going to take advantage of all of the money and the time and the energy that I put in with the photos and the virtual tours and the video tour. You're going to knock on doors and you're going to be the one to get the listing next door. And so this is a gift. This is a huge gift. And so we're trying to figure out what the criteria is going to be. And I think that what the criteria is going to be is that person who sends us a video of nailing the open house script. And I mean nailing it, because I have an open house script that works so well. Remember when I said a moment ago that I'm going to show you how to give the consumers information, how to have the consumer give you their information without asking for it? It is that script. How many are excited about this? Awesome. Okay, we're going to do a quick review. By the way, Jeff came to me yesterday and said he's been having a lot of you reach out to him regarding filming your mega valedictorian or your mega session 12 UVP video. I'm very excited to hear that. And so that means that enough of you have had enough time to put thought into what your value proposition is to the point where you're ready to actually film the video. So that makes me very excited. That makes me very excited. So thank you for staying ahead of this and not being behind it. Many of you are way ahead of this. You already know the point system. We're going to have a ton of breakout sessions today. We're going to jump in our two favorite things. We're going to talk about our points and well, three favorite things. My three favorite things: watching you recite your code of ethics paragraphs, watching you recite your contract paragraphs, and then watching Lisa talk to you about the points and where we are with the leaderboard. So Veronica, who has spoken to you about wanting to do their paragraphs today?
We
We
have
have-
2 people today.
Nice.
Oh gosh. I think, was it you, Scott?
No, it wasn't me.
Oh, darn.
And I've already done both mine. Thank
Oh.
you.
Yeah, Scott's already done his.
Yeah.
All right, so put your hands up if you are ready and willing to do your contract paragraphs. Hey, Cindy, can you close my door? Please, thank you. Put your hand up, your virtual hand, I mean, if you are ready to recite your 23 paragraphs.
Where are my 2
Is it
volunteers?
Tom?
Tom.
Yeah, it was Tom.
Yeah, no,
Tom.
I'm gonna do articles. I already did the paragraphs.
Okay. All right, so we have no takers for the 23. All right, so we're gonna move past that. I think I just cried inside. All right, so the 17 articles of the Code of Ethics. And so Tom, you are ready to do that, is that right?
Yes, I think it was me, and then I think was it Danielle, Veronica?
Yeah, thanks, Tom.
Yes, yes, it is
Me and my name
Danielle.
got
Oh, I
thrown out
love
there
the
too.
way we throw each other under the bus with love. Yes.
Was that no, that was motivation.
Yeah. All right. Let me cover my eyes here. Okay. Here are the articles. Article 1: treat all parties honestly and fiduciarily. Article 2: avoid misrepresentation. Article 3: cooperate with realtors. Article 4: disclose realtor status if buying. Article 5: disclose present or future interests. Article 6: no side deals. Article 7: no undisclosed commissions. Article 8: no commingling. Article 9: agreements are in writing. Article 10: no discrimination. Article 11: be knowledgeable and competent. Article 12: true picture in advertising. Article 13: don't practice law. Article 14: cooperate with investigation. Article 15: gush, don't gossip. Article 16: respect agency relationships. And Article 17: agree to arbitrate, not litigate.
You did that very well.
Way to go, Tom.
Way to go, Tom.
You should get extra points for that, Tom, because you went through it and you didn't skip a beat all the way through. You did a very well job. I can tell that you really understand it and you have it down. So thank you for that. That is awesome.
Thanks.
Big shoes to fill, Danielle.
I know, right? Okay. You guys are gonna have to be patient with me between 12 or 11 and 14 because I get hung up, but it takes me, if I just think about it, I'll get it. So just be patient. All right. Article 1: treat parties honestly and fiduciarily. Article 2: avoid misrepresentation. Article 3: cooperate with realtors. Article 4: disclose realtor status if buying. Article 5: disclose present and future interests. Article 6: no side deals. Article 7: no undisclosed commissions. Article 8: no commingling. Article 9: agreements in writing. Article 10: no discrimination. Article 11: be knowledgeable and competent. Article 12: truth in advertisement. Article 13: don't practice law. Article 14: cooperate with investigation. Article 15: gush, don't gossip. Article 16: respect agency relationship. Article 17: agree to arbitrate, not litigate.
I don't even know what you're talking about. You nailed it.
Good
You
job.
absolutely nailed it. That is a sign of a true professional, someone who really cares about their profession, cares about doing the right thing, and in my eyes, someone that's going to grow deep roots in this profession and stay in it for a lifetime and make a lot of money. So I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you both. All right. Room for one more if anyone's feeling brave. So you know what those valedictorians who came before you, Lisa and I, Miguel and Veronica had I was looking at the word Victoria when I said that. Veronica had a very interesting and fun conversation yesterday about a mega valedictorian office. Lisa, you want to talk about that? I mean, I've been thinking about this nonstop since I heard it, and it's such a fantastic idea. I love it when I hear amazing, fantastic ideas, and I heard one yesterday, and I'm very excited about this.
So you're talking about our idea about the valedictorians in their office?
Uh-huh.
So we had offered an office space for our valedictorian to have their own space for until the next person graduates as the valedictorian. But then we thought about this. That was Candace. No, Cassidy. I always do that. That was Cassidy. And those two are neck and neck. So it was really fun the whole time. So we stuck her in a little corner office all by herself. And, you know, we thought about that, and it's like, we should have a nice, big, bright office just for our valedictorians, plural, so that you're not having to move out in 3 or 4 months, but you get to sit in there and then brainstorm with all the other top classmates. So we will now have a office space that'll have 3 or 4 of you, and then as either you stay there if you become a top producer, which our valedictorians generally do, or you can pick another office, or you can just stay in there with all the other people. So we're really excited about that. I can't wait to implement that. And I think it's there. Everybody's excited about that too. My past valedictorians, I've asked them and they're like, that's awesome, because they communicate with each other. You know, it's a support system of your very own little, like a little ecosystem of valedictorians. So something to look forward to.
I'm very excited about it. So this means that we're not going to be kicking you out, because Cassidy, I was walking by her office and I told her, I said, you know, we're halfway through mega. So, and she looked at me with this big puppy dog eyes. She's like, I don't want to move. I like my office. And I felt bad. I'm like, I don't want to kick you out of this office either, because she is one of the people who comes in 2, 3, 4 times a week. And I love it when people are coming in the office like that. So I said, let me talk to Veronica. And I went and talked to Lisa and Veronica, and they came up with this phenomenal idea. And so I'm very, very excited about that. So thank you both for your critical thinking.
It was Lisa. Lisa's such a genius.
She is absolutely a genius. Experts, salespeople make the clients feel safe. And people who feel safe with you, they're not going to rip the reins out of your hands and take control of the transaction. They feel safe with you. They're going to be saying things like, well, what do you recommend? What do you recommend I do? You've been doing this a really long time. What do you recommend? Which is what most of my clients say. And there are, when the safety isn't created, then they're calling other realtors and other people and Googling and coming up with maybe a game plan of their own that is usually the worst thing they should do. Figure out, and then we can repair it so that moving forward, you have an easier time of things. Those 4 hats you wear, I hope these 4 things, how many have these 4 things on your goal board as a constant reminder? Philip does, Ariel does, Christy Perry does, Ariel too, and Sean, and lots of hands. Thank you. These are the 4 quadrants of your business. You know, this is your north, south, east, and west. These are the 4 corners. And each one is an essential element. The business can't move forward without all 4 of these. And in coaching, our job is to see your blind spots and see where you're struggling. And most of the time, agents struggle with which one the most.
Follow up.
That's it.
No, prospect.
No, it's follow up.
Oh.
It is follow up. You know, they'll come in and they know they got to make those calls. And how many of you said that you're perfectly happy calling someone you don't know, but calling those people who you do know is really hard for you? Okay. And I remember there was a challenge. Do you remember I challenged, what was that challenge that I made?
Call 10 people in your sphere.
Call 10 people that you know, and you have to start with those people who you know the most. All right. So you're all here, so no one died. So I didn't send you out to get eaten by alligators, so that's good. Someone who actually got through at their 10. All right, Danielle, let's go with you first, Barbara, and then Debbie. I'm really, really excited to hear what you have to say.
Well, sorry, most of it was pretty uneventful, but one of the calls was to a sister-in-law, my sister-in-law in Denver, who's also a realtor. And that was really productive because I just reminded her, that I'm in real estate and, of course, that I would love to have any referrals from her. And she said, as a matter of fact, I do come across people that are moving to Texas and I'd be happy to send them to. It was exciting.
Well, we are the #1 go-to state, so that is super awesome. And good job. There's money there for you. So I'm proud of you. All right. So we said we're going to go to Sean next and then Debbie, right? Is that what the order was? Yeah. Okay. Sean, you're up.
Oh, hi.
Hi.
So I actually wrote out my list and did the top people that I knew first, since they were obviously the most difficult ones to ask for. And it went well. A lot of them responded. And actually, I got 2 of them actually gave me names and phone numbers of people that they knew that were going to be interested in listing their home, and one that was going to be buying. So I was like very, very surprised to get that, because one of the young ladies that I'm good friends with, she's always in the past referred her business out to another realtor. And so it kind of made me think about what you said with the ability, commitment, whether or not they trust you. I was like, does she know me? Does she just not want to involve me in the information? But as she's seen me working really heavy in my real estate since I've come here to Austin, she started releasing leads to me. So I was very, very excited about that. And then I got other members of people that I did previously, I was comfortable talking with, that, have actually since then signed buyer reps with me and will be going through new construction. So it went well for me. When I did my 10, I was excited.
If you've grabbed 3 names, I mean, you're looking at a $45,000 set of phone calls.
Yeah, I have 3 buyer reps and one that's going to be, hopefully I'm going to be trying to get to close this month, because Lisa did tell me you get more points. But I know one of them we won't get started with the process until March, but I'm excited for what's to come, and it definitely just motivated me to keep going.
It is almost disrespectful of us to think that we deserve a referral from someone and we didn't ask for it. We have an obligation. We have an obligation to call those people and ask for it. And if you can't do it, you don't deserve it. And let that sink in deep, because it's true. Debbie, you're next. And then I see Barbara.
So I had made my 10 calls and got a call back from one of the people in my sphere of influence from Las Vegas. Her son is in California with a tech company and is thinking he's going to be moving to Austin. So that was, a great call. He doesn't have a real timeline right now, but we're still going to start the search, because I think finding the right home here is going to be a determining factor for him, honestly. And then another one is part of my sphere. She lives in Oklahoma and she is a real estate agent. So I reached out and she said, you know what? She goes, why haven't I thought of you? And I wanted to throw up. She said, Debbie, she said, she said, there's always people that I run across that are moving from Oklahoma to Texas. And she assured me that the very next person that she talks to that is moving to Texas, I will have the opportunity to help.
So Debbie, I want you to share with the class what you learned about how, do you remember the story about the dentist? Do you remember the story about the dentist that I shared with all of you?
Yeah, kind of.
So I'm gonna share the story one more time. So Debbie, if you had just a horrendous toothache, and well, let's start it the other way around. If I told you I had a horrendous toothache, what would you tell me off the cuff?
To call a dentist.
So how many of you heard from grandma or stories that, oh my gosh, if you let this go, it can stop your heart, it give you a heart attack, and kill you? How many of you have heard these stories?
Oh, yes.
Okay. So in our brain, the only synapses that are tied to toothache is it can kill you. But Debbie, if you were in the dentist chair and you had a toothache and you went to the dentist, and the dentist was looking down upon you and said, my goodness, Debbie, I can tell that you are in a lot of pain. If you know anyone going through this, why don't you tell them to come see me? Tell them about me. If you know anyone that has a toothache, have them call me. That referral would mean the world to me. The next time you hear toothache, what's going to fire in your brain?
That I want to help the person with the toothache.
Well, no, Dentist Joe is going to fire in your brain.
Yeah.
Yep.
The conversation, Dentist Joe just did something very profound. He connected the synapses in your brain between toothache and Dentist Joe. And so now when you hear toothache, stop your heart, you think Dentist Joe. That's a new synapsis that's been created in your brain, and he created that. So what we're trying to do is, your friend in Oklahoma, we're trying to create a synapsis in her brain that says Texas real estate, Debbie. And now you've done that. And just like I said, I had a friend that worked for Nile Maxwell, and I bought a car from Nile Maxwell and forgot they even worked there. And then a couple of days later was like, oh my gosh, what have I done? This person's going to be furious at me. It was actually a past client. Because I knew they worked there. I knew they worked there. They never told me they worked there. I just knew they worked there. And that synapsis wasn't in my brain. Now, as a master salesperson, I know that's their fault, not mine. They should have called me and said, hey, you're going to buy a Chrysler, call me. Or I see you drive a Chrysler, Jack. I know you love your 300s. If you trade it in, come see me. Then you would have created those synapses in my brain. I would have done that exact same thing. But these calls that you're making are creating the synapses in the people that you know, so that you fire in their brain. And I think about real estate. So if they refer someone else other than you, it's most likely not that they don't like you. It's they didn't think about you because the synapses wasn't in their brain. And who's that? Whose fault is that?
It's mine.
That's our fault for not having the conversation and asking for the business, but more importantly, creating the synapses in the brain so that you are training a raving set of raving fans, an army of raving fans, to have their ear to the ground, listening for buy, sell, or lease, so that we fire in their brain and they call us and report back to us. So what you're doing right now is you're creating the synapses in the brain of everyone that you know. And this is the most essential element in building your business. And Barbara, you are up next. Good job, Debbie. I'm very proud of you.
Thank you.
Barbara, you're on mute. I can't hear a thing you're saying.
I didn't make my calls until yesterday after, we had our get together for the calls. But so it was like after 7 o'clock when I made the calls to them. But I will say that I'm just going to say exactly what happened. I've had 6 sales at Star Ranch, right? And I think on some of those, out of deference to the fact that that's where Kim Dale works, and I've actually had 8 sales there. There's a couple of people that I didn't call. I haven't been calling several of them for that reason, just because she's been marketing them to them heavy like she does, and I wasn't doing that as heavily. I was doing Popeyes maybe a couple of times a year. So I kind of held off. That was the wrong thing of me to do. So when I finally called Gabe Von Quintus, is one of the clients that I have there, she said to me, it was so good to hear from you, Barbara. She said that they're thinking about maybe her husband's going to retiring potentially buy in Sun City. So I did a wrong thing by not staying in touch with those people that were in Sun City, and I'm going to admit that.
There's an agent, and I usually don't call out people's names, but her name is Joetta Houghton, and she works for Keller Williams. She lives in Blackhawk. And 2006, right out the gate, 2 weeks in the business, I went on my first property tour, and we were going, and it was the Blackhawk property tour in Pflugerville. And she had 4 listings, and she was in the office that I was at. And I did an open house, and a neighbor walked into the property while I was doing the open house and said, "Hey, you guys sold me the house that I'm living in, and I would like to sell it. After the open house, can you come see me?" And I'm thinking, yes, I can come see you. I was terrified because I'd never had a listing. So I was terrified. I was completely unprepared for it. But I walked over to his house and I got the listing because I knew that I kept going over there. I had gone through, and it really wasn't my first listing. It was my first listing in Texas, but I'd gone through a master salesperson class in California. And I remember they kept telling me, don't oversell, and then don't turn around and unsell yourself. And like he said he wanted us to list his house. So it sounds like he's already made his decision. So I just assumed that I had the listing, and I made that assumption right. And so went back to the office, got my listing agreement signed, and listed the property. And I was on property tour, and then the next week I was on property tour with my listing. And it happened to be the very first, that property was the very first one she ever sold in that community. And she farms and lives in that community. And she didn't like me anymore. She was the whole thing changed. And then so I kept going into that community. And then I got another listing. And at property tour, in front of everyone, she said, "Jack, this is my neighborhood." She screamed in front of everyone, and I was just like mortified.
Wow.
You think that scared me off?
No.
What do you think it did?
Made you want to drive
Probably
harder in the
motivated you.
neighborhood.
more.
I knocked on
Motivated you to
every,
keep going.
I knocked on every single door in that entire neighborhood. I did. I knocked on every single door, and I launched my career in that neighborhood.
I know I'm too nice.
It's not about being nice. It's about having that mutual respect, because I am all about respecting people, but nobody owns a community.
No.
And
I know
because that means that we are staking a claim that we own those people. And we
It's
don't.
ridiculous.
Communities are big enough nowadays to share.
There is more than enough business to go around for everyone all the time. Now, it's a little bit different for me, right? Because I'm not gonna go take a listing in Star Ranch, right? Because I'm her broker. So it's different for me. So if I get a listing, I'm gonna refer it to her, and I've actually done that before. So, but for coworkers, this is just how it is. And she should be happy to see and glad to see another Realty Texas sign in that community rather than someone else, because that helps her and her business. It gains even more credibility for her.
Well, it wasn't easy for me to admit that, okay? I just want you to know that.
Well, I get it. I would have the same conundrum too if I were you in that same scenario, especially knowing Kim and how much and how hard she's worked. I helped her. I coached her for 2 years on creating that farm, and the success of her farm, her and I worked really hard on making sure she got a seat on her HOA board and did all the things exactly necessary. And she followed it to the letter because she wanted it, and she put in the effort and the work and got it. And she's created an incredible business for her. And I can tell you, I know Kim, and Kim is going to be excited for you because Kim wants to see you succeed, and Kim wants to see your business thrive. So just as excited we are for her when we see her get a listing, she's going to be as excited for you. Danielle, you have your hand up.
Yes, and I know you don't like to go off task, but just a couple of seconds on your ideas on farming neighborhoods that have no solicitation rules.
Yeah, so technically, you're not selling anything. So find some reason to knock on their door that is not a solicitation. what I like to do, most neighborhoods have a no solicitation, and they don't want people knocking on the door trying to sell them Girl Scout cookies and Boy Scout cookies, or they don't want to be sold power, or they don't want AT&T. They don't want these people knocking on the door. It's different when you say, hi, I live in the community, I'm on your HOA, and we're having a food drive coming up this week. It's a whole different story. And so I always say, farm your neighborhood. And if there's a neighborhood that you really want to farm, buy a home in there, live in that home, get on the board, and then go to all the socials. If you can become secretary of the board or president, either one is great. Take over the newsletter and do the newsletter every single month, and have food drives and have social hours and get to know the people in there. And you no longer have to worry about any of that. And oftentimes the HOA will pay to have your newsletter delivered to the entire community. You just kind of have to be less salesy in the newsletter and more information heavy. And that is exactly what our newsletter looks like. It's a good question. Okay, all the money. We know where all the money is in this business. Anyone want to recite it?
Oh, tech enabled.
Go ahead, Debbie.
Oh, sorry.
She raised her hand, sorry.
All the money is in tech-enabled, systematic, relentless, scheduled follow-up.
100%. And the key is relentless. Because so many of us aren't relentless or haven't been in the past. And you call someone twice, they didn't answer, like, you know what? I'm not gonna call them again. Yes, you are. Because we know by the 6th call, you have a 90% chance of getting a hold of them. So we're going to call them 9 times because we are going to get a hold of them. What do we say? If they say, why are you calling me so much? You call me like 9 times.
Just imagine how hard I'd work for you to get your house sold.
Well, yeah, it's very close. If I'm working this hard just to get in touch with you, imagine how hard I'm going to work to, find you the perfect home or get your home sold or whatever it is this client is looking to do. Most of the time it's, if I'm working this hard just to get in touch with you, imagine how hard I'm going to work to find you the perfect home. That's typically the script. That's 90% of it because it's usually buyers, but it could be a seller. You're right. It's got to be the relentless side of it because we know now you got them on the phone and now you've just kind of like taken the wind out of their yell because they're like, I don't know what to say to that. I really don't. Well, eventually you're going to need a realtor. And why not me? I would love to be that person. And they don't know what to say about that either. And so now they're like, okay, so I'm not going to try to sell you a home, but when you're ready to buy, I would like to be that person because you're going to need someone. So isn't it good to know that you already hired someone? Check one. And what do we know? A goal has half reached when you set the, or plan is half reached when you set the goal. So hiring us, of course, they're going to need a realtor. My favorite quote of all time, you're going to get all that you want out of life if you help enough other people get what they want. We know the statistics on the 4th, 5th, and 6th call, and by the 6th call, it's a 90% chance of getting a hold of them. You know that you should never let Wednesday go by without making your calls because that's the best day to get a hold of someone. And so now we have so much to talk about today that we had to cut the review down short, as we always do in this particular class. So Lisa Ormsby is going to go over our leaderboard. We're going to go on a break and we're going to come right back from break and we're going to jump right into today. Lisa, where's our points? Do we have anybody that has exceeded the 10,000 point threshold?
It is so close, Jack. It's 425 points away from 10,000 points.
Nice.
And there just might be a little upset today. So, so in 5th place with 8,375 points. You know what? Actually, they are going to be over 10,000 because I haven't put in their attendance yet. I've just printed that off. So actually,
well, we haven't started. So remember, day 8 starts on the next slide. And so we are talking about everything up to before today.
Okay, so here we go. So number in 5th place with 8,375 points is Britt Robinson.
Nice. Good job, Britt.
In 4th place with 8,975 points is Ariel McJumpkins.
Top 5. Good job, Ariel.
In 3rd place, And I know she's feeling a little under the weather today, so she's hanging in with us. With 9,250 points
Dang.
is Diane Belkey.
Yay. Good job, Diane.
That should make you feel a little better, Diane. In second place with 9,475 points.
Are you talking about 275 point difference?
Yeah,
Wow. Okay.
is Warrior Fontaine.
Ooh, Warrior.
Oh, you're not in
Oh,
first
I feel it
place.
now. Oh, I know
What
who
just
it is.
happened?
I know
Someone
who
said,
it
"Get
is.
out of my way. I've got this."
It's okay. She can take you all again. So
Uh-huh.
watch out. And then our first place person at the moment with 9,575 points is our very own Sean Thompson.
Get it, girl. I knew it. Whoop,
All right, Warrior.
Oh, and she was here
Congratulations,
working the
Sean.
phones last night too, sitting out in the front area along with Alette. So good job, Sean.
So
And, yeah,
Congratulations.
she has 2 buyer reps she sent me, and that's probably what put her up over the edge. So there you go.
So it is 10:53. We're gonna go to break at 11 and come back at 11:10. We have 7 minutes. Who came last night? All right. So who came yesterday for all 3 events? Okay. Put your hands up virtually. Let's start with Mary Martin. And then Kelly Still, and then Veronica. All right, we can add you to Veronica. Yes, Veronica. Thank God you were here. All right, so Mary Martin, Ariel McJunkin, this is Kelly Still. We're going to talk with them 3. Mary Martin, what was your experience like yesterday? What did that feel like? All of that you went through, just describe it to me.
It was awesome. I love coming into the office when there's stuff going on because I feel like I'm more a part of it. And if I don't know how to explain it. It's just the more I come in and see all the stuff that y'all do, the better I feel. I don't know how to explain it too well.
So was there something, a takeaway yesterday that you learned, something that you really found profound from all of that you learned from Lisa and Veronica and making your calls? You have a takeaway?
Gosh, I don't know. Lisa, having her at the jam session was awesome because she put a lot more confidence into me, telling us that she started out not knowing what she was doing and that it's okay to not know what you're doing, that it'll work out. And when it does, it does. You just have to be persistent. And that really helped me motivate me not to give up, because every day I wake up sometimes and I'm like, God, I don't have anything to do today. And then I find anything to do that's going to help me advance in my career and what I want to do. So it helped hearing that from someone who is so good at what she does. So it helped me, I think.
Lisa is incredibly good at what she does.
She's
And
amazing.
we all started our first day, the deer in the headlights, with a license in our hand, thinking, now what? So it's a journey for all of us. And we all, your managers, every one of them, Veronica, Lisa, and I, and Cindy Bell, all of us started having no idea what we're doing. And like blind people, found our way to the light. And here we are today. And so thank you for that. I appreciate it, because those are very profound thoughts. Ariel McJunkins, you come up next. Let me get my spotlight on you.
Well, some of the things like hearing, okay, so when you're as new as I am and I walk in and I see all the top producers, and especially like you and Lisa, like you seem like, I got it. I know how to do it. And I'm like, I want to be there. And so the hearing, logically, everybody has to start somewhere, but actually hearing Lisa tell it, she was like, I'm just lucky I didn't get in trouble because there was no one there to help me. It's like, okay, so it is possible. So it just helps me affirm that. And secondly, there was lots of bonding and crying yesterday, even amongst some of the men folk. So I feel like everybody got like even solidified more, the bond.
That is beautiful. That is amazing. Thank you, Ariel. Kelly, you're up to bat.
So yeah, same for me when I actually physically come in the office. It's just, I love the bonding. I like the energy. I learned something from everybody when I come in there. So I learned something from Erica last night. Miss Veronica is always like super helpful for me. The jam session with Lisa was great. Just helping me to get over my own fears about moving forward with stuff, making calls. Last night was my first night jumping into the pond because I had just basically gotten through my warm contacts. And I've gotten a couple of things from my warm contacts. Most of my warm contacts are in other states and or Canada. So, but yeah, it's different jumping in the pond. So I wasn't sure how to do things. So Erica was really helpful with that. But, you know, just the camaraderie. So I guess that was my big takeaway, like just the energy and the camaraderie, and it's awesome. It was great. It was a great day yesterday.
Time well spent. Thank you for sharing. I really appreciate that. Scott Stubbs, you're up next.
Gosh, well, you know, one of the things I really enjoyed about it was seeing these vendors in there promoting themselves, and you really get the advantage there of really getting to understand what kind of value you can bring to your customers just from, you know, like yesterday we had that home warranty. I mean, that was an awesome deal there. I mean, to be able to provide that to the clients there, the seller and the buyer there, I mean, I love that. Then have the lender in there saying that, hey, I can get on calls here with you right now. So you got anybody that you need to talk to, or come on, meet with me. Let's go ahead and have some coffee or something. You know, this is, I mean, that was awesome for me to be able to get that. I'd never experienced that before. And then getting these people really motivated that want to come and help you out. I mean, I'm not going to chasing after them. They're coming here and telling me, hey, I can come and help you out anytime you need it. You know, if you want to get me on a call, anytime, you know, so. And then, you know, Lisa, hearing the struggles she went to, and that was one of my fears when I thought about getting back into real estate here. You know, I mean, I've got my license before, but never really cared for it because it's like I didn't have any support. I didn't know what I was doing, where I was going with it. And so coming here and seeing what kind of benefit, what values I can get and the support I get from so many people. I mean, the energy is so high. I always tell my wife when I get home, I said, man, I'm just like on the top of the world every time I go to that office, because I just love everybody's so excited and so motivated and working with each other and trying to help out. And you know, you don't hear any bad attitudes or bad feelings. It's just all good stuff. You know, very positive. Love it.
Thank you, Scott. We love having you as part of the family. You're awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you for sharing. Barbara, you're up next.
Oh my gosh. I was blown away the session that we had with Veronica, just like some of the others have said, the depth of camaraderie that I felt in that class, and getting to know some of the other agents, the newer agents, just made me feel even more so like I have a permanent home. And then what I really loved is Veronica. I have to talk about her. She was able to pull things out of a few of them there that brought tears to our eyes. I mean, all of us, for those people that she was talking with, and the way she got them to open up, and it just gave me so much more excitement about going right to Jeff and saying, okay, this is what I think I should do. What do you think about this kind of a thing? So that was the key day for me, other than Lisa, which I love her to pieces. And I remember all that she went through during that whole time. And it was kind of nice to hear her repeat that and be so open with the group.
Thank you, Barbara. All right, we are officially on break. I'll see you back all at 11:11, which is a very special time. How many of you received the email that I sent yesterday regarding the open house script? Okay. How many have put some time into it? Okay. I'm going to recite mine. I'm going to recite it. I'm going to go through it because today is going to be a little bit about script practice, but it's also about not just learning the words, but learning the inflection. And I want you to think about Vanessa Van Edwards when we talk about inflection, because she is the one who really pounds that message home, how important it is that our words come across the way we intend them to. So I'm going to recite the script in just a second. I want to get to the right slide for it. This is the property that you guys will be doing an open house on. I'm going to share with you. Stupid Zoom's in my way. All right, Zoom, get out of my way. Where is it? There it is. This is not it. Is this it? No. Really? All right, I have to download the thing. Download. Okay, I am going to share my Facebook. You can all see this. Maybe many of you have already saw this already. Gonna hit the music. So that's the inside. Now I'm gonna give you a little background on this listing that we're gonna be letting one of you, or two of you actually, help hold open. So first, this home is an original owner. Lived here in this property for over 40 years. When I went inside the first time, the walls had paneling on it, wood paneling, and original everything from 40 years ago. So on a shoestring budget, we had the paneling removed. To my utter disbelief, there was sheetrock behind it. So that was great. They removed the popcorn from the ceiling and textured the walls, painted, put in new baseboard, installed new carpet, new vanities in the bathroom, new countertops in the kitchen, and some other work to the property. Had an electrician come out and add some new fixtures, new fans. And so really nothing major, just paint, carpet, flooring, countertops, and fixtures, just so the finishes are updated and it looks clean and presentable. But the difference between what we started with and what the product is now is night and day. And again, shoestring budget. We're not flipping this property. And this is one of those scenarios where you have a seller who has basically grandpa died recently. And she's now selling the home and going to move up north. So this is a very likely scenario that you find yourself in, and you need to have your trades out. We had our electrician out, we had our handyman out, we had our flooring person from CTC Flooring go out. So there was a lot of most of the trades that were used were my trades helping them. So I had, at least some assurances that they were going to be taken good care of and that they weren't going to get financially taken advantage of. So, yep, go ahead.
Jack, I'm sorry. Coming from background there, to me, it's shoestring budget. I'm looking at this and it looks to me like around $20,000 worth of work being done there already. Is that what you mean with still shoestring budget? I mean, flooring alone, I think that's probably about $8,000 to $10,000 right there, right, for the flooring? Or
no, so everything here that you're looking at was done for $9,000.
Wow, that's awesome.
So everything all done. Now, there was an issue with their mover, so we're going to take that little nugget and push it aside. But once the keys were delivered to me, it was $9,000 from start to finish.
Oh, fantastic.
Okay, now we would be a little bit dismayed not to talk a little bit about COVID and what's going on there. So you're going to figure out your COVID protocols, especially if the property is not vacant. This is a vacant one, so it's perfect. How you handle the protective wear, 55% of communication is visual, meaning the ability to see you. Very hard to create a relationship when everyone's wearing masks. It's also harder to hear them. So there are masks out there that are plastic masks, so you can see. The problem with the plastic masks are what? Anyone use a plastic mask?
They fog up.
They fog up. So you have to figure out, they have people at title companies and a lot of salespeople, what do they use?
Hand sanitizers?
They use shields.
Shields?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
They use shields. And so I am going to leave it to the individual on what you want to do here. But we need to get the seller's permission in writing for the open house, which we have. Always have hand sanitizer available at the property, which we have. And we're going to limit consumers to the property one family at a time. Now, this is a perfect opportunity to make a friend with a lender, because my lender is more of a bouncer than a lender at the open house. So you should immediately get what their role is. But who doesn't want that role as a lender? To actually have the opportunity to have people in a line waiting for the other people to leave so the lender can actually have a conversation with every single person before they come into the house. I can tell you that there's going to be more one-on-one communication between that lender and the consumer waiting at the door than at any other open house I've ever had.
Yeah.
So for the person who holds it open, they're going to pick the lender from our list of lenders who are going to come do the open house on Saturday and Sunday. Moreover, before any of these lenders were in my life, even before Iconin started at Wells Fargo. I met her in I really met her in 2014, but our relationship started in 2015. So this should have been about 2009. I had a lender that was helping me at open houses. And in fact, this lender had offices in Houston and Austin, and would drive from Houston to Austin to help me with open houses.
Okay.
And had an office here, and then he would stay here the week and go back to the Houston for Monday. And we actually still use him. He's not on our list, but I use him still. So he was messing up my flow because I was disarming my people through the advertising and the marketing and put so much careful thought into everything. And he was doing some pretty intensive sales tactics at the people standing at the door. So when they walked in, their shields were fully up and impenetrable.
Oh.
So we have to have a conversation with the lender about not messing up the shields, not putting their guard up. So it's they have to go about it in a very different way. And we're going to talk a little bit later about what the lender scripts can be to not create the shields, because if the lender changes the dynamic and undoes everything that you've done to keep their shields low, and every person that comes in has got their shields up, you're going to have a hard time because you're not going to be able to take their shields down. So we're going to talk about that, because the hard sales tactics will not work at the front door. It's going to mess up the entire day for everyone. But this is when the story begins. Right? Every aspect of the grand open house has been thought out. Properly preparing for market, properly preparing the house for market, the staging, whether it's getting everything out. So in the staging pecking order is first, actual staged materials. Second, rearranging, vacant is second. Third is rearranging and staging the things that they already have. And so second best will always be vacant. Quality photos, which we call our collateral, a very good vanity description, very good photos, making sure you understand the syndication options in the MLS and that everything is turned on. By default, we are opt out, which means we're already opted in on everything. And so the agent has the ability to opt out on some things, but we've already opted in on everything. So as long as you don't turn something off in the MLS, you're fully turned on to go and send your listing to every place possible. And in fact, it is so overwhelming, the amount of syndication going on, that we've actually even found our homes on overstock.com. So that is the level of saturation that we're seeing with the advertising today.
Wow.
Then the timing of the whole thing, timing from when we go to the MLS and how much time they have to respond and the whole bit. Then the for sale sign, what the for sale sign says in the yard. My recommendation is that the for sale sign says grand open, or this sign here, I think I had this one here, open. I've got two, open Saturday and Sunday, 2 to 4. It usually says open Sat and Sun. Not sure why that sign is there. I'm going to talk to Miguel about that right now. But when does the story begin? With these guys, but every aspect of it all the way through. The sign, the coming soon, the postcards that you're going to send, knocking on the neighbor's door, the day of the open house, the directional signs you put on the streets and on the corners, the flags you put in front of the property, the welcome mat you're going to slap down on the ground, the doorbell cover to make sure that people aren't knocking on the door. And if you have a lender there and the door's open, that's not going to be a concern. A welcome, please come in sign, which they sell at the Realtor Association, how you're dressed, flyers, cookies, lenders doing a traffic control at the door, hopefully. And then of course your scripts and then your follow-up. All of this comes together to help you do your fiduciary duty to the seller, to help get the property sold, exposing the listing to the entire marketplace without alienating any large groups of people, not putting the shields up when you're having conversations with them as they walk in the front door, and following up with every single person that came so that you can touch base with them, because we know how important follow-up is. So we're going to go over the preparing for market again. We talked about this a little bit yesterday. There are some things in this class that we're going to cover better than we covered yesterday, because there's just not enough time in yesterday's class and there's too much information. So there's a few topics where we did the slow roll that we're going to expand on a couple of those topics right here. So the trick to selling a home is that it must offer the buyer as much or more than the competition and priced right or just at under them. And so if you have, we got to offer the same amount. So if our listing is priced more than all of the competition and all of those competition offer the consumer more than ours, what's going to happen?
It's going to end up going for less.
The market is going to absorb all of our competition first. And then there's going to be a new set of competition right after it. And then a new set of competition right after that. And there's always a new fresh set. So one of two things are going to happen. Either we're going to wait for a really long time for the market to increase to meet us. But even then we see that the price reduction happens and then we're vulnerable and then the home is going to sell for less than what the other people are listing at, and they're listing and going over. So we have to be very careful on how we list. One of my favorite scripts is that Mr. and Mrs. Seller, your job was to take a house and turn it into a home. It's our job to take that home and turn it back into a house. That script is a very powerful script. Why is that script so powerful?
Because it helps eliminate the memories.
And I like, okay.
It helps them to separate their sentimental value from the action or goal of selling the home.
Yep.
Creating a new chapter.
I think it establishes the fact that you are the agent for the house and like you have that separate mindset from them.
We haven't touched it. There's a very profound reason.
Yeah.
Just turning it into a home for somebody else.
There's a very profound reason, and we haven't talked about it yet. I haven't heard it yet.
I actually use that like in my buyer's presentation. And I said to them, like, you know, your home is what you want, what you need, da, da, da. And I said, the house is your financial investment. And throughout when I introduce the home and everything, I have them switch back and forth. I mean, for the sellers, the only thing I can think of is they have to differentiate, like they don't own it anymore. They are putting it on the market. I'm not saying it's right, but.
Or is it to get the next seller to make that home into a house or that house into a home?
When I'm talking to my seller about depersonalizing their home, and I'm telling them in that process, Mr. and Mrs., why would I tell someone who's depersonalizing their home? What are we asking them to do? We're asking them to take down their family photos.
Yeah.
We're asking them to start making changes of their home and moving couches around. And what do you think their first response is when we tell them to take down their photos and move their furniture?
Defensive.
Yes.
It's no longer my house. Yep.
No, they're going to get defensive. And they're going to say, what's wrong with my family? What's wrong with my family photos? What's wrong with my furniture? Do you not like my family? Do you not like my furniture? Because it's Mama Bear.
Yeah.
So I have to, before I have those conversations, say, look, everything here is amazing. My job, your job was to take a house and turn it into a home. My job is take that home and turn it back into a house. So the switch clicks in their brain. Oh, you're not attacking me.
Okay.
because I need them to be a willing participant in this, because I can't go take their photos down myself, can I?
Mhm.
And when you have, how many of you watch Harry Potter? They're walking up the staircase and there's eyeballs everywhere. How many of you have been in that house where you walk in and there's eyeballs everywhere? Okay, I'm going to ask you a very interesting question. I hope everyone's ears are perked up right now. Have you ever been, or have you ever gone inside of a home and the owners weren't there, and you felt like, one, you were doing something wrong, and two, you felt creepy?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes.
We have
Mhm.
all had that happen. Do you want your buyer to feel that way that's walking in the house?
No.
No, you
Hey.
don't. So we have to depersonalize it. And so these are conversations that we need to have. I start with a script. Mr. and Mrs. Seller, your job is to take a house and turn it into a home, and it is a beautiful home. My job is to help you take this home and turn it back into a house. And they immediately, that script clicks in their brain and they're like, now I see what you're doing. And they became a willing participant. That was the answer that I was looking for. So number one, depersonalize. Number two, yes, get all of those personal photos out of the home, especially the pictures of kids for all other reasons, because these photos are going to be online and you don't want them to be a target.
Mhm.
Remove all there should not be. Rugs don't belong on carpet, just FYI. Rugs don't belong on carpet. So if there are rugs on carpet, there are two things wrong with that. One, someone can trip over it and fall. And it happens a lot. So rugs, gotta go. And toilet seat in the bathroom, always down.
Yeah.
Always. And I'm not talking about one of the two toilet lids. I'm talking about both of them down. Because it's just a weird feeling to go in the bathroom and see the water in the toilet. That's not what we're wanting to do there. So close that lid for a whole bunch of psychological reasons. For some reason, and I think you could all understand why, when no matter how clean the house is, when a buyer walks into a seller's home that lives there and they see the water in the toilet, they immediately feel like the house is dirty. Psychological thing that we can't get over as human nature. So in the 90s, agents were always saying, put the blue water in there because it's going to make them feel it's clean. Okay, how about just close it? How about just close it? And declutter counters. There should not be a single toothbrush. There should not be anything on the bathroom counters. Bathroom counters completely void of anything. Never leave rugs on carpet. We talked about this. Walls should be neutral and clean and mark free. Usually paint is the cheapest thing that you can do there. Homes should be absent of scent or smell, and clean linen is the scent that helps sell homes. How many of you love the smell of the laundry right out of the dryer? I think you'd need to be near sociopath to hate that smell. And the people who walk into homes and smell that smell, it makes them think of mom folding laundry. It makes them think of all the happy memories you have in home, and all. You remember, how many of you remember as a kid jumping in a cloud of warm towels that smelled like laundry? Okay, we can all remember that. How did that feel? Okay, those are happy memories, right?
Wonderful. Good, yes.
Okay, so the synapses in your brain that connect the feelings and the emotions of you as a toddler jumping on a whole bunch of hot, warm towels that just came out of the dryer that feels like, snuggle.
Big hug. Yeah.
It feels like a big hug. That is a synapse in the brain that's going to fire when you walk in the home and they smell it, and it's going to make them feel happy, but they don't really even know how to articulate why, because no one told them that those are the things in their head. Snap. And these are the things we want in their brain. So that is an important one. If the home does have an underlying smell, whether it's smoke, whether it's mold, whether it's musty, whether it's, someone just made waffles and the house smells like breakfast, which is a big fail, by the way, or any other scent, how many of you have seen or know about ozone machines? Okay.
What was the question, Jack? How many of you?
Know what an ozone machine is?
Is that the one that releases the sense in the corner, like you can plug it into the wall with the cartridges? No?
Oh,
Yeah, it cleans the air. They use them in multifamily all the time.
No,
Yeah.
so an ozone machine actually has an extra oxygen. It's actually ozone, and it has an extra oxygen molecule. And that extra oxygen molecule actually breaks other actual oxygen, the H2O, it's H2O2. It creates the second oxygen molecule, which breaks up the smells. It actually connects with all of the air molecules in the home, and it breaks them up into little pieces, which releases them. So it takes away bad odors and makes them go away. It eliminates them. You can't cover bad smells. You just make bad smells smell even weirder by trying to cover them up. But the ozone machine will mitigate it. So you leave the ozone machine running for 48 hours, sometimes 24, sometimes 12, depending on what you're dealing with. And it will completely make all the smells go away. But you need to air the house out for 2 days after you've done this, because the ozone stuff is pretty thick. And it's actually, even though, you know, there's studies that say the high power lines can cause problems, and some people believe it and some people don't, but it hasn't been proven. It's the same thing with this stuff. Some people say it could cause problems, but it hasn't been proven. But you don't want the house to smell like ozone or ozone. We have an ozone machine here at Realty Texas.
Does it work for turmeric too? I've done a lot of work in people's homes from India, and they do a lot of cooking with turmeric, and that is such a strong smell. It almost, gives you a headache after you've
The answer
been
is
around.
yes.
Yeah. Okay.
The answer is yes.
All right.
But sometimes what's going to need to happen is all the spices be taken out of the spice shelf, and that shelf wiped out, and then the counters wiped out, how professionally cleaned, and then ozoned.
Okay.
So I'm gonna tell you a story. Miguel and I raise baby ducks, and this year our ducks laid a bunch of eggs right before the freeze happened. And so we have an incubator, and it was so cold outside that we couldn't put the ducks outside, so we had to put them in our garage. How many of you know anything about ducks? Ducks are the cutest, sweetest little things, but they are the stinkiest things on planet Earth.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I can't even begin to tell you how stinky 4 ducks are, and their food is already pretty stinky. Over the last month, we've been raising 4 baby ducks in our garage. When I walk in my garage, it smelled so bad that I almost wanted to puke. And we have a show house. It is not a house that smells bad. And I could actually start smelling on the walkway through the garage door. And it was going through the roof into the HVAC, and I could start smelling it in the house.
Oh, no.
Ducks gone. Ozone machine, 2 days on. Smell completely gone. I mean, nothing. It's like it never happened.
Wow.
How many ducks were you raising?
4, just 4. We give
Wow.
them, we call them our grand ducks, and we give them to our friends and family who have land. Miguel has a lot of family who has land, and Nora Parker here has about 7 or 8 of our ducks. So anyway, it works. It works really well. So if you need to borrow the ozone machine, you have to come and give us a driver's license. We write it down, and then you give us a deposit, because this machine is expensive. We don't charge you for it. Come to give it back. We give you your deposit back. Because everyone seems to want to steal our ozone machine. A $600 machine is not going to be thieved anymore, so we need a deposit for you guys to use it. And that also doesn't get stolen on the property, because if it disappears, then you're going to have to pay to replace it. But it works really, really well. Okay. The refrigerator should not have 800,000 magnets on it. Of all of the vacations and all the other realtors in the neighborhood who sent them calendars, everything's got to go. Everything off the refrigerator. Counters in the kitchen should be fairly cleared of most everything. A cookbook, bowl of lemons, couple of staging items is not a bad idea. And then the baseboards, the floors, the blinds, the vents, the vent colors, the sinks, and the counters clean. The house needs to be clean. So whoever your professional cleaner is, you need to call them and say, I need the blinds cleaned. I need the windows cleaned. I need the fans cleaned. I need the baseboards cleaned. I need the floors cleaned. I need the grout cleaned. I need the house clean, not just clean. And there's a difference in a make ready clean and your every other week house cleaner. That's not the same thing. Oh, my person comes on Thursday. Yeah, no, that's not what we're looking for here. Danielle, I see your hand is up.
Yes, so I'm a dog owner, and I love dogs, but whenever I go to a home, as soon as I see a dog bowl or anything related to dogs, all of a sudden in my head, the house stinks. what do you tell people to do with their animals? You have them and once I went to show a house, went upstairs to the master bedroom to show it, and their dog was in a cage on the other side of the bed. You couldn't see him till you got right up, and it scared the heck out of us. So what do you tell people to do with their dogs during showings?
It depends on what I see when I step in the front door for my listing appointment, because all will be revealed to me when I walk in the front door. And if the pets are a problem, meaning that they've chewed up the back deck door and there's scratch marks all over the back door, and there's rooms where they obviously locked the dog in and there's carpet missing because the dog chewed it up, and there's trim been chewed off and the house smells like dog, then we're gonna have a conversation and we're gonna say, we need to mitigate this. We're gonna have to mitigate this because we have some very discerning realtors out there. And I blame the realtors because it's true. Aside from that, if it's not a problem, I don't make it a problem. But if it's a problem, then they have to deal with it. And I ask them, all right, so during showings, what are we going to do with the pups? And I don't call them dogs, I say pups, because I always want to be friendly. I tell them, by the way, I'm a huge dog person. I have a Jack Russell. Although she died, I still tell them I have a Jack Russell. I'm a huge dog person. And so that helps, create some symmetry there because they know the struggles that we go through. The problem with dog is most people are not vigilant about cleaning their grout. And whether it's the dog who accidentally peed or it's the water bowls constantly getting splashed on the floor, there's grout concerns because the grout has to be lighter than the tile, and dirty grout is darker than the tile. And your grout never is supposed to be darker than the tile, ever, never. And so sometimes someone is going to have to go to Home Depot and get grout stripper and scrub with a scrub brush and clean those grout. And I can tell you, a steamer's not going to work. Stanley steamer is not going to clean grout. In fact, Stanley steamer makes grout dirtier. I actually had them come out once and they did such a mess and caused stains. So I bought a model home and I had them come up because it was a model home and had a lot of traction. And I had them come and they steamed the tile, and all of the dirt that was on the tile got pushed into the grout. And now there was stains in the grout where there never was before. And that company and I got into a major fight. And I did not pay them. They're the only person I refused to pay. And I gave them a bad review because they told me that they were going to clean my grout and they lied. So I went and I got knee pads and grout stripper. And I spent 2 days scrubbing the grout myself to make it clean. Now, are you gonna be able to get all your sellers to do that? No, but for my house, that's how it's gonna be. And some sellers are going to be cleaner than other sellers. And so you just have to try to make best of what you work with. So to answer the question about the pups, if it's not a problem, because some houses it's not a problem, don't make it one. But if it's a problem, then you're going to have to address it. And I don't usually address it. Guess who addresses it for me?
The seller.
No.
Stager.
They're the last.
Yeah, your staging person.
Oh, the stager.
If I leave it to the seller, it's never going to happen. You're absolutely right, though. My stager is so awesome. She's amazing, and she is one of those people that can tell someone exactly what they need to do, and not only do they want to do it, but they're excited about doing it. I don't know. It's a gift. For me, I do always ask them, what are we going to do about the pup on showings? And then but I do have that conversation with them after they sign the listing agreement, and we're talking about the process of the open house, and we're putting a timeline together. Because after they sign the listing agreement, I pull out a blank calendar for that month, and because it's always in the back of my listing packet that my assistant puts in the file. And I, just like I did with you guys, this is the day that we're gonna start. Here's the listing agreement. This is today. 1, 2, 3 days. This is when the stager is going to come. 1, 2, 3. You're probably going to need 3 days for stager. So the 4th day, this is when we're going to call the photographer. This is when the photo. So I put that calendar together. And then we get to the open house, grand open house, and saying, by the way, what are we going to do with the pups during the open house? And what are we going to do with the pups after 2 o'clock on Friday when we go live in the MLS for showings? And then we talk that out, and a solution has to come up with. There is a realtor that I absolutely love. And I met her at another company, and I showed that listing, and she showed up before me and took these crazy dogs out for a walk. So sometimes realtors have to handle it on the realtor side too. All right. Outside, we talked about this pretty well in depth. Paint the front door, the garage door if necessary, replace the hardware if necessary, replace the welcome mat always. Replace the light fixtures and clean the globes and make sure they have the right light bulbs. Remove the screens. We didn't have this conversation last week, did we?
No.
No.
Remove the screens and clean the windows so they sparkle. So if can you wash windows without removing the screens?
No.
The answer is no. And have you ever seen a house on the street that didn't have window screens and the windows had just been washed?
Oh, huge difference.
Yes.
It actually sparkles and glistens from the street like a Christmas tree. And people looking like, wow, that house is so pretty. You know, like the big puppy dog eyes, right? Looking at this beautiful sparkly home and they don't even know why. They can't even put their thumb on why it looks so pretty. Screens detract from the home. So I'm not saying that we're going to throw them away. What I always use a company called Gwendo. Her name is Gwendolyn. And so she made her company Windows with a G in front, Gwendos. And she is in our .me under suppliers. And they come out, remove the screens and label them, put the screens in the garage for the listing. And then they take a razor blade to the inside and the outside of the windows, and then they clean them thoroughly. They clean the window seals, the window frames, and then they wash all the blinds.
Wow.
And it's phenomenal. They're just amazing at it. And so once a year, they come to my house and do my own house. They take almost 7 hours to clean the windows.
Wow.
And so phenomenal group of people they are. And it's not cheap. That one is going to be a little bit expensive. That one's going to cost about $300.
Wow.
But it is fully worth it. And so from the street, all of a sudden, there's a difference that they don't even know what the difference is, but it's hugely profound. Power wash the cement in the walkways. I recommend finding a power washer in the neighborhood. And if it's a professional power washer that you're going to use over and over again, you can create a relationship with them and say, hey, every person who calls you out to do a power wash, give them my card. And if they agree to meet with me in a listing appointment, I will pay for the power wash.
Wow.
And
that's a great idea.
It works really well. And now I've got my power washer out there being one of my army of raving fans knocking on doors for me, trying to get more business. So it's super effective. And guess what he does? He's very smart, actually. He said, they'll give you half off. And he pockets the difference. And I say nothing because it's awesome. Trimming the trees. We know how important that is. I got a really good tree trimmer in Round Rock, and he'll go from Austin all the way to Jarrow. Outside of that, probably not going to do it. Trim and edge the front lawn. You need to have at your fingertips a very good landscaper that will remove shrubs, that will go to Home Depot and know what kind of plants to buy, what kind of shrubs. Although my stager will give them a list of what to do on the outside and exactly what kind of plants to buy. You need to be able to give that list to the landscaper and have them do it. And it's you got to find a landscaper that is not your $100 an hour landscaper. It's not who you want to hire for this. And then if there's a no soliciting sign, a no trespassing sign, an ADT sign, those signs that bring up an objection in your head, like, oh, had they been robbed before? We need to get rid of those signs. They have to go away, mitigate them away.
Okay.
Professional photo shoot. So after the home has been properly prepared for market, all of this stuff is done, which means we met with the seller, the stager came out, they spent 3 days finishing the stager list. All the trades and suppliers have completed their work that's necessary for photos. Then the next step is to schedule the photo shoot. If you use the company that I use, which is Twist Tours, if you schedule them back so many times, eventually they're going to charge you for changing it. Let's see if I can quickly find the photos for this property that we just did. So what I love about the one that we just did, or this one here, is this is not $1 million listing, is it?
No.
So this is a really good example of what I'm asking you guys to do at all price ranges. And I'm going to show you the video that they did for me and the website that they've done. This is the dashboard that Twist Tours gives me, what they call the marketing center. This is the dashboard for this property. My tour links are here. I can download the flyers. They give me a property flyer, which I don't use because I like ours better. You can edit the tour and add information. There's the walkthrough videos, all kinds of stuff here. But if you click the featured listing page, which should be the whole website, and of course this is going to open up in another page. I don't want that. All right, so let me change this and say open link in a new tab so that you can see it. Really? All right, I'm gonna have to click the button and share out this other screen then, because that's just how this is set up. All right, so are you all able to see this?
Yes. Yes. Uh-huh.
So this is the website that they give us. We have video, 3D walkthrough, the floor plan, photos, details, locations, and then the seller can claim the home. Now, this is default how they send it. I've done nothing here. So we click video, and here's the video that they published for me.
Probably would have been good for them to move the garbage cans.
Again, not $1 million home.
Yeah.
And the guy was still working in the backyard. So I can show you $1 million home if you'd like to see it, because I have those too on Twist Tours. That's 620.
Yeah.
And to the left is the beginning of Lakeline Mall. So this is just playing with the drone stuff. So it gives people an idea of where this thing is located and what's around it, because a lot of times when people are getting interested in the property, then now they are trying to figure out what's it around. Now, how many have seen this before? How many have seen Dollhouse View before? Okay.
I did.
So you take the mouse here and you can turn around, and now you can see the rooms of the house. You can see how they all fit together, because when you see your normal photos, you don't know how the rooms fit together. So this tells you how all the rooms are laid out and how it fits together, which is super helpful. And people absolutely love playing with this. So that is the 3D walkthrough. And by the way, if I go in here, I can put the donuts on the floor and I can walk through the house and I can look and I can see everything from top to bottom. So that is I can go in every single room. I can check it out. I can go wherever I want. Go check out the closet if I want. And so this is a way, what we call stickability. All of a sudden you'll find your people really spending a lot of time with this, and you'll notice, hey, I've got a ton of people spending hours on the site. That's what we call stickability. Again, I haven't done anything. All I did was pull up my credit card. And then they build this for me, which I love, which is the floor plan. Having a floor plan that they create, which gives me the dimensions of every single room. And like, okay, well, what is this? And then it'll show the photo of that room in the floor plan, which again, super cool for us to have, and buyers absolutely love it. Then
is it by an appraiser? Is it by an appraiser? No, okay.
Nope, just a photographer, Twist Tours. And then they give me the photos, and then they give me the details of the property. And the photos, I mean, what Twist Tours sends all of their people to a photography school that teaches them about proper lighting. So when you go into the home, you'll always see that the lighting is correct, which I really appreciate about these guys. And they know dimensions and where to take the photos from to make the rooms look as big as possible. So again, we're not talking about $1 million home here. We're talking about a home that most realtors would have come out with their iPhone and snapped a picture because that's under 400 with their iPhone. But why do I spend the money to do all of this for this home, for every single one of my listings? Why?
Because it goes back to treating. Sorry.
Your branding too.
Yeah.
It sets you apart from the competition.
Yeah.
Treating all your sellers fairly.
I think it's a one-stop shop, okay, that you would be very good for your branding and your advertising and presenting yourself to the buyers and the sellers.
Building reputation.
You're doing the most work that you possibly can to get the sellers home sold.
Yeah.
Now we're going to do this one. We're going to watch the video for another listing, and I sold this one.
Huh.
Okay, so that is the difference between your $1 million home, dude. But the same video I used, wasn't it?
Yes.
Same system, same floor plan, and all of it is true. We have the same 3D walkthrough, and unfortunately, after 6 months, they start deleting some of this stuff. I think this is my dollhouse view. So here, same dollhouse view, just the only difference is that the property, I think they start to take the listing and they archive it, and it starts getting slow. So you start losing some of the effectiveness of the marketing.
Yeah.
But anyway, as you can see, it's the same amount of money that I'm spending on every single listing. And then we start looking at what it sold for and where we are. Now I'm going to show you something else. I'm going to do a new share. Stop share. I'm going to share you this. So this criteria is show me just show me everything. Show me every home that is sold in Water Oak that's a single story home for all time. There's 142. So I come over here and I say close price, and I'm going to sort by close price. And it was 2,600. I closed this thing on March 11th. Someone came 9 months later and finally broke my price. But what did I list it for?
525.
What did I sell it for?
650.
650.
How many,
125,000 more.
how many offers did I have on this property? I had over 60 offers from this property. And guess what?
Oh,
Before that, everything was comping for 525, and my comps were selling for 572, selling for 565, 500, selling for 550. No one had even come close. My 650 is the second highest now, but it is 250 a square foot. And I blew everybody else out of the water. And I had people calling me, what are you doing differently? How did you do this? And I said, have you seen my marketing? Because I got the listing in front of the buyers and gave them an opportunity to respond to it. I gave it to them at the time they needed it, and which is Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday night. Invited them to an open house, and I had a massive amount of collateral on that property. And other homes had a fireplace in the backyard. Other homes, and that was by that same builder. And we sold for $85,000 to $125,000 more than my comp sold. And I even had appraisers calling me saying, what's up with this home? Can you tell me why it sold for so much? Do you have solid gold toilets? We're trying to figure out how you comp this out. And I told him, no, we just saturated the market with advertising, and we did it right. And I got some comments from the appraiser, and the appraiser said, well, you know what? I can't even use this comp.
Yeah.
So it feels good to be the example, but all I did was what I know that my job is supposed to do in the first place, which is not spare expense. I'm not going to be that agent that takes photos with an iPhone and then go spend $3,000 a month on Realtor.com and Zillow leads. How many listings did I get from this? Got the one next door. How many buyers did I get from this? 4. I got 5 transactions from that listing. 5 transactions from that listing. Now, how much did it cost? So the traditional photos, maybe $130. Matterport twist doors cost me $445 plus $245 with the floor plan. So that cost me almost $800, right? $750. So let's do the math. Every listing that's been properly prepared for market has the propensity to attract 1 listing and at least 2 buyers. So one $200,000 listing is a $6,000 commission. 2 $200,000 buyers is $12,000, and I'm using really low numbers. So spending $150 on photos earned $6,000, but spending $690 earned me $18,000.
No brainer.
No brainer.
Spend the money.
So how many of you were like, thought, I don't want to spend all this money on listings because it's expensive. I don't want to spend money on all these photos because it's expensive. How many of you had that thought in your head before this class? And it's okay to be honest. Has this changed your mind?
Yeah.
It is. The net difference is $17,310. And so your $600 photos earned you $17,000.
Yeah. Jack, I think that's a good one. When a client asks you why they think you should get so much such a big percentage for selling the home, this is a good example to show this is your difference right here. Let me just show you this.
That's what I
This
did.
is what we do. That blows them away.
You know, Mr. and Mrs. Seller, your home is a $500,000 home. So you're asking me to discount 1%. That's $5,000, right? Well, this home here, let me show you how I sold it for $100,000 more than any of the competition. So would you rather save $5,000 and sell your home for $595, or would you like to sell it for $650?
Yeah.
Would you like to save $5,000, or would you like to make $120,000 more? So I pay for my commission, and I tell people I make my commission 10 times over what my commission is worth. So how about this? Why don't we just take a net seller, Mr. and Mrs. Seller, and I will list this for what it appraises for, and I will get every dollar over list price. I'll take that listing any day because I will have made $125,000 off this listing. And that actually did have a seller that was, I've never discounted my commission, but I did have one seller that after everything, they said, you know what, we're going to hire the other realtor. And it was the first time that ever happened. And I said, okay, how about this? What do you want for the home? They said, we want, and it was like $485. And I said, great. How about you? I will do it for free, but you'll give me every dollar over $485. And I sold it for $550.
Oh, man.
And do you know what happened?
Oh,
he was furious. He was, and I'm not just a little bit furious. He was furious when he found out how much I was getting. So I told him I was happy to do it for $12,000. I was happy to do it. So I did rewrite my listing agreement when the closing disclosure came out and showed how much I made, because he was mad. And I went ahead and did it for 6%.
Wow.
I didn't have to, did I?
no.
No. Man.
Okay, it is 12:03. We're going to start talking about open house planning, and we're going to start going through the script. But right after we go through this list, and we're going to take a few minutes to walk through this slowly, we're going to watch a story. We're going to watch a video about Tom Ferry and about his open house strategies. I don't think he's ever done one. So we're going to talk about some stuff that I really like about what he said and some stuff that doesn't work in the real world. So let's do a couple of myth busters there. And then we're going to talk about your scripts, and we're going to go through your script. So it's 12:03. Let's come back at 12:13. The next 3 hours are going to be big for us. So grab some coffee, get some energy, get the blood flowing, because I want you guys pumped and excited for the next 3 hours, because it's critical.
I can say this, guys. Jack is doing what no other broker has done. he is literally giving us the game. So I'm proud to be a part of this.
Thank you. I appreciate that. You know, there's
Yeah.
an agent who just sent me a termination of sponsorship about 3 minutes ago, and I just read it. And it starts out by saying, I'm terminating my sponsorship with Realty Texas as of 5 o'clock today. Thank you for all the training and the help.
I'm sad they left. They
No.
supplied you supplied them with all this information,
Uh-huh.
and then they just
Take
left.
it and go.
And they left because they think they get a call from another brokerage and they're told that, oh, we're 100% brokerage. And you save more by coming to us, and they sell them on Kool-Aid, but they realize that they're going to work for Amway. And for 99% of the people who have left here have an expired license, because I can tell you that just like Lisa and me keep telling each other, there's not a broker and a manager that works 50 hours a week in the office trying to support and help their agents be successful. The reality is why this person left is because they were not prospecting and they're not following up. They did go to Mega, but they just refused to do it, and they're still looking for another way. And this person's going to end up without a license. They're going to go suspended. Because people's last ditch effort is to try to figure out something new because what's currently happening is not working. And I tell them, get back into Mega and do it all over again and start over because you've lost your way. We can't force people to wake up in the morning, make their bed, go to work, can we?
No.
No.
Hey, Jack, my thing is you can't get 100% of something you're not doing. You got to be making money. You got to be out there doing it.
A good one.
Like, come on, man.
Can I give him your number, Sean?
You sure can.
Yeah, the grass is greener where you water it.
Exactly, Debbie. Exactly.
Yeah, I actually had an agent that I was affiliated that I managed at another brokerage reach out to me not long ago. And I don't know if he reached out to Lisa, but he said, Debbie, I know you're with Realty Texas. I just want to know what your experience has been with them. And I said, let me tell you something. I said, first of all, I'm going to be perfectly honest, and my business is not where it needs to be, but that is my fault because Realty Texas has given me every tool I need to break that barrier. I said, you know, anyone at Realty Texas, his name was Michael. I said, Michael, anybody at Realty Texas that isn't where they want to be is because they're not putting in the work. I said, because all of the tools are given to us.
Well said.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
And a little bit more than the tools, the passion.
Well, and I told them about just the camaraderie and the training that's available. And, you know, the brokerage we came from, I left there because yes, they provided leads, but they provided the leads after everyone in upper positions had already taken the one. I mean, the leads that they provided weren't what we are provided at Realty Texas. And I told him that. I said there is nothing but honesty from the broker and support and the entire team there, Jack and Lisa. And I said, you know what? You're kind of an idiot if you don't call them.
Well, thank you, Debbie. So I'm excited about the next 3 hours because the next 3 hours is going to be time well spent. I'm telling you. So the open house planning, we take a step back. And if you were to bullet your entire planning for the open house, it's secure the listing appointment, research the property tax records, research prior MLS listings, research the RPR report for the subject property, establish the most probable sales price, preview the comps, drive the community, visit the community mini center, leave a pre-listing packet at the property, get your professional photo shoot, advertise 5 days in advance, do the open house, the day of open house door knocking in the client portal when everyone comes in the door. Start to finish. We've talked a lot about what we talked about last week, but I just appended on the end, which is the rest of it, which is making good on the promise that we've made. Let's hear about, and this video is dated now because it's about 3 years old. So it's prior to COVID, but it's still true today. And if people really think that open houses have no value, they're leaving 5 transactions on the table for every one listing that they get. Let's hear what Tom has to say.
For over 20 years, I've dedicated my life to bringing you the very best selling, marketing, and business building strategies to keep your business thriving. Get ready to experience the success you've been searching for. Welcome to the Tom Ferry Show. Hey everybody, welcome to the Tom Ferry Show, episode 62. Today, we're talking about arguably the hottest topic, which is how do we generate more listing opportunities from your mega open houses? So the National Association of Realtors declares this is like the open house month. Now, you and I both know there's two ways to do open houses. The sort of traditional way where I hope and pray to the real estate god that somebody shows up. And you know this strategy. You know, we put an ad in the local, newspaper, maybe through our company. And we hope and pray by putting out 2 or 3 signs that maybe, just maybe, somebody will show up, versus the Tom Ferry strategy, the mega open house, where I say, I know that this home is going to sell, whether it's right now or in the very near future. And when it does, there is going to be a tremendous number of listing opportunities right inside that community. And I want to turn like the vacuum cleaner on her and suck all the listing opportunities out of the marketplace before anybody else gets a shot. So we do a mega open house. So to do that, we have basically the obvious event. So it might be 11:30 until 1 o'clock. And then the traditional open house goes from 1 until 4. During that time, we're going to invite all of the neighbors and all the people in your database, maybe all your best buyer leads, to come and join you, whether it's for lunch or lemonade. If you're my clients in Germany, it could be a beer. Like, it's entirely up to you. My clients in Australia, they're like, we're going to do these like on Thursday night from 5 to 7 and serve like wine. Like, I love it. It's entirely up to you. If you saw last year's Tom X with Kyle Whistle, I think his topic was like beers and open houses and the after party of like an open house. It was crazy.
What could possibly
But
go
what
wrong?
we know is this. Just like a broker preview, if you want agents to show up, you serve food, you got some, refreshments that when they show up, like, it's the experience of see the house, get a bite, and then get on to the next one, but get to know the market. The same rule applies in inviting the neighbors. So we're going to talk about 5 ways to drive traffic, mostly from the neighborhood and then to the avatar ideal buyer you're looking to attract. We're going to talk about 5 easy questions that you should be asking every person that walks through, and then 2 really cool bonus tips, things that our top clients are doing, our great coaches are doing, to not only make people as they're walking into this environment feel more comfortable, but also a way to capture potential seller leads or just capture leads in general.
So you just said something profound there. How do you make the people coming into your open house feel more comfortable? Because that is absolutely an essential element of what we're trying to do, is keep their shields down. But there are different ways of going about it, and this is their way.
So let's go through it together, right? 5 traffic, 5 easy questions, and 2 cool bonus tips. So let's talk traffic first and foremost. What we know is today, I mean, look, I know I'm walking out of the camera here. Like, we got to get them here, right? You got to get them here. What's up, JD Lennar, by the way, just sending me a text. So how am I going to get the local buyers in my marketplace and potentially the neighbors in the marketplace to know about this house digitally? Well, what we know is, first, record a short form video. And it could just be something as simple as this. You standing in front of the house saying, hi, it's Tom Ferry with Banana Real Estate. And I just listed this beautiful home right here at the corner of Humma Humma and Nana Nana. If you know anything about this community, this home is going to sell, and it's going to sell quickly, because right here next to school A or B, or shopping of X and Z and 43 Starbucks, this charming 3-bedroom, 2-bath, hasn't been on the market for almost 15 years, and it won't be on for long. I'm holding it open this weekend, both for the neighbors as well as the general public, between 11:30 and 1 for lunch, and then 1 to 4. If you'd like to join us, please let us know. Boom. And I shoot that simple little video, and then what am I going to do? I'm going to email that to my database. So let's say the mega open house is on a Saturday. It could be Friday afternoon, it could be Saturday, it could be Sunday. It's entirely up to you. You're going to send that at least 48 hours before to say, come join us. You're going to check your open rates. You're going to know how many people opened it. Are you going to ask them to make a reservation for lunch? Probably not. Just, hey, hit reply and let me know if you're going to join us. And you'll get a bunch of people that'll say, hey, sounds great. No, we're not interested. It's all good. What we want though is exposure, and specifically like our database and all the buyers you're currently working with that are looking for properties to know about this house. Number two, I want to do a Facebook boost like from your page, or you can actually run an ad. Either one is fine. I would be more inclined to run the ad because I want to do a Facebook targeted campaign to the specific avatar of buyers in that zip code. So let's say I'm in Corona Del Mar and I'm in, property in the Flower Streets, right, in the village. And I say, so who buys in the village? Well, generally speaking, they're, single people or they're couples. They're 45 years old. They make, $200,000 a year. Well, you know that on Facebook, I can go in and say, the only people I want to see this live in these zip codes already, live in these areas already, make this kind of money, single, married, kids, whatever you want, it's all there and available. My point is you can target advertise specifically for 3 or 4 days before the open house, letting those people know that would be the avatar, the ideal prospect about this open house. I like that one a lot. Now, number 3, I want to door knock and invite the neighbors. So Sarah, I'm just gonna grab a piece of paper over here, my little top secret folder. And I want you to imagine this. It's Thursday or Friday before. Knock, knock, knock. So knock, knock, knock. Hi, and I immediately hand them the flyer. I hand them the flyer, ideally price big, photo of the house, price big. Hi, my name is Tom Ferry with Banana Real Estate. I hand them the flyer and say, I just listed your neighbor's home. It's hitting the market this weekend. We're gonna hold our first open house, and I'm inviting all the neighbors to come by and see the home before anybody else. Say goodbye to your neighbors and join us for lunch. Would you like to come with us? That's it. Just, would you like to come with us? I can think of the number of times that I've taught this in a seminar and had people come back and say, oh, Tom, I've done that mega open house. And when I go out and I knock on the doors, I invite the neighbors. The neighbors love it, right? They like to, oh, we can see the house before everybody else. Oh, we're gonna have lunch. Can I bring my family? Like the answer is yes, come one, come all, and you'll see why in a minute. And then more importantly, they start saying, well, if that one's good, is that really gonna sell for that? And how much is my home worth? Can you come in and take a look around? These are the opportunities. Remember I said to you, we do mega open houses because we want to suck like a vacuum cleaner, all of the opportunity, the listing opportunities around that property before anybody else is even thinking about it. And this is your shot. So I'm going to door knock and invite the neighbors. I want to put out 20 to 30 signs. Now I know for my clients in New York City and La Jolla and Aspen, they're like pulling their hair out because there's no signs or it's vertical living. If you can put out 20 to 30 signs, put out 20 to 30 signs. If you're limited to 2 or 3, put out your 2 or 3. The point is this: if you don't have the limitation, don't have the limitation here, don't have the limitation be the resource of I don't have enough signs, get more signs. I mean, what is the worst case scenario? You have 30 signs in the marketplace and somebody says, I see your signs everywhere. You're like, oh, darn it, I was trying to be a secret agent. I didn't want anybody to know. You want your signs everywhere. It's a really smart move. So 20 to 30 signs. And then obviously, if there's any company advertising that you can do, being a part of their promotion, that's always a good idea as well. Now, here's my point. Video, email it out to everybody, all my leads, my entire database, Facebook boost, advertise it to people that are in that zip code or to your ideal avatar buyer. I like that one a lot. Remember, we talked about that on the listing presentation as a degree of separation. Like, I got the listing because I said, I know who's going to buy this house and I know how to reach them on Facebook. That's a good thing. Door knock, 20 to 30 signs, company advertising. And guess what? Between 11:30 and 1 o'clock, you're going to be busy. Now, people say to me, well, how much food do I get? I don't know, enough. Have you ever been to a party where the food ran out? I have. I've thrown that party. And yeah, it's a bad thing, but at the end of the day, no one really cares. I have enough food. Well, what if I have a bunch of extra food? I don't know. Donate it to people, give it away to people that need food, take it home. I don't care. Don't make that the issue, right? Don't worry about how much food. It's about having an experience when people walk in and they go, wow, because what they're doing is they're judging you and they're interviewing you based on how you set the experience up. And that's the game for these mega open houses.
So I'm going to send this to you. You've got 10 more minutes to watch of this. And yes, that is the game of these mega open houses. To create an experience for the buyer, you're inviting him to a party, and we're going to throw a party, and we're going to make them feel welcome. We're going to make them, there are 4 things we want to help do with ensure that we do for every single person that walks in the door. For those of you who have read the script and read the email, and I got a whole bunch of hands up. What are those 4 things? Do you remember? What is what's the first one?
Invite them to take a look around.
Almost.
Acknowledge them, thank them, give them permission to look around.
Okay. We're going to acknowledge them. We're going to thank them for coming. We're going to invite them to look around. And
Give
so
them permission.
we'll give them permission to look around. The first one is, hi guys, thanks for coming in. Take a look around and let me know if you have any questions. I can tell you, oh my gosh, I have a client who he was in Vietnam. He's a military VA guy. I was at the closing table and he said, you know what I like about you, Jack? And I was all ears. I'm like, what's that? He said, do you remember when we met? He said, I met you at the open house. And what you said to me is you said, come in and look around. And I really appreciated that because everyone else wouldn't let me see the house. It's like a car salesman follow me around the lot. How many people like the car salesman that won't follow you around on the lot?
I hate that.
How many others hate that?
I do.
Are you there to see the car salesman or the car?
Car.
The car.
So let us put ourselves in the shoes of the open house guest. Are they there to see you?
No.
What are they there to see?
The house.
The house.
When you hover them and you walk around and follow them in the house, asking them their name and all this stuff, do you think that maybe you're making them feel just like the car salesman made you feel that you hate?
Absolutely.
Okay, so if anyone tells you to hover and ask their name and get their blood type, you know immediately, wait a minute, I know what that feels like when I step on the car dealership lot. I know what that really is like. They're not giving me good information. Warrior, you have your hand up.
It's actually the question from, before the break though, Jack. Am I allowed to ask that or should I put it for later?
Write it down so you don't forget,
Okay.
and then I'll hit it right before we go on break.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Clear cooperation, MS policy statement 8.0. Boy, oh boy, this is a big one. Within 1 business day of marketing a property to the public, the listing broker must submit the listing to the MLS for cooperation with other MLS participants. Public marketing includes, but is not limited to, flyers displayed in the windows, yard signs, digital marketing on public-facing websites, brokerage website displays, digital communication marketing / email blasts, multi-brokerage listing shared networks, meaning private Facebook groups, and applications available to the general public. So what does this statement say? What is it? Someone give me the gist of what this is saying.
Basically,
Can't
giving
do
you
any
the requirement.
advertising.
I'm sorry, you can go.
Sean, go first, and then I heard somebody else.
Oh, I was just gonna say, it's basically just giving you the requirements as to how it should show up in the MLS, what you're allowed to do, and outside of the MLS.
So this was adopted 11/19/20.
Right.
This says, realtors, you must hide your listing from the entire world. You must keep it a secret until 1 day before you put it in the MLS. It has to be your biggest secret. Tell me if that innately feels wrong to you.
That is true. It does say that.
It is absolutely innately feels wrong because it is wrong. Because what they did, like I said before, and I'm a huge supporter of NAR. You all know I'm a past president for a realtor association, helped create an MLS, and was a 3-time president for that MLS. I helped build the policies and procedures for that MLS. And so I'm a huge, passionate, very well-versed person on both MLS and the entire realtor brand. But that's not to say that they don't make bad decisions sometimes. Problem is that most of the people who are on the board are not top producers and they haven't been selling and they really don't look at it from the 360 point of view. And I have a very interesting vantage point because I was a past president of a board and an MLS and a broker and a top producer and a trainer and an educator. So I look at this from a whole different way because I can see it from all angles. And I can see it from the professional standard side because, you know, I was an enforcement I was a chair of professional standards, and I can see it because there's been a lot of complaints about agents not, you know, fulfilling the fiduciary duty that they have to the seller to try to expose the property to this entire marketplace to sell it for highest and best because they're trying to hide it from the marketplace themselves so that they can ensure that they bring one of their agents or someone on their team to double end it so they can get both sides of the commission. And their intent is to do that. Well, you can't set rules based on bad actors. You just have to increase the penalties for the bad actors. So they changed the rules, but guess what? What we were already doing is so effective that it doesn't matter about this rule, which shows what we're doing is even more effective. Barbara, I see your hand up.
Well, my concern is what he said was there some of the things with, like he segmented target marketing group, and every time I've tried to do that and being as careful as I could without crossing the lines, Facebook
We're going to talk about the Tom Ferry video in a minute. We're going to talk about the Facebook ads in a minute because right now we're talking about the MLS Clear Cooperation Statement Policy 8.0.
Okay.
But in terms of Facebook marketing, I was on a federal task force this year with National Association of Realtors and the DOJ. And that task force went through all of the fair housing MLS questions. So that's why we're being sensitive about what we call the main level bed or the owner suite, what we call the, you know, how do we talk about a spacious master closet or spacious owner suite closet? How do we use these words and reframe our mind to not be trying to violate or violating fair housing? But that task force itself was very, very telling in the people that were on it because I was the only agent on it. Everybody else were MLS executives, which was very, very interesting to me. Our profession now is being run by staff at associations who have actually never held a license. So timeline here, you always want to shoot for photos with a deadline for Sunday. Now, I'm going to change this because that's not what I meant. You want the photo shoot by Sunday. You don't really want to do the photo shoot with Twist Tours on Sunday. For any of you who have ever done photo shoots with Twist Tours, you know why. Why don't you want to do your photo shoot on Sunday?
Because you're going into CTX on Monday. And if
You're
you
gonna
don't
pay
have
a lot
any
more
time-
money.
They charge a premium for Saturdays and Sunday shoots.
Oh.
Okay. So it's going to cost you a premium of about 15%. Even if you have been doing it over and over and years and given them tens of thousands of dollars, Holly at Twist Tours, they're still going to charge you a penalty of 15%. Now, when do I absolutely need my photos back?
Monday morning for your listing.
Because why do I need my photos back by Monday?
You can make it go
Put 'em
live
on-
in ML or the CTX by Monday afternoon.
And why do I want it in CTX randomly by Monday afternoon?
Because that's
Then
where
it
our
can
best friends
syndicate to
are.
Realtors, Zillow, all of
70%.
the other places.
Where our
Okay,
best
so
friends are.
so Ariel's on a trend. I'm hearing some other chatter, so that's awesome. I want to hear from everyone. So Ariel said that it can syndicate to all the other places. Why? That doesn't explain why Sunday, because I want it to syndicate to all the other places Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. No matter what day I list, I want it to syndicate everyone. But why randomly do I want it on? Why do I want to put it in the MLS on Monday?
Because our
Because
BFF
the
is looking at it
70%.
on the couch
Yeah.
on Monday night.
Hey.
There we go. Because our BFFs
70%.
our BFFs are dating houses Monday night,
Ooh.
right? They are hanging out on the couch. They just went, all of you who have had kids know what weekends are like, soccer and all the other stuff and pandemonium, trying to get everything ready because you know you got work on Monday morning. And then Monday morning rolls around. Sometimes you're still folding laundry, putting things away. After dinner Monday, you put the dishes away and they're just like collapsing on the couch and they're going, oh, thank God the kids have school tomorrow. Right? And in that moment, that's when they grab their iPads and the traffic soars on Realtor.com. And there may be other reasons why, but that is the one that we've been able to figure out the big reason for. But Monday night, and it may be that people are going to concerts on the weekends and they're going to movies and they're just doing other things with friends and they're going out for drinks and they're having fun. And then Monday, they don't have any plans Monday. They're not going out Monday night. So they're coming home and plopping down on the couch, and that's when they start really trying to figure out, what am I going to do? And they find themselves on the dating site for houses. All right, we got a lot of hands up. We're going to start with Britt, then we're going to go to Sean, then we're going to go to Barbara.
Okay, so maybe you said this before and I just missed it, but I just want to verify so I understand completely. I understand the Central Texas MLS, goes out to more groups, but what I didn't understand about it is, seeing that you can't, advertise for the open house, right? Why can you do that on Central Texas MLS, but you can't for this other one?
Because that's how Jack made it.
No, it's, you can advertise an open house. So this is the thing, Britt. If I put it in Austin Board of Realtors Monday morning and advertise the open house on Monday morning, I'm going to have agents calling me demanding that they see the property all day Monday, all day Tuesday, all day Wednesday, all day Thursday, demanding to see it, calling the board. I'm asking for a copy of my listing agreement, making my life difficult. I'm trying to go knock on the door of the seller. I have a buyer that's in town on Wednesday and your agent won't let him see it, and that's not in your best interest. You're going to have a nightmare in your hands. Most of the Austin agents, 99.9% of them, they're not in CTX MLS. And I'm not trying to give it to the agents yet, because the agent's not my audience. My audience is the consumers. And so I put it in CTX MLS, which most of the agents don't have access to. It uses that listing to syndicate to all the third-party sites so that the buyers in the world can see it. I turn on open house so they can see that the open house is on those third-party sites, and I leave it there. So in CTX MLS, we've set up the rules. It says I can do no showings for 5 days because we're doing a make ready. We leave it in the active status, and then I block out showing time. So it's in an MLS statement of clear cooperation policy has been checked off because it's in an MLS. We have it active. We've blocked out times, but people who do have access to CTX, they can go to showing time. I already have 3 appointments for Friday, one at 2 o'clock and 1 3 and one at 3:30. Just from already for people who do have access to CTX MLS making appointments.
No,
So
that makes sense. I just, that was in my brain. I just needed to hear exactly the reasoning so that I understood. I understand why you would do it. I just didn't understand why, I guess there are more agents. That all makes sense. Cool.
Sean, you had your hand up.
Okay, so sorry, hopefully this is not a redundant question, but I don't have a lot of experience with listings, always been the buyer's agent. So I noticed here where you have on that Sunday, the listing agreement is signed on the 1st. And I guess what I'm kind of trying to gauge is, what date are you having your seller agree to? I guess it going live, is it going to be that Monday? Because
do you see that calendar right there?
yes.
Do you see on the 9th and the 13th where it says live? There you go.
Okay, because I know that the MLS gives you a certain amount of time, like you just showed us, to get into the MLS. So you have it live for the 9th.
It's going live on Sunday in CTX MLS, and it's going live in Actress on the 13th in this example.
Okay.
Yep, JP?
Hey, Jack. So I understand the process in the calendar and such, but a couple questions. One is, Tom Ferry mentioned the food aspect. I was curious if you stick to just the cookies or if you do more, and then follow up on the calendar, the live Actress. Why not Thursday night so that the listing agents get that refresh on Friday morning and show their clients?
Because I know that agents do a last look on Friday towards the end of the day for their showings that weekend. And I know that they're in the MLS looking. And so I'm going live about an hour before they go and look the last time. And I don't want a bunch of calls Thursday night and all day Friday. And so I want it to go live right before the open house. If I go live Thursday night, am I likely to get an offer on Thursday night? Okay.
Yeah.
So now how
Yeah.
long am I going to be holding that offer?
Right.
Thursday
5
night,
days, 4 or
all
5
day
days.
Friday, all day Saturday, all day Sunday. For a buyer, 3.5, 4 days without responding to your offer is a lifetime. They're going to be furious. They're going to say, you know what, you don't care about me. I'm withdrawing the offer, because they're going to go from anticipating the exciting to nervous to furious to mad. And then they're going to withdraw their offer, and it's going to diffuse everything I'm trying to do. So I'm giving it to them at the very last minute that I can, because if I did it at 5 o'clock, they would have missed it when they went through the MLS. So there is an incredible amount of thinking about when it has to go live, and it's 2 o'clock, because they're going to always, but 2 o'clock, they've got time between 3, 4, and 5 to talk with their clients and figure out what their schedule is going to be, to see it in the weekends. And most of the agents in Austin can say, well, looks like there's an open house tomorrow. I'm not available, but you can go to the open house, because they can just come themselves. And that's a very important element. So don't list it in Austin too soon, because you're going to end up with angry buyers. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Excellent. All right, Michelle.
My question is, my goal is to have the listing agreement signed, obviously, you know?
On the 1st, or
The first.
that's the day you meet with them.
Yes. My question to you is, we all know some houses need more help than others. And some seller, it happened in the past, some sellers said, Michelle, I cannot, obviously I don't have this calendar. But how do you do you just skip the first week and start the second?
No. So my listing agreement is signed on the 1st. I have the listing agreement. Now I'm figuring out, when I'm at the property, how much time that I'm going to need. This one that you guys are doing, we needed 2 weeks. So we got the listing agreement, and we did the stager appointment, which actually I didn't do a stager appointment because I already knew what needed to happen. So I just gave them a list of people, had them come to the office, sat in the boardroom, gave them a list of exactly what needs to be done and phone numbers to call for each one of those things, and not to exceed prices from each one of the vendors. Added up the list, handed it to them, and said, all right. And then I started texting people. I need you to call my seller. This is what I need you to do. This is the address. I need you to call my seller. This is what I need you to do. This is the address. This is the phone number. And I went through boom, 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 and then let the magic happen. In that case, it was whatever day. And I'm not saying that you should get your listing agreement signed on Sunday, the 1st of every month. That's not what I'm saying here. I'm saying the day that your listing agreement is signed, that is the day that starts the whole engine. And you're going to now figure out a timeline, but you know 2 things that will always be true. Based on when you go live, when you get the listing agreement, you know you're going to want to go live on a Monday in CTX, and you're going to want to go live in Actress. So that is going to be set in stone. So that entire week is going to be dropping down for the more weeks that you have for the make ready. So my first thing is, I want the stager out there as soon as possible. In most cases, if they're going to move out and get the property and do a flip, I don't need my stager. But if they're going to stay in the home, I'm going to get my stager out there every single time. Even the property that I showed you guys, the second one that we sold for 125 over, that one, I had a stager out, and she did a miraculous job, because just about no one has their furniture arranged to make it buyer friendly.
Yeah.
Almost no one. And so it's a completely different way that you can't live like that, by the way. It's not possible to live the way that they're going to stage, but it is how model homes do it. It's how the stagers do it. And it's perfect for photos, and people walk in and they're just like big puppy dog eyes with hearts in them. And so it works. So again, the first thing is, when am I going to go on my listing appointment? Could be the 5th, could be the 18th, whatever that day is. Then once it's signed, then I figure out when is as soon as possible I can get my stager out there. And I'm already looking, and I can look around. And if the home just needs paint and a couple of things, that can be 5 days from start to finish. Everything that we did to this house, which was flooring and paint, get them moved out, everything there was 2 weeks. And you know what took the longest?
Moving them out.
Getting them out. Because once they're out, everything else can happen quick. But you need a good team. You need a really good team. And that's what we can help you with, is sharing some of our suppliers with you. So in this case, it happens that I use this example. The listing agreement gets signed on whatever day. We did the 1st for just ease. Got the stager out the next day, day after next. The stager goes into every single room with the seller, gets them all excited about what needs to do. And she gives a list based on every single room. And usually it's going to be 4 or 5 days because the seller is going to feel overwhelmed by this list. I'm going to need like a month to get this done. And I'm like, I promise you don't. Once you start attacking this list is about 9 hours of work. So if you do 3 hours every night, you'll have this done by Saturday. And most sellers are homeowners and they have already gone through boot camp of homeownership. So they know. So they are, and when they realize after the listing appointment of the effectiveness of how much money that they're going to make by doing this, they are a willing participant and they help most of the time. So
about the garage, I have a lot of stager with like sellers,
Yes.
not stager. What is your take?
Okay.
About
So
the,
what we're trying to do is conform and make our house look better than the others. Every single house that these people walk in, they open the door and stack from floor to ceiling from all the stagers. So garage is what it is. I say use the garage for storage. It's perfectly okay. There's no reason to force them to get their stuff out of the home and into storage facility. It's not going to change the trajectory of the sale itself. But I will mention one thing about the garage. If the garage is really dirty and smells bad, you need to have them clean the garage and get an ozone machine in there. But that's usually not the case. Well, I mean, depending on what the class of the house is, if it's 5 years old or 30 years old and what's going on, you're going to always run into something, whether something that you're going to need to really help them try to sell it to an investor and as is, or try to just put a little bit of work into it to make it clean it up to sell to an owner occupant, which is always a good idea. Or if it's the perfect house and they were smoking in the garage because they don't smoke in the house, you walk in the garage and it's like, it's really smoky. I've had homes that were hard to sell because the garage smelled like smoke. So then you're like, all right, we're going to put the ozone machine in there for 3 days. And after that, you're going to be golden. So again, let's walk through this calendar very slowly. You want to have the photos back by the Monday. So whenever you get your listing agreement signed, you're going to get the stager out there as soon as humanly possible. Then you're going to figure out how many days they need, which is going to be either this week and next week, or you only need this week, or you need this week, next week, and the following week. But you're going to then know that you can't schedule the photographer until after they're done. So if you think it's going to take them 5 days to get ready, and in this case, this was an actual calendar that I used. Stager came out on the 2nd, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, they were still working. They finished Sunday morning. Matterport came out Sunday. They took the photos and charged me a premium, put it live in the MLS on Monday in the morning. And then boom, you start getting showings and you start getting calls. I've had probably 30 calls from people. Awesome. My clients found this online, or I see it in CTX. Can I get my person out there? And I just had a long conversation with one young lady who said, are you sure you're not going to be accepting an offer between now and Monday? And I said, I promise under no circumstances will that happen. My seller has assured me that that will not happen. And so you are safe, because the last thing you want to do, and I tell my seller, I'm putting language in the MLS promising people that they're not going to be accepting an offer until Monday morning. Saturday and Sunday is when most people are going to come. If you knee jerk and you select an offer on Friday, I'm going to need you here on Saturday and Sunday, opening the door to every single person who comes and apologize to them and why you took an offer before they had an opportunity to see it. And those are going to be hundreds of conversations you don't want to have. And you're going to be thinking, what have I done? Sometimes we have to talk stern, but also very friendly, and tell them the reality of what they're going to actually do. Because if they accept an offer on Thursday before my open house, what a nightmare. So I get them to promise. I'm like, remember the $80,000 over list I promised? We're going to put a pin in that balloon because we can't undo that. So your phones are going to be blowing up. So then Matterport photos Sunday and the MLS on Monday, people are making appointments. Monday afternoon already. Monday night, people are seeing it online. You've inviting them to come to the open house online, which is awesome. And by the way, for those of you who don't know, you can go to your photographer and you can ask them to brand the photos. And you can have them brand the photos, open house Saturday and Sunday from 2 to 4. You're not allowed to put those in the MLS. You're not allowed to put them in the MLS, but you can go to realtor.com and Zillow and delete all the photos and upload your branded photos. So every time they're going through the photos, it's open house, open house, open house, open house, branding in the brain, open house. And that's also very effective. So again, they're seeing it Monday night, they're seeing it Tuesday night, they're seeing it Wednesday night, Thursday night. Friday at 2 o'clock, at the very last minute, we put it live in ABOR, and then all of a sudden, the calendar fills up. And I'm gonna tell you that I recommend you block out your open house times and showing time. I am perfectly okay with someone showing the property during those times, but I don't want them coming in saying, I have an appointment, can you please step outside? Because I have a private appointment, because that's what they think they're making. And no, I'm not going to have that. So you're 2 to 4, which is a very small blip. And I tell my clients, look, what time do you want open houses to begin on, your showings to begin on Saturday? And they're like, well, we can be out by 8:30. I'm like, all right, because that's fine. I block out that morning because it's going to start at 8 o'clock in the morning. So you might want to block out time for them to get out of the house. And then you're going to see 9 and 9:15 and 9:30 and 10. All of those times are going to get taken all the way to the open house. And then after the open house, all of those times are going to get taken all the way to 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock. And the same thing is going to happen on Sunday. So you're going to have showings all the morning. Then you're going to do your open house. You're going to have showings after that, both days. And Monday morning, you're going to have a massive amount of showings, almost even more showings that people are calling you on Monday morning than over the weekend. Why do you think that is? And there's one reason and one reason only.
Some of them are returning with their realtors from open houses.
That's the answer, Ariel. There's another lottery ticket. Because they're coming back with their realtors. And that my clients are like, can we not have any showings on Monday? I'm like, are you kidding me? That's the most important day we got, because they're coming back with their agent. Because they came during the weekend and they loved it. Now they want to come back with their agent. I love giving out gift cards. It's fun. Okay, so then Monday morning, you're having the showings. You're telling them that there is a cutoff at 9 o'clock, but you're also telling them that you're going to be presenting offers all the way through until 5 o'clock. And at 5 o'clock is the very first time I meet with my clients. And I'm going to show you that on today's Wednesday and Friday when we do our multiple offer and appraisal class. That class, I'm going to actually show you how you deal with the multiple offers. And I'm going to show you my side-by-side grid of how I present all of my offers to my clients. I'm going to show you how I set it up, how I present it, and actually step-by-step how I get through and create a very transparent multiple offer situation so that the buyer agent's clients know that there's truly a multiple offer situation, because in the emails that I send, I actually notate every single brokerage that sent me an offer and the agent's name in the email. I received 47 offers from these 47 agents. And there's been a couple times where I had the same agent in there 3 times. And they're like, why are they in there 3 times? Well, guess what? They had 3 different buyers. So, but the beautiful thing is that we're addressing this to talk to the buyer, not the agent. Even though we're sending it to the agent, we're addressing it as if we're talking to the buyer, because we know that's going to get forwarded. I put the virtual tour video in the email. I thank them for showing the property, list it, and then at the end, I always get comments. This is the most transparent multiple offer situation I've ever seen. Thank you, Jack. This really helped my client more than you know. And then people actually copy this, but it works because I know that there's an objection. The buyer says, how do I know there's 47 offers and this agent is just making this all up? How do I know that this is just not a big ruse? How do I know there's not 2 offers? And so I want to open that transparency. So if the agents want to pick up the phone and call each other, I don't care. Call each other. I'm happy for you guys to discuss what's going on. And then—
Could you repeat this one? I apologize. Could you repeat this one?
No, because that's going to be the entire Friday class. And then by 5 o'clock, I will be getting offers all the way at 3 o'clock and 4 o'clock. And sometimes I've got an appointment at 5 o'clock, and at 4:55, I'm still getting offers. And I'm texting my class. Texting my client. I got 3 more offers in hand. And guess what happens on Monday, by the way? And this is going to be happening to me. Last mega in August, I had 2 listings that were going through the grand open house, and Monday rolled around and I'm teaching mega all day, and I'm texting the buyer agents and communicating with them in the background as I'm teaching the entire mega class, just like I've had about 45 texts for the listing in the last 3 hours that you guys don't even know about that's happening in the background, because I'm having to juggle that and this at the same time, just like you guys are juggling. I just can't stop while I'm doing it. I can't stop talking while I'm doing it. So then Tuesday morning rolls around, and my clients will be thinking about it. We'll have a conversation about which ones. And sometimes the client will be like, you know what, I really like this offer. I like this other one too, but I don't like that they're only putting 3% down and doing 100,000 over. And I'll say, okay, I got some work to do. we're going to pick our top 5, and I'm going to call the lenders of each top 5, and I'm going to find out all the information that I can from about the buyer's creditworthiness. And I'm going to show you in the third party financing on Friday what gives me permission to call and speak to the lender and get all the information regarding the creditworthiness of the buyer, because the third party financing gives me that permission. And I ask them, is any of their pay coming from overtime? And I go through a list of all the questions that I can to try to figure out their creditworthiness, and they cannot lie. And then I go back and tell my client what my concerns are. And sometimes we'll say, you know what, this one's the highest offer, but we don't like their financing type. We have someone that's $5,000 less. We're going to call the one that's 5,000 less and say, look, you guys have a financing type and a cash down payment that we like better. You guys are number 2. If you're willing to match number 1, my clients are going to be looking to you to accept. And then they're like, let me talk to my client. Well, this conversation at 6 o'clock on Friday, 6 o'clock on Monday afternoon, sometimes it's not possible to get all of that done. So sometimes it rolls into Tuesday and the property is still active and you're still having showings and getting more offers. But eventually they select the offer, and then I send an email to every single one of them and letting them know. And by the way, when I send out my notice of multiple offer, not only do I email it, but I text every single one of them. And sometimes it's 50 texts I have to send. Because does everyone get their emails?
No.
I can't leave this to chance. I can't leave the chance that Wednesday rolls around and say, oh my God, Jack, I had no idea. I didn't get your email for whatever reason. So I send them a text letting them know I just sent you a multiple offer notification. All right. So does everybody, and then absolutely by Tuesday, we should be pending. If not Tuesday, you've got to cut this off by Wednesday, because this is disrupting your business and making me crazy. And so we're trying to cut it off by Tuesday or Wednesday. All right. Is everyone with me based on today's conversation up with me so far?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. Hola, Ormsby. Poor Ormsby. This is the 19,000th time she's gone through this. Okay, so let's talk about the listing paperwork and how we formulate the listing agreement. It says, pay close attention to your listing agreement terms. The term begins on X and ends on X. Okay, so this is the begin date and the end date of the listing agreement. What is the begin date? Based on this calendar, what is the begin date of the listing agreement?
May 1st.
Does everyone agree that the listing begin date is May 1st?
Yes.
Good, thank you. Because a lot of people say that the listing agreement date is May 9th.
Mm-mm.
And that absolutely is not the case. Because when am I putting a sign in the yard?
May 9th.
May 1st.
That's amazing.
That's right. Now, we have to be very careful in this scenario, because do I want to put an open house sign on Sunday the 1st that says open house Saturday and Sunday?
No,
That's going to be a nightmare, isn't it? Because they're going to come on the 7th and the 8th, and we don't want them to do that, do we?
no.
No. So in this scenario, we would have coming soon all the way through the 7th, or all the way through probably the 8th evening or the Monday of the 9th, and then we change the signs that day to Saturday, Sunday from 2 to 4. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Because you want them to come to the right date, and you're not going to go have custom signs built with dates on them. The people are going to drive by and not even see the dates. My signs are Saturday, Sunday, 2 to 4. Okay, so I think we all have a pretty good understanding then of the listing agreement. I appreciate that. Now, in CTX MLS, there are, under the input tab on the remarks page of entering a new listing, and I know some of you may have never entered a new listing before, so you've never seen that page of the MLS. This is a snapshot down here at the bottom of the tab. You see how there is a list of tabs across the top that says listing information, rooms, lot, and then financial information, showing information, and remarks?
Yes.
Each one of those pages are filled with hundreds of fields to fill out as part of your data entry for the listing. For those of you who know about listings, Lisa, how long does it take you to enter a listing?
A while.
She's unmuted.
Yeah, no, yeah, I'm unmuting. So when I was a new agent, it probably took me an hour and a half. Now it takes me probably about 15 to 20 minutes or so, but that doesn't include my description. Sometimes I have to think a little longer for that.
It takes me about 30 minutes to put my description, and I often will go In fact, just about every time I go through the subdivision and I do a CMA and I take the description that other agents have for every single one of those houses and I read what they wrote and I go back to my last 5 and then I Mr. Potato Head my description and I concatenate it all into one because there are things that the listing agents and the other things have put in there that I may not have thought about, like, oh, you're right, this is right next to the Apple campus. So sometimes you can get some good ideas from the inspiration there, but yes, it takes a while to put those descriptions again in there. It takes a while to get your photos in there. It takes a while to put photo descriptions. So you do descriptions of each one of your photos and you have at least 250 fields to fill out. So I would give yourself 2 hours to fill out your listing agreement from start to finish, all things considered. On the very last tab, which is the remarks tab, this is, remember we talked about syndication and how it's opt out, meaning that everything is already in. So it's your job to opt out if you don't want it to go. So there is a field for IDX opt in. There is display on internet. There's display address, allow AVM, and allow comments. So what does IDX mean? Someone tell me. And again, these are on your slides in the book.
I can't tell you what the letters mean, but it's like, I don't know if the word syndicate, but realtors can, the information can be shared across the board to realtors.
Okay.
Internet data exchange.
Yes, internet data exchange.
Thank you, Diane.
Okay. Now, it's called broker reciprocity. It's a reciprocity agreement that says, okay, I'll let you put all of my listings on your website if you let me put all your listings on my website. And then we don't have to collude our websites and putting our phone numbers and email addresses on it. So we may have, we're not gonna lie about who the listing agent is, but it's not about advertising the other brokerage or the broker. It's about all of the listings. And initially, before internet data exchange, there was the concern that somebody in the marketplace might be curious or confused that I have 8,000 listings on my website and they think, wow, this brokerage is really successful. They have 8,000 listings. Do you think any consumers are going to be confused about that? Probably not. Really, I don't think so. They're going to go to all the websites and expect all the data to be on everyone's website. I don't think that the consumers don't realize that those are not all listed by this brokerage. But anyway, the IDX is Internet Data Exchange. Do you see what is selected there?
No.
Why would I turn that? Now, this is CTX MLS. And what does it say across the top of this slide?
Just put the property live in CTX MLS.
Advertise 5 days in advance.
Oh, 5 days in advance.
Okay. So this would be, I'm putting it in what day? What day?
Monday.
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 Yep. So why would I go into CTX MLS and turn IDX off on Monday? Why would I do that?
Because you don't want it to show in Actress until Friday.
This has nothing to do with Actress. This is CTX MLS.
You don't want it to show up on other brokers.
Dang it, Ariel, you're just really getting this today. I love it.
Better work, Ariel.
All right. I don't want this showing up on all the other brokerage websites. I want it on Realtor.com and Zillow and all the third-party sites. I'm going to turn that off because there's an SEO advantage here.
Mm-hmm.
I want all of the leads to come back here because we're the listing agent and we are the ones that are knowledgeable about this property. And I don't want people calling Remax and ask them questions about my listing. I want them to call this brokerage and ask us questions about our listing because all the listings are the broker. So every one of you is the listing agent for every single brokerage. You may not be the point person, but you owe the same fiduciary duty to the seller that the point person does. Every one of you. You understand that, right?
Yes.
Right, we're going to talk a lot about that in the contract day. So I turned IDX no. So that means it's not showing up on all the other brokerage websites. It's only in the, but do you see the other one that says display on internet?
Yes.
If it said hell yes, I would select that. Because that is the one you want. And then allow AVM. Well, sorry, it doesn't matter what you pick there. It's not going to have any effect. And allow comments, the same thing there. I say no, but again, it doesn't have any effect. There's no way to stop that. We have no jurisdiction over the other websites, although they tried to, and it doesn't work. So regardless of what you put on the last two, doesn't matter. The three first ones are important. IDX opt-in, no. Display on internet, yes. And allow AVM, don't care. So let's talk about what I've had happen to agents who have come out of Mega who didn't follow the instructions. And then they get a call on Saturday morning from their seller. How come my home's not on Zillow? And the agent calls me and says, Jack, there's something wrong with the website. My listing's not on Zillow. Can you call Zillow? My seller's really mad. What is the very first thing I say to them?
Do you have the display on
Did you
internet?
opt in properly?
Did you go back and change it to back opt-in? What are you talking about? They followed the instructions on how to set it up, but they didn't follow the instructions on how to undo this, because if you don't remember to undo this, you are going to deflate everything that you've done.
Ouch.
So when I say you really have to understand what it is that you're doing and why you're doing it, you really have to understand this. So on Monday, I turn it off. When do I turn it back on?
Friday.
Friday morning.
At what time Friday?
2
2
p.m.
2 p.m.
I call Friday, and even I say this to my clients. On Friday at 2, we turn the floodgates on. We're lowering the floodgates, and it's going everywhere. It's going to show up on every website available. It's going to be everywhere. That's when you lower the floodgates and just put it everywhere, because we're controlling the advertising just like an advertising expert would do. Somebody asked me on Wednesday, and I promised you, well, Jack, do you have a list of these of which ones are syndicating on ABOR versus CTX MLS? And I said, yes, I promised it's there. This is in your binder, it's in your books, but I'm glad that you asked, because yes, you want to use this in your advertising. And I said, Lisa has a copy of this, but it's always in your book as well on today's class, because it's more relevant today than it was last class. So how many publishers does ABOR go to?
81.
And
Oh,
how many?
ABOR, eight.
8. And how many publisher networks? Now remember, these are networks. This is not a single site. This is a network of sites. So there's 8 network sites on ABOR. And how many network sites are on CTX MLS?
81.
81.
You are a crazy person if you don't list your listing in CTX MLS. You are insane not to list it here. Oh, I don't want to spend $30 a month. Go find another job.
Really?
In fact, I'll send your license back to Trek myself. Go find another job. You're done.
Yeah.
That is how critically important it is that you list your listings in CTX MLS, because you put it in ABOR, and guess where it goes? Somebody read the list of where it's going in ABOR. Read the list if you can for me.
Century
I got it.
21.
Century
Remax.
21.
Keep going. Remax.
Remax, yeah.
realtyexecutives.com, foreclosure.com, HAR, home services, international property network with something, and then luxuryrealestate.com.
Gord Shiflett owns luxuryrealestate.com, and Remax and Century 21 and Realty Executives were 3 of the board members from ABOR who set up the syndication in the first place.
Wow.
Because they decided in 2013 that they were going to stop syndication, but it's not good to stop the syndication for them. So that's what they turned on. This is an embarrassment.
Wow.
This is an utter embarrassment to our entire profession that it has been left this way. And guess what? HAR. You want me to talk to you about that one?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, please.
This is going to change your life if you listen to this and you remember it. You need to go to HAR and claim your free profile, fill it out, and I even recommend highly that you subscribe to HAR. What are the 2 different acronyms for HAR for a $25 gift certificate?
Houston.
Houston
Association of Realtors.
Okay, I'm going to stop you there for now. HAR, Houston Association of Realtors. They have 40,000 realtors, are the largest MLS in the nation. Okay, what did they rebrand their HAR to mean to the consumer?
Homes and rentals.
Homes and rentals. They have the #1 searched site in Texas. So does this not say that all the listings are syndicated from Actress to HAR?
Yeah.
Yes. No, it's manual.
No, it's not. This is the publisher network. When you put it in the MLS, this is where it goes.
Going.
Okay. So it's going to HAR. Actress signed an agreement, and they make a lot of money with this agreement. The MLS makes a ton of money to give all the listings to HAR, so they show up on HAR. Now, HAR is the #1 searched site in Texas. Where do you think those leads go to?
Houston Realtors.
My gosh, wait a minute. Houston Realtors are getting your leads? Now, if you claim your free profile, then those leads are your listings and they'll go back to you. $300 million was referred from Austin to Houston agents based on the referrals from the MLS data the first year out the gate. You want to pay 30% referral fee to another agent for your own listing? How does that make you feel? So there's a fix for it, isn't there? What do you got to do to fix this?
Create your own free profile.
Go to HAR, claim your pre-profile, set it up, but I recommend that you pay because you're going to have more tools. HAR is the #1 search site, which means they're ranking #1 on Google, which means your listings are going to be showed by them first, and that's where your leads are going to go. So that's why I have Lauren setting up your free profile at HAR when you onboard here, and we tell you to call Houston Association of Realtors, and we tell you pay for that profile. I'm like, why would I do that? Well, because Jack says so, and listen to him because he knows what he's talking about.
Oh, Jack, don't tell him all that stuff about HAR, man.
Now, I know Bob at HAR. He is an incredibly smart man. And the fact that he created this relationship between Actress and him was the best thing he's done for his members. Because he just flooded his members with referrals. Very smart for them. But when something is really good for someone else, sometimes it's not good for the other parties, right? So one good thing comes from it. You're getting a lot of exposure for your listings. It's showing up in #1 place, and you can control it if you simply call them. And it also has a whole bunch of Austin agents who know better calling over there and increasing their membership size. So do I think it's a bad thing? No. Do I think it's a bad thing if you don't call over there and have a subscription? Well, if you're going to be a listing agent, I would say that you probably need to do that. Ariel, Merriman, and then Waria.
So on the HAR site, when you go in there to create one, do you go under realtors or do you go under consumer?
You go under realtor.
Okay. And then it just guides you through all of that.
It does, because HAR has the truck list. They're going to ask you for your license number. They're going to see your truck information, and then you're going to say, claim my profile. And you're going to start, if you had listings, you'll see those listings that got syndicated from Actress. And then you can pay to subscribe. You don't have to join their board as a member because you're already a primary membership of somewhere else. You can just pay to subscribe to the MLS, and it's going to give you a whole bunch of really cool tools. And they got some tools at HR that nobody else has, but they've got money that people don't have, because Austin has somewhere around 10 to 11,000 primary members. HR has 40,000. They have 4 times the budget to play with. So they are creating tools, and actually they've actually created their own back end. And so they use Matrix and another MLS as a front end. They actually have better tools than we do here in Austin because they've got the money to pay for them. Waria.
Just to make sure my understanding, are you saying that we should subscribe for Houston MLS, correct?
I'm pretty sure I said that.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes. Big Y, big E, big S, and then 5 big red exclamation points to pound that point home. I think that you should, absolutely critical that you claim your free profile, but you should have already done that with Lauren. And Lauren already asked you guys to call HR and subscribe. We already did that.
I have done that before with my previous brokerage, but they didn't correct my profile and I couldn't get a hold of anybody.
So I need you, Rita over there will take care of it in a hot minute. And you just need to call and ask for membership. When you get a hold of someone, say, I need help with my profile, and they will help you. If you ask for MLS, you're going to be put into the wrong place, because this isn't MLS. This is membership, because it's your membership record. Even though you're not a member, you're a subscriber to the MLS. This has to do with the profile, which is a member profile. So ask for membership. Veronica. Hello.
Hi. I have the email address for contacting them about the profile. I'll post it in the chat.
Batwoman. Thank you, Veronica. I appreciate it. Okay, so have we learned something about this today?
Oh my gosh.
Yes.
Big time.
Great. All right, it's 1:19. I know you need a break. So guess what's next? Well, actually, let's get
Lunch?
through. No, we're going to start with the open house and the signage, and we're going to start walking you through the open house day. But this one says, we leverage CTX MLS as a coming soon, Fridays at 2:00, the day before the grand open house. Put the listing live in Actress and make sure you go back to CTMLX and turn IDX on. Do you guys remember this conversation we just had, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, because always there's one person that doesn't get this right, and then their seller can't find it online, and everything they just did backfired on them, and then they're mad and like, you never told me that, Jack. Let's go back and look at the video, because I promise I did. I don't want you to get this wrong, so that's why I'm estimating this. And Lisa, did you raise your hand?
I just wanted to know, is this their lunch break?
Yes.
Okay.
So let's come back at, how about 2:10? 30 minutes. And when you come back, we're doing scripts. So refresh yourself on that script, because we're going to need it fresh in your mind. Okay, everyone, we're slowly coming back. I see a few people we're still waiting for, so I'll give you one more minute.
Hey, guys. We've got a few more minutes.
Hey there, hon.
Miss Veronica, this is Kelly. Will you check your teams when you have a minute?
I will. I'll do it right now.
Yep, because I sent you a message yesterday requesting a scheduled meeting too.
Yes, and the answer is yes. I'm going to send that to you.
Okay, great. Thank you.
I sent you a message as well, Veronica. It's Melissa.
Merriman did too.
Melissa, you sent me a message on Teams?
No, just on the chat right now, asking about the HAR. You can just reply back whenever you have extra time.
And well, I can answer this right now.
Veronica?
Go to the HAR site. And it'll ask you if you want to claim your profile. Click on that. It'll ask you for your license number, and it'll tell you if you have one or not.
Okay, got it. I'll do it this afternoon.
And from there, you can look for your username and your password as well. You can request that.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Veronica? It's Katie.
Hi,
Did you get my
Katie.
message? Because I sent it to your email.
Okay, I'll go take a look.
Okay, all right. It's a meeting tomorrow.
Awesome. Okay, I'm gonna go find it right now.
Yeah, Merriman sent you one too.
Veronica.
Ariel, yay.
Hey, Veronica. It's
Yes,
Mark.
Gary. Is that Gary? Oh, Mark.
It's Mark. If I am a member of HAR, then I don't need to do anything else, right? I have everything Jack was talking about.
Well, yes, you are a member of HAR. You're fine.
All right. Don't hear that real often in association with my name.
I'll say it one more time then. Mark, you're doing great.
I love you, Veronica.
Love you too.
Hey, Veronica.
Hey, Duke.
Hey, do you want to hear something exciting?
I do.
So I will be ready to do my 1 to 4 probably Friday.
Yay!
And do you want to know how I'm going to be able to do it? Buck had me send all 23 of them to him, and he has placed me at a University of Utah football game.
Wow.
He sent me back what everyone would be if I were at a University of Utah football game, and it's starting to click.
Oh, that's fantastic. Your son is amazing.
Well, he just said, you know what? Let's take it to sports, because that's what you understand.
That's wonderful. Okay, Jack is back. I think we're just about wrapping up. So let's get back to our seats and expect to get some comments from me about tomorrow.
Yep. So we had about 4 or 5 minutes extra on lunch. Katie and Derek, Diane, Britt, and Alex still waiting to see you. And Veronica, you're on twice. That's okay. So you're already on. So we know that we're going to remember on Friday when we put the listing in ABOR that we're going to go back and we're going to modify the listing in CTX MLS to turn IDX back on. If you don't remember that, it would have been better to not mess with IDX in the first place. So remember, if you're gonna use the power of turning the IDX off, turn it back on. But if you can never remember to do that, then it's better just to leave it on in the first place and not let all that traffic come back to you. So moving on to open house signage, because this is important. You notice on the top and the bottom of my sign, which is my typical sign, open house, Saturday and Sunday, 2 to 4 with the black open house sign. Everyone see that?
Yes.
Okay, we sell this in our store. This is I'm actually texting a copy of someone to this so that they see it. Okay, so we have these special done. You can't just find these signs at the local Realtor Association. They don't have black backgrounds in red writing. They have white backgrounds in red writing, or they have black backgrounds in white writing. So what we've done to make this really effective and to make it very visible is we have a black background with red writing that is outlined in white, so it pops. But if the white writing isn't there, it blends in, it's really hard to read. So when you're driving down the car, the open Saturday and Sunday pops out at you, and it's what you see. It's just like floating in midair when you're driving by and you're seeing it. So it's very, very visible in real life. And the flyer box, don't buy the white flyer boxes because it doesn't look good with the black frame. Thank you. We always want to make sure that this is what I have found that looks the best on your signs. And we sell all of these things in our store, but I get these made at Pflugerville Signs. You can make them yourself and buy them in bulk if you would like. You can follow our design. These designs are already in your .me, so you can take this design and have them made yourself, or you can buy them at the store here. Either way, we're selling it to you at our cost plus shipping. And so when we have it shipped, it's a little extra cost plus the tax. So we take the actual invoice and divide it by the number of signs, and that's what our retailer are. So we're not marking them up. And the idea here is that you guys have at your fingertips signs that we can that you can just grab off the shelf. Okay, Ariel Merriman, you have your hand up.
So I see your sign, and I was just curious because my previous signs are like the colonial signposts. With those with the writer on the top, will those writers still fit that top?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yep, they fit that top, absolutely. And they actually even have them that just says open Saturday and Sunday. And instead of 2 to 4, all of the text is to the right, and it has a round image for your photo. And so you also have those there. JP.
Yes, did you say you put the sign in the yard on the signing date or on CTX posting day?
That's a great question. Let's have the classmates answer it.
Signing date. Listing agreement date.
So then I
100%.
thought you weren't able to advertise prior to posting it on the MLS.
But what are we doing when we the sign that's coming in the yard has to be there the day of us putting it in CTX MLS, the 9th. Your listing agreement is signed on the 1st. The sign goes up one day before you put it in CTX MLS, which is usually going to be Sunday or maybe even Saturday. But you can't put the sign in the yard until you have it in the MLS. And you can't put it in the MLS until you have what?
You can't.
Listing agreement.
Yeah.
Well, we got the listing agreement side
Photos.
way
Oh,
ahead. Yeah, photos. So
Photos.
we're waiting for the photos. So yes, the sign goes in. And remember, we don't want to put the sign in the yard like this 2 weeks ahead of time anyway, because if we did this, what would happen?
You get calls and people wanting to see it.
People are going to show up to the open house on the wrong weekend.
Oh, true.
Oh,
And so then that'd be a mess. So it's usually the first week you're trying to get the listing agreement. We get the listing agreement on the first week, try to get the stager out there as fast as possible, give them 3, 4, 5 days to get the stager to help them give the list. And then the list is going to take them usually 2 days. So you can usually in the first week get most of it done. And then call on the photographer to try to get the photographer out by Sunday. And so after 4 o'clock on Sunday, is the first time you'd actually be able to put this sign in the yard, assuming you are putting it in the MLS on Monday and the open house is that coming weekend. Does that make sense to everyone? I'm giving JP a $25 gift card. Why?
Because he made
Because you like
clarification
him?
on when the sign needed to go up.
Yeah, because I think that he needed to clarify that for a lot of you. And so sometimes you ask questions and I know that's really helpful to the group. And that was one of them. So thanks, JP.
Sure.
So when you put up your sign, make sure your sign is clean. This sign is your avatar. And if it is rusty and scratched up because it's been in the back of your car and it has bird poop all over it because birds love to land on your signs and poop all over them, I'm telling you, it's a thing. And they get the black turns gray from the sun after years of using them. And these signs are not expensive. And so make sure that you have nice looking signs. The frames last for pretty much ever. And if the frames start getting scratched up or not looking great, you can wash them and you can even spray paint them black again to make them look really new again. And because this is your avatar in the yard. Remember, when we put up the sign in the yard, and again, this is another $25, and I want not for you to speak out, but the first person I see who puts their little hand up, that is the person I'm going to call on. And if they get it right, they get a card. If they don't, we're going to move on to the next one. When I put the sign in the yard, who am I really putting it in the yard for? Michelle? I can't hear you.
For the 70%.
No, I'm not. Sean.
I'm scared to answer. You're putting the sign in the yard for the neighbors?
Yes. Don't be scared.
Okay, yes, that's my answer.
You are showcasing your services to the neighbors. That's really who's seeing it, because is a 70% going to see the sign in this yard?
No,
No. Is the whole world going to see the sign?
no,
Who's going to see the sign?
the neighbors.
The neighbor.
Now, yes, I'm putting the sign in the yard for my seller because it does a lot for their peace of mind, because they would be pretty upset if I didn't put a sign in the yard. But that's not really why I'm putting it in the yard. Why I'm putting it in the yard is because I am showcasing my services to the neighbors, and I know that I'm going to get another listing, and I am going to showcase everything that I do from the time the sign comes up to knocking on their door, inviting them to the open house, to seeing how fast I can possibly put up the under contract or pending sign, and then knock on the doors, and then thank them for coming to the open house and let them know that we're under contract, and that they may see some people walking around their property. It's probably the inspector, so don't dial 911. If they know anyone that's looking to buy, sell, or lease a home, please call me. And then they may like, well, I think I might be listing my home. Well, I would really, really love to have an opportunity to speak with you about that. All right, so the hands are still up. Are those because you were going to answer the question, or do you have a new one? Okay, they all went down except for Katie, but Katie, I think.
Oh, I'm right here.
Hi.
Oh,
were
I'm
you-
going to say drive-bys, but
Oh, okay. Okay, so now that's the reason we're putting it in the yard. If that's the case and you're showcasing your sign to the neighbors and you understand that, then is it even more important that the sign writer for the statuses change quickly?
Yes.
Okay, Sean, so why would it be important for the writers to change quickly if our audience is the neighbors?
So that they can see that you're actively advertising the property, from the coming soon to the active to the pending to sold.
But so if I really take a long time, I didn't hear the answer there. That wasn't exactly what I was looking for, but yes. So they know that I'm actively marketing the property. But think about what is the what do you think my writers go from what to what? What is the first one I put on the property?
Coming soon.
For sale.
Soon.
What is the one that's on the
Coming-
screen right now?
Open
Open
for sale.
house.
Okay, the first one I usually put on the property is the open Saturday and Sunday, right? Because it's going to be the day before I put it in the MLS. And if it's a day before the MLS, then I know that that is my week, which means I'm putting it in the MLS this coming Saturday and Sunday. That is usually the very first sign that I put up. Now, if my people come out and they do put it out a day before, I might get a coming soon sign on it, but still the whole idea of getting the listing photos back, I might get the listing photos back on Friday, and I might just list it in the MLS as coming soon and leave it coming soon Friday, Saturday, Sunday, then put it active and then do that week. But that's too advanced for what we're talking about now. This is my first sign 90% of the time is open Saturday and Sunday 2 to 4. What's my second sign what's my second writer that usually goes up, Ariel?
Your pending sign.
That's right. So why would it be so important then if my second sign is pending that I change that quickly?
Because it lets the neighborhood know that you are getting them turned around quickly and sold and ready to go.
That I sold it quick. If that sign stays in the yard for 3 weeks, they're like, wow, that agent couldn't sell that house. Everything's selling so quick, but that one's still, the sellers weren't able to sell their home quickly. Or it's 2 weeks later and they think that thing still hasn't sold. When it did sell, but you're painting the wrong picture. Because some agents in their mind are thinking, look, we got it sold quickly. I can't get out there because I'm too busy. I got it under contract Tuesday, but I've got showings Wednesday, Thursday. And so by the time maybe Thursday, I'm going to change the sign. Two big fails here. One is you're advertising the open house all week. So people may think that they're supposed to come. But the big reason is because I want the neighbors to know I hit a home run. So we knock on the doors the day of the open house. And when it goes pending, spend the time to knock on the neighbor's door again. Just want to let you know, neighbors got under contract. We're going to be having an inspection done. So you're probably going to see some people driving up here, but we should be closed and the new people should be moving in about 30 days. Just thought you might want to know. They love it because they want to know what's going on in the neighborhood. And it gives you another reason to knock on the door.
I never thought to do that, Jack, but you would think that, I guess before I came to you, we would think, and maybe some other agents can agree, that you just bothering them and that they wouldn't care for you to go and knock on the door to do that. But at the same time, it also shows you as the agent. And when they think about selling their house in the next 30 days to a year, most of the time, like you said, they're going to trigger. They're thinking about what you came and did and said and kept them updated with.
And it's on their street. I'm sure they care.
Yep,
Because when I like to be nosy.
Yeah, they love to be nosy.
Tell me raise your hand if you wouldn't want to know what's going on with the sale that's on your street. Michelle says she doesn't want to know.
But then
I didn't hear the question.
So that's the thing is you want to know. So let's put our shoes in that buyer's and think, if I'm living in the house and the house 2 doors down is for sale, I keep seeing all this going on. Why all of a sudden there's 800 people all over the street parking in front of my driveway, making me crazy. And all of a sudden, no. And if you keep them updated, you would want to know, they want to know. And no one has ever done this before. No one's cared enough to knock on the door to let them know what's going on in the neighborhood. It tells them two very interesting things. It tells them that you care about their neighborhood, first of all. And that's interesting because that gives you pride of neighborhood. And the second thing, it shows that you're willing to spend the time to communicate. They're going to call you. And so again, we're showcasing our services in front of the neighbors. And this is critical because remember when I said you're going to get 2 buyers in 1 listing from every listing you get? This is how it happens. Because how many of you gotten a listing from the next door neighbor every time you've had a listing? Every time, Barbara? Every time?
Oh, not every time, but a great majority of the time at Emery Farms.
If you follow this strategy, you will. You're going to see your listings start taking up and You may get more and more, and you may have been closed out for 2 months and that's not even on your radar, and just get a random call. Hey, I came to your open house in Emery Farms 2 months ago, and we're ready to list. Are you still willing to come meet with me? Absolutely. I'm available tomorrow, 2, 4, and 6. What works for you? Okay, so your sign is your avatar. So I want you guys to flip the script and start realizing how important it is that that sign is in the yard, how fast you change your writer, what the writer says. What does it say when the flyer box is empty and it's leaning over and the sign is leaning over and the writer has flown away and your sign is all gray? What does that look like?
That you're not
That you're
managing
not
your
paying
listing. Yeah.
attention to your listing.
Neglectful and sloppy.
No pride.
Yeah.
Are you doing yourself a disservice by letting that happen?
Yes.
Why? Because you're showcasing to the neighbors that you are what?
This is how you conduct your business with them.
Yeah.
That you don't care about their neighborhood.
Yep.
Yeah.
Have you ever thought that way before? Has it ever entered your mind? Okay, awareness is all of it. So I'm telling you, when you're doing stuff like this, you have to put critical thought into every single thing you do and what other people are doing and how that reputation is getting stuck on you. Because if you're not thinking about every single detail and putting thought into it, you're missing the whole point. So you should have in your back of your car, in every single one of your trunk, you should have at least 2 rolls of paper towels and a bottle of Windex.
Yeah.
Because every time you go to your sign or Simple Green, either one, Simple Green is great too, and clean your sign. Because after 2 mows, you're going to have grass all over your sign, whether you like it or not, and dust everywhere. So, I mean, and guess what happens when your neighbor sees you spraying your sign and wiping it off? What does that tell the neighbors if someone actually catches you doing that?
It shows your pride in your listing.
Holy mackerel, I've never seen that happen before.
Yeah.
The listing boxes, do you know that you can buy the plastic covers for 25 cents each?
No.
How many of your flyer boxes are scratched up and you can't even see through them anymore? You can go to the board. I can tell you that if it's even, I want people to see my picture and my flyer coming through it. So I'm constantly replacing those. They have a shelf life of about half a year if you're listing properties all the time and it's sitting out all the time. The plastic lid gets brittle and breaks, but you can buy the plastic lids for $1 at the board. So just because the plastic lid breaks or that the plastic face, is broken, doesn't mean you have to throw the sign away. It just means that there are, what was that guy's name? Anyway, interchangeable parts. They have interchangeable parts for those. So your for sale sign is your avatar to the neighbors, so they're watching everything you do. So now that you're conscious of this, coming soon comes first, but not really anymore. It's really going to be the open Saturday and Sunday before the grand open. Always use the flyer box, and the flyers never have a list price.
Yes.
Okay. How many of you have watched the 3-second flyer through the Cesium system that shows you how to download flyers? Here at Realty Texas, it takes you 1 second. You no longer have to build your flyers. And you can pick whatever photos you want. It takes 1 second to build flyers. Got your phone number, your name. You got 3 lines to put whatever you want, but you should never put the list price on your flyers. You should never. Why?
You want them to have a reason to reach out to you.
To reach out to you.
Yeah, that's exactly right. You want them to reach out to you. And if they call you and yell, how come you don't put the list price on it? These people make me call you. I don't want to have to call you. What do you say? Well, Mr. Buyer, I really appreciate your comments and thank you for calling me. I am a certified eco broker and a certified green realtor. There's 2 things I have to do. I have to be conscious to the ecology, and I have to not use balloons. I've made those 2 promises and signed my name to that promise. If we have to do a price reduction on this listing, think about all of the damage that we're doing to our planet when we throw all of those flyers away because we had a reduction.
Gosh.
You just handled that objection, and it's the truth, isn't it? So
yes, is that script in our book as well?
It should be on the script in the back of the book. Yes.
Awesome, thank you.
Okay, Now how many of you are Star Trek fans?
Me.
Of course, this
It's
is
like,
not,
of course.
and of course, this is not Star Trek, is it? This is Voyager, with, of course, Janeway is the captain of that ship. One of my favorite shows. I've memorized verbatim every single show from beginning to end. I could talk hours about it, but I won't. Your goal here is to never let the consumer's shields go up. So, in a battle, first thing they say is red alert, shields at full, shields at maximum. That's what happens to our clients when they walk in and we do something to make them feel uncomfortable. They're going to red alert and their shields at maximum. That means that they're fight or flight. That's not the gooey emotions that you want to come out of them in the building the relationship. So we're going to talk about this, which means from the original online advertisement to your sign placement to the presentation on the front yard, you are proving to them that a fun party is going on and they are the invitee. The neighbors. Your goal, studies show that every time that you list a home, one property within 3 homes on each side of you and 6 across the street will list within 30 days. That seller and others are watching everything that you are doing. Important to change the sign writers as statuses change quickly. And, knock on, I don't know how this happens. Knock on all of the neighbors' doors the morning of the open house and bring a plate of cookies with you, which means you had to have arrived early, had all your signs put in place. The time is 2 o'clock, that's start time, because that's the time that's on the sign. And what I do is I put up all my signs. I go in the house. I turn the air conditioning down or get the temperature correct. I turn the blinds so that the maximum amount of light is in. And by the way, we have how to prepare for your open house on our seller sheet that we have. And my assistant, even though we give that packet to them, my assistant is sending them those sheets as attachments before every single phase. And it's how to prepare for your photo shoot, how to prepare for your open house, how to prepare for your inspection. And so I'm giving them that information right before they need it. And I can tell you they love them because they're checkoff lists. And these are checkoff lists that I put together. I didn't find them from some third party. These are the things that keep coming up over and over and over again that I found. And so if you see these checkoff lists and you see things that could be added to it, we'll maybe add it to it because maybe it's something awesome that's come up recently or something we hadn't yet considered or ran into over and over and over again. Giving them that how to prepare for the open house. Most of the time I get to the open house and they've already baked cookies for me. And the blinds are there and they've got water bottles and they've got all kinds of cool stuff that they did. And I get there and it's just like, that is so awesome. And of course, does anybody know, have we had the conversation about what I give my clients for Saturday and Sunday every time that when they live in the home?
Mm-hmm.
What do I give them?
Movie tickets.
Mm-hmm. I do. Both Saturday and Sunday, because I want them out of the house. They're going to be gone. And however many people live in their home, I give them, I said, have a weekend at the movies by Jack. And it's movie tickets. And you can buy Cinemark plastic tickets. And I buy them in bundles of 250. And in my newsletter that I send out to my farm, the first person to respond to my trivia gets 4 free movie tickets. And every client gets movie tickets times the people who live in the family for the weekend. And so usually they're getting out of the house to go see the movies and do something fun, which is great. And they love that. It's just me recognizing that I'm kicking them out of their house and giving them something to do because I don't want them driving around the neighborhood spying on my open house because they have a tendency to do that. So we're going to keep them occupied. The morning of the open house, it meant in order to knock on the neighbor's door to give them cookies, you had to have gotten there early enough to put up your signs, get the temperature down, or at least set the thermostat, and then get the blinds in the right direction, preheat the oven, set up all your flyers, get your computer turned on, put the flyers around, get your listing, your seller's disclosure T47 and surveying the packets together and all the flyers, the property. I've taken the flyers out of the flyer box for the day of the open house because I want them to come in and not pull a flyer. And so I have those. And then the cookies take 11 to 13 minutes. Don't burn the cookies. What a nightmare that is. I have burned the cookies when people come in and you got one person that's talking, you're like, oh, damn it. And now you got burnt cookies. That's not what you're trying to do. So be very cognizant of 11 to 13 minutes and no more than that. 11 and a half to 12 minutes is exactly right for a gooey cookie. We're talking about those little yellow Nestle squares that you buy in the freezer or the cool aisle. That's the double chocolate ones. Those are perfect because all you do is pull off a square, put them on the cookie sheet, and they make the perfect cookies. They're awesome, and it's no mess, and you don't even have to scoop or do anything. They're already pre-done. So then I put them on a plate. These days, people are get the little the cookies wrappers, and then they wrap them in a little thing and tie a bow. I think that's a great idea. You can certainly do that, especially for COVID. People feel a little bit safer that way. But you then go to the neighbors, knock on the door. Hello, Mr. and Mrs. Neighbor. My name is Jack Stapleton. I work for Realty Texas. I am hosting a grand open house for your neighbor's home. And so I baked way too many cookies. So if you guys would like a cookie, please take one. And by the way, here's a flyer. Help me pick your neighbor. If you guys want to stop by the open house, we're going to be open from 2 to 4. I'd love to see you guys over there. You can check it out. And if you know anyone that's looking to buy so at least let me know because we can get them in this home. And now they're calling me with leads. Yay! Because who doesn't want that, right? And now I'm knocking on, and I'll usually get about half the people on Saturday. And then interestingly enough, the opposite people are there on Sunday. And so it's very effective when knocking on their door. And then I go back to the home and then I'm ready. Doors open and then people are there. You're going to see more and more people because you've done such a good job advertising. We're going to talk about what happens. Now let's look at the model home. How many of you have gone to a model home? Raise your hand. Okay. Put your hand down. How many of you have knocked on the door in a model home? Raise your hand.
No.
Really?
No.
How many of you have never knocked on the door in a model home? I've never knocked on the door in a model home. Because why do I not knock on the door in a model home?
Because they have a sign that says come in.
Yeah.
Because they want you to come inside. That's the whole point of why they're there. And the buyers know this. Buyers typically don't knock on the door at a model home. They just go in. And yes, there's all kinds of signage telling them what to do. So do people knock on the door in a model home? No, they've got signs explaining what to do. But moreover, they know it's a model home and they know, oh, people spend Sundays driving around just going to model homes.
Hey, Jack, just real quick. I've had instances where I've walked up to model homes and they've had them locked because they were in the office writing an offer with another client and they, asked that we come back.
Yeah, that happened to me too.
Yeah, so model homes have hours. And if you come outside those hours, the door is going to be locked. I've gone to model homes at 8 o'clock on Saturday and I walked in and it's not locked.
Yeah.
And so your on-site is managing that community. And just like anything, you have salespeople who get the point and you have salespeople who don't get the point. But I can tell you that by and large, your audience is there to see it and they're not going to knock on the door. Now, if it's locked, they're going to probably knock on the door. And no one's going to answer, but they're still probably going to knock. But they will get there and they're like, why is this locked? So I want us to have that same thing because you drive the neighborhood, you see all these signs and you get in front of the property and all of the signage is right. And you get to the door and you have to knock. Well, an objection just went up. So we're trying to keep the shields down because remember, the first slide was shields and we're going through the shields. The morning of the open house, likability. When you think to your past, now remember when we talked about you being a little kiddo and a big pile of warm blankets smelling like Snuggle come out of the dryer and you just love to just jump into that and what great memories those are. We're going to talk about another memory that you have that's just as powerful and just as important. When you think to your past, tell me the last person that comes to mind that you can remember baking cookies.
Grandma.
Grandma. Okay.
Grandmother.
Grandmother. Okay. Who else?
My sister.
Okay. Who else?
My son.
My niece.
Okay. So what kind of memories are we talking about here?
Family.
Happy.
Okay.
Home.
Loved one.
You kind of got to be a sociopath again to have like a bad slate of memories associated to grandma baking cookies. So these are some of the best memories of your life. you're a parent and watching the kid make a mess in the kitchen baking cookies and you're mad at them, but you think back on how heartwarming that is. Or grandma making cookies or mom making cookies. And it's such a powerful memory that those who have lost their parents are just thinking for a moment, and it's making your heart break because you think about them for a moment. These are the most powerful memories that you have. So what do you think about this? How does that
I
make
like
you
it.
feel?
Yeah. At home.
When you bake cookies, it does the following. It's not just cliche. It makes the house smell good when they walk in. It shows off the utility of the kitchen. So you're showing them in the kitchen, the most important of the room. You're making that warm for the open house. It's not cold and still. You make people feel good and you make people feel happy. And it puts you in the class of people that accompany some of the best memories in their life. They're now associating you with sister, grandma, and all of those people who they've seen baking cookies. Is that not something incredibly powerful?
Mhm.
If you could do one thing to make all of a sudden make them like you and not even know why when you walk in the door, are you going to do that?
Yes.
So in the master bathroom and in the entryway, in all of the bathrooms, you're going to have what scent?
Linen.
Clean linen.
Clean linen.
I love
which
the
is
clean
making them
linen.
all happy and making their brain fire in all good ways. And they walk in the kitchen, they smell fresh baked kitchen. Now, fresh baked cookies. Now, how am I dressed at my open house?
Suit.
In a suit.
I wear my
With
suit.
apron.
And then what do I have on my apron?
Cookie Monster.
A Cookie
I
Monster.
do. I have a big old blue Cookie Monster. And I do this on purpose because my suit means I'm serious, but it also means I'm real and people can connect with that and they like it because I can come across as a very serious person, very likable, but very serious. And so I want that. And it works well with me because if I'm just there with the suit, then people are going to associate me with professional, and professional is not always warm, is it?
No.
Right.
But I need both because I want them to respect me and like me. They're not going to respect you if you don't wear a suit. Sorry, if you wear your shorts at your open house, they don't respect you. They don't respect you. I don't care. Oh, I'm from Florida. I'm California. It's hot here and I don't wear a suit. You know what? I'm out there pounding signs, open house signs at 115 degrees in August. And I get to my open house and I've got sweat all over my forehead because it was even at 9 o'clock in the morning because all night it was still 100 degrees. Wearing that suit because I know how impactful and how important it is to dress for success in an open house. People look at you as a professional. They look at you differently, especially in today's world when so few people actually dress the part. It puts you in a completely different class of people. Okay, I've got a couple hands. Warrior, your hand is up.
I'm sorry, I forgot my question. I can be.
Sorry, Warrior. I'm trying to keep everyone on the river here. That is the journey that we're keeping the shields low. Barbara, on topic?
Cookie Monster, shirts you can get at Amazon.
Yeah, I am
Monster
looking
apron.
for my suit. And my
your
suit is going to
suit.
have over my suit is an apron. And it is a Cookie Monster apron. And I actually bought a Cookie Man iron on, and it had it ironed on my apron because the only Cookie Monster aprons I could find were for a waist size 0. That's not me.
I saw a picture of you with that
Oh yeah?
somewhere. I don't know, but I just absolutely loved it. Right then, I went on to Amazon to see if I could get something at least close to it. But to me, they come down to my knees. But I'm just throwing that out there.
So
They are available.
I bought a one and then my mom did an iron on for me, which was cool. Our Meg, as all of you know, this was Candace Bryant, who is just crazy good with her marketing. So you see, she created this. And she put the Realty Texas Blue on the bottom, and it was chocolate chip cookies. She baked them at home, individually wrapped them, and then put the recipe on them with her phone number on one side and the Realty Texas logo, which is phenomenal. And those she has them pre-made. But you still need to bake the cookies in the house. Even if you don't give them the cookies and you just put them from the from the oven indirectly to the trash, or you cook them and bring them home, which I never recommend because you're gonna eat them all. Because you want the house to smell like cookies, and don't bring in cookie house spray. It doesn't work. It smells awful. I've seen agents do that, and it's just.
I was wondering about that, Jack, if they would take the cookies if they were unwrapped because of, everything what's going on right now.
So if they're standing in front of you and you have little plates and you take a spatula and take it off it, put it in the plate and hand it to them, they'll take it every time.
Okay.
But if it's just on a plate and it's been sitting there since 9 o'clock and it's 1:45, I don't make a whole bunch of cookies ahead of time. I'm continually baking cookies all day long, which is why sometimes you accidentally burn them, because I'm only baking about 4 cookies, maybe 6 at a time.
I like that because it's continuously sends the smell through the house. They're fresh. No one wants a cold cookie. That's
that's why I'm jacking down the HVAC, because I know that it's going to start getting hot. Exactly right. Okay.
And then it also helps time to pass by too. Sometimes you can feel like you're there for so long and so you're busy.
I promise you, you're going to be so busy at this open house that you're not going to have time to breathe. It's going to be a whole different thing. Where are you?
Hey, so the seller is going to say yes every time you want to bake cookies in their house?
I've always asked them to say about the cookies. And then they're like, well, I don't know. And I say, well, who's the last person you remember baking cookies? And then they tell me, and I say, so studies have shown that it's the most important room of the house. So not only do they sell the cookie smell, which puts them in a happy mood, but I'm showcasing the kitchen and how the kitchen is supposed to operate. And studies show it makes people like the home 25% more. But if you don't want me to bake cookies, I won't. You think anyone says no?
Genius. No.
No. I don't think, I think I maybe only had that conversation once. And I don't even know if that was in Texas. In California, we do open houses differently. In California, we leave the door open. We leave the door open the entire time, but we can't do that in Texas. We just cannot do that in Texas. So I'm going to show you a different way. Okay. Now, open house the morning of. You've put up your signs, you have everything set. You've got these 2 huge flags, one on each side of the driveway. Have you seen those big signs that come in red and blue and yellow, and it says open house? It's 10 foot tall and it's a flag that waves in the wind. Have you seen those?
Yes.
Okay, so go to Google, and in fact, I can do it faster. Okay, and there they are. And I'm going to share my screen, and you've never seen those.
I have. I've seen those signs, but I haven't seen it for an open house.
Okay, so they sell these open house signs where it just says open house, and they sell them at your realtor association. And we actually have some here in our store, and I actually have one in my trunk. These are interestingly in a little tripod, but they actually come with a stake that sits in the ground, and they're about 8 to 10 feet tall. They're taller than me, that's for sure. And it says open house. The ones you're going to buy is going to be open house. And I like the blue and white ones because our logo's blue.
Yeah.
And I put one on each side of the driveway. And so not only do now I have a sign that says open house Saturday, Sunday from 2 to 4. I have these 2 huge signs on both sides of the driveway, and next to the front door, there are these really cool welcome, please come in sign. Let's see if we can grab the images here. There it is. It's in the shape of a house. They sell it at the Realtor Association, and I put that next to the front door. And this one's red, and I leave it red. They have blue ones, but this one is red. I always buy the red one. I've got one of those in the back of my car, and I put that next to the front door. So now I have these 2 big flags on each side of the driveway. I've got the welcome, please come in sign that's right by the front door, in the lawn on the way to the front door, by the front door. So in the street, you can see it, and the door, those 2 things together. And then I have my open Saturday and Sunday sign from 2 to 4. There's a welcome mat that says, welcome, please come in. There's a 3x5 card that's taped over, and my mom has a template for one that's really cool. It's got some borders and some nice stuff on it that says, please come in. Because I don't want them to bother me because inside I'm talking to people. Now, if you have a lender, that's your door, your bouncer, it's super it's very valuable to have a lender there at the door managing people, because right now during COVID, more than any time before, one family over. Before COVID, asking them only one family at a time irritated people. They didn't like that, but now they totally get it. So it actually helps us, because now, before, when I was having a quick conversation with someone, other people would be like, ha, I'm going to sneak in and out while he's talking to these other people so that I don't have to talk to them. So it is very effective having someone at the door watching it. But we don't hover. And we're going to talk about dressing to impress for a moment. Remember that open houses, you represent the firm, you represent the seller, and you're at a job interview for the buyers. And you're at a job interview for the sellers who you knocked on the door and you invited them to come. How do you dress when you represent a client and you represent a firm and you're at a job interview? How do you dress?
To impress?
Yeah.
I mean, would any of you wear shorts to a job interview?
No.
Nope.
Is this a job interview?
Yes.
Yes.
It absolutely is. Now, if you sell your own dang house and want to wear shorts, fine. But when you're representing a seller, it is inappropriate. And I have walked into properties where people have a shirt and shorts on, and that is not going to get you business. Remember, what are you trying to do? You're trying to get 2 buyers and another listing and sell your home and be respected. That all takes every detail has to be scrutinized. It's not just showing up. All of this stuff, it's not just putting it in the MLS. It's not just having a flyer. It's not just having a sign. It's the details of each one that matters. And when we impress upon you the importance of each one, all of it starts coming together and you build a story that all ties into each other. So this is how you dress for male versus female, or however, this is the professional dress code that you can go to google.com and it comes up and it talks about grooming and ties and shirts and suits and socks and shoes and hair and makeup and shirt and jewelry and suit and hemline and nylons and shoes. How many of you is offended by this dress, by this graphic?
I mean, I could live without the nylons.
Yeah, me too.
Same.
Well, I mean, there are pantsuits, right?
Yeah.
Right. So I'm not saying that people wear nylons. I know nothing about them. So sorry, I'm oblivious. Behold, the elusive buyer. This is the buyer when they come into the open house. They want to come inside, but they're a little intimidated because they know what's going to happen. Is this you at the car dealership?
Yes.
Definitely.
Maybe if I
I'm
hide
ready for it.
behind the Chevy Suburban, they won't see me.
The kitties are so cute.
They're trying to see what's going on in there and if they're going to be able to get in and out without being attacked. But this is the buyer when they need you, right? Completely different. All right. So behold, the elusive buyer. The buyers are tired of being sold. I don't like being sold either. And that's not what we do. They're tired of us asking their blood type and their DNA. They just want to see the house. They're not there to see you. They're there to see the house. So how do you catch a cat?
You let them come to you.
You let them do their thing and eventually they will come to you. This means we have to work smart and we have to have empathy and understand why they don't want to come to us and understand what is going on in their mind. Because if we can know psychologically what's happening in their mind, we can use that to our advantage and use that as a marketing tool for us as a master salesperson. So understanding how buyers buy and how they think, what makes them feel safe, and also what turns them off. You remember the book? What did he say? Can't think of the name. What's his name? Hugh.
Stu.
What did Stu say in his book about the 4 colors you need to know?
He said you must understand how they buy, and he also talked about how the blue and green don't like to be sold at all.
He said it doesn't matter how you sell; it matters how buyers buy.
Yeah.
And that is never more important than when they're standing in front of you. And here they are standing in front of you, and you know that they're not there to see you and they want to see the home. So then now we're going to talk their language. Remember the shields? If we follow this, the shields won't go up. So first thing, when they show up, and here we are at the scripts, and now what Veronica and I have spoken about, and we're going to go through the script right now, and you're going to hear my script, and I'm going to do my script live for you guys, and you're going to hear it. You're going to hear my inflection, exactly how I say it. I have been saying this script. I have probably said this 100,000 times in the last 7 years. This script hasn't changed for me. Over and over again is a script that I've created. It's multiple screens, so we're not going to get through the script in one screen, but they are in your book. The homework assignment for this class is for you to find a family member. I would say find a victim at home and pretend and have them walk in the front door and have them be your open house guest and walk them through this script. And the person that can do it and make me feel like you're actually in an open house and that this isn't staged and it's not fake, it's not scripted. The winner is going to get to the first runner up is going to get to do Sunday, and the second runner up is going to get to do Saturday at the open house. Fair enough? That means the better you know the script, the better you're going to actually do at the open house this weekend. Because you're going to get 2 buyers from this. You're going to get at least 2 buyers from this. All right. So I'm sorry, Ariel.
So are we recording ourselves doing this role play with them?
Yep, you're gonna practice it until you have it down so well that you're ready to record, and then you're gonna record it and you're gonna throw it in Teams, and Lisa's gonna watch you guys. There's gonna be points on the line for this because there's points available for doing this. And then the 2 people who impress Veronica the most, she's going to select you as the winner. So who's gonna try out for this?
Me.
I'd like to mention that I'm going to be coming out to help them set up.
Oh my God. I love that.
Wow.
Oh, Veronica.
Yeah.
Hi, guys.
That's
Love
awesome.
that.
All right. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to acknowledge them when they come in the front door, because people need to be acknowledged, and that's respectful. We're going to thank them for coming, and we're going to give them permission to look around. So the first script is simply this. Hey guys, thanks for coming in. Take a look around. Let me know if you have any questions. Now, if you were going to an open house and the open house agent said that to you, would your shields go up? What would you think?
Shields goes
I would
down.
be like, oh, finally, I get to just look at the house.
And they're going to be like, oh, I like this guy. Or, I like this lady. And now you're dressed to impress. You're looking professional. You had a party going on in the front yard. They already looked at all of the videos that you had online, and they were already impressed because they saw videos they saw nowhere else. They saw these incredible photos. They saw a 3D image of the house. They saw a bird cage of the house. They got to the entrance of the subdivision and they saw signs. And they saw signs at every single corner leading them to the house. They get to the front yard and they see the flags waving for the person who's doing the open house this weekend. The Sunday person is gonna have to get the flags from the Saturday person, because I'm gonna let you use my flags for the event. I'm not gonna expect you to go buy them, but they're gonna see the flags waving. They're gonna see the sign in the yard. They're gonna see the welcome, please come in. They're gonna get to the front door, and you're gonna look at them right in the eyes and say, hey guys, thanks for coming. Take a look around and let me know if you have any questions. You've acknowledged them, you've thanked them, and you've given them permission to look around. So from the very beginning all the way to this moment now, their shields are still down and they're liking you more and more. What typically happens now is they're going to go as far away from you as possible, depending on the floor plan and how big the house is. They're usually going to go to the master bedroom first. Then they're going to go through to some other rooms, maybe check out the garage, and then they're going to come check out the kitchen last. Why do they check out the kitchen last when they like it the most?
Because you're in there.
Because they don't want to see you.
They're avoiding you.
Yeah.
Because they're avoiding you. And they're like, dang it, I don't want to go in there. And then you look them straight in the eyes and you smile and say, what do you think? Almost always, they're going to tell you, well, I was looking for this and this and this. And you just listen. And then the very next thing that you're going to say, which is very simple, is, oh, what are you looking for? People love to be asked what they're looking for. They love this question. They love it. They love to be asked what they think, and they love to ask what their criteria is. Those two questions, they start becoming gabbing people, and they start telling you all this wonderful stuff. But if you say, do you like it? Studies show doesn't work. These scripts have to be verbatim. The exact words are critically important, because if you ad lib and change the script in any way, it's going to completely change the scope of what you're trying to do here. So these words, psychologically and studied, have been proven. Each one of these work. What are you looking for? Well, we're really looking for something just a little bit closer to my husband's work. And a fourth bedroom is really important because we need an office or a flex room. Now, they've told me some really important stuff. And right now, they don't realize it, but I'm cataloging everything they tell me because I'm trying to figure out in my mind what it takes for me to create a portal search for them. And I'm listening to the answers to all those questions intently listening. I want to know what area, what the max price is, beds, baths, square footage. That's it. That's all I need for a portal search, especially the inventory as low as we have right now. Well, there's only a few things I need for a portal search, and they don't know why I'm asking these random open-ended questions. They think I'm just creating conversation, but so far I haven't asked them any personal information. So some of the things they've told me before has checked off a bunch of boxes. But do you think it matters to me how they found the house?
No.
No.
It does.
Yes.
Why do I care about how they showed up at the front door?
Oh, because if you create a search for them and they already have a realtor.
Nope. No.
Make sure
Do you know which way that
generation
you
is working.
Yeah.
So if they found it online and they showed up at the front door,
70%.
Not because of 70%. I'm assuming that they're 70% already. No, the
Ah.
reason is my rationale here, and I put the rationale in the email. The reason I'm asking this question is because if they found this online, it matched their criteria enough for them to show up. They knew what the price was before they came. They knew what the size was before they came. They knew what the number of bedrooms were before it came. They probably spent an hour going through the bedrooms and played with the virtual tours. So they know this house almost as well as I do now, from they found it online. But if they just randomly drove by, they don't know the price. They don't know the square footage. And so the fact that they saw it online and came to me and toured the home tells me that the price, the location, the size, all of this is checked off on their brain. So it's telling me more information about what their criteria is, because this matches their criteria because it's relevant enough for them to show up. And when I ask them, what do you think? It tells me what they don't like about the home, which is important for me to know because people are trying to take exceptions for things, right? And they're trying to stretch their budget and have to take concessions. So it's telling me what their concessions are. And then what are you looking for fills in the gaps. If I ask them, what's your home criteria? They're going to tell me nothing. But right now, I found out their entire home criteria by asking two very simple questions. And I'm going to repeat back to them every single thing they told me. And they're going to be like, oh, wow. But not only have you impressed them the whole way and you're acting as a professional, but my God, this guy listened to me. Or my God, this lady listened to me and actually knows it wasn't just, wow, this person is either, autistic and has the ability to have a photographic memory, or they actually care, or both. So I'm going to ask them after, what are they looking for? And they tell me all of this stuff. I'm not going to follow up. I'm going to, oh, nice. And then after they say all this stuff, how'd you find the house? Now, am I going to say home right now?
No.
I'm not. How'd you find the house? And I'm listening. And then they say, oh, I found it on Zillow. Oh, home of the leftovers. I always say that. And they're like, what? And they're like, why'd you say that? And I was like, oh, well, because our market is so tight right now. By the time something is listed, for you to have saw it online, active, it's already sold. So whatever's active are the ones that people have already picked over and didn't want. if someone said that to you at an open house, what would you be thinking?
This guy has
What's
more.
Get myself a
more and
realtor.
more.
How do I get, then where do I find the data? Where do I
Yeah.
find this?
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
they've never heard this before. And I'm going to tell you exactly what to say next. Ariel, you have your hand up.
Yeah, so my question to that is, if you're saying home of the leftovers, but they found your house on Zillow and you're hosting the open house,
Uh-huh. So
they're gonna be like, well,
in
how
your-
is that possible? That can't be right, because now I'm in your listing and it's still
Oh, but
active.
Ariel, now you get to share them with something. You're going to share them with your brilliance. You're going to share them with your brilliance, because what have we done attaching ourselves to the 70%? Well, I
Syndicated it
purposely,
a week early.
and now you get to tell them about your great marketing plan and about what you did differently, but that's not what the rest of the market is doing, is it?
No.
Because the 70% just showed up on the door, and 99% of the stuff that they went to was already for sale, because they're looking Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday at stuff that already went pending, because everybody else is listing on Friday. And so you want them to ask that question, because now you're going to tell them, you're going to prove. Remember, what are the 3 things they're looking for in an agent?
Knowledge,
commitment, and ethics.
ethics.
Ability, commitment, and ethics.
Commitment, and your ethics. What are you proving here?
That you're able, you're committed.
Ability.
You're proving your ability, because you're now talking in a class that they've never even heard before. And they're
Yeah.
hearing things come out of your mouth that they've never heard before. And so they already are looking at you as a professional. And when they look at you as a professional, they make an assumption about your ethics. Now, your commitment, you're throwing a party, so you're kind of proving it, but now it's really, are you competent? Are you one of those 14,000 agents that's going to mess me over and just disappear as soon as we sign an agreement and show up at the closing table with a smile on your face? Hope it went well.
No.
How'd you find the home? Oh, we were just driving by. Oh, awesome. Do you live in the neighborhood? It allows, there's another conversation that's going to be going on there, because now you're like, okay, this house may have no relevance to them, because what was my first question? Do you live in the neighborhood?
And they say yes.
No. Why was my first question back when they said, oh, we're just driving by. Do you live in the neighborhood? Why was that my first question?
Because they're coming in to check and see what you do differently as an agent.
Yeah, they're interviewing
Because they
you.
may be wanting to sell theirs.
That's right. I want to know if they're a neighborhood seller. That's what I want to know. I want to know that I live a couple of streets over. Nice is the very first thing I'm going to say, because that's exactly who I want to talk to. Because I know I can talk to them. I'm going to get 2 more buyers from them in another house. So they're really the ones that I want to talk about. So this conversation so far has led them to a really good place. Now, I told them home of the leftovers. They asked me a couple questions. Well, the reason you want them, and I don't say Zillow, they say online. I say, oh, home of the leftovers. And I don't call Zillow out, because it's not just them. It's realtor.com. It's everybody. It's all the online stuff. And then remember, I'm trying to learn beds and baths, square footage, area, location. And this is where someone called me out on this. Owner suite up or down, and then max price. And this one is not as critical in this market. So I'm going to yellow this one, because the inventory is such that people have to make some concession. And interestingly enough, this seems to be one of the concessions that people are leaving on the table. So I always have, when they've told me some of the stuff, I take my laptop and what are you looking for? And as soon as I ask that, I turn my laptop at them, and this is a phenomenon, and watch it happen. And you're going to smile when it does. As soon as you touch your laptop, they're going to step closer to you. People want to know what's going on in your screen. They can't help it. But the curiosity of what's going on your screen, it's like a magnet pulling them in. It's the weirdest, weirdest thing.
The cat.
And I have my phone tethered, hotspotted to my laptop. So my laptop is on, and it's in the MLS, and it's in the MLS search. So I don't have to fumble with logging in, none of that. I keep my MLS logged in and I do a 3-second search about what their criteria was. And I click search, I click results, and I take the first one. Did you see this one? No, we haven't seen this one. Click next. How about this one? And I actually sort by days on market 0 because I know they haven't seen them. And then I click save and I said, well, this is the MLS. Actually, this service here is the moment that an agent clicks save on a listing, it will immediately send you a trigger letting you know that that new listing is live. So it actually gives buyers who have access to this system data before anybody else gets it. And it doesn't cost anything. And then they're looking at this and in the mind, there's like, I want this. Now, one of the most beautiful things is they're gonna be like, oh, I already have that. What does it tell you?
They're already talking to an
They
agent.
have an agent.
They have a realtor.
Got it. Who's your agent? Nice. I know them. They're awesome. And if they're like, what is this? I know they don't have an agent, because if they have an agent and they're looking for a house and they're not in the portal, well,
There's no buyer agreement.
there's no agent relationship there. So now I click the add button and say, well, if you would like this, it doesn't cost anything. You just have to put in your email address and it'll, based on this criteria. Now you said you're looking for a single story in Round Rock that's under 300 with a 4th bedroom. Yeah, okay, that's what the search is. So the moment something's listed, the moment a listing agent gets saved on a new listing, it notifies you immediately. And then if you'd like, I can meet you out and actually show you the property. What do you think they do?
Enter their information.
Do you remember when I promised you that the clients are going to give you their information without you asking for it?
Mm-hmm.
There you go. I have 1,100 people in my client gateway, and I have maybe added 5. Well, I mean, on the buyer side, I've added all my sellers. They've all added themselves. It is profoundly successful in how this works. Now, remember, in your matrix, you need to set it up, and I'm going to go through and helping you. I want you to take these slides. Part of your homework is going to go through matrix and to set up your portal. So Realty Texas provides you the banners for the top of the portal. So you have your photo and you've got your company name and your cell phone number, and it looks super professional because the ones they have are pretty cheesy. So these look really, really good. And I've given you the gold here on exactly what to put in each field. You know what I usually find in this class when people go in the portal and look? When's the last time you looked at the portal from the client's front end? Have you ever done that?
Mm-mm.
Okay. Most of the people in megas 1 through 7, before I changed the way, before Lauren started onboarding people, is they found the brokerage 2 times ago was still in there, because they entered it when they set up their MLS the first time and they never went back again to change their information.
Oh man.
And so, and then, so go through here and set this up, and there's information. I've given you the screenshots here of exactly what to. You see this banner?
Mm-hmm.
You all have one of these, and that's what shows up at the top of your portal in all of the different MLSs that we're a part of. And so this banner is designed to fit matrix. Then for the open house setup, remember, this is when you go to the portal notification settings, it's so important that you're setting up the notifications right so that consumers actually get the correct text as well. And they get the email. So you have to set this up correctly. It's a slide in your book and it's in the PDF, so it's there. You also have your portal profile, and with the portal profile has this video. Now, Jeff is reaching out to every single one of you, and we have a push to do a 30-second video on every agent in the company. And then we have the longer behind the scenes in-depth, learn about you and your past and your family and things you struggled with, to really be able to connect with you on a human level with the buyers and sellers. And you've seen 4 or 5 that we've done with Anna Ashton and Kim Dale, William Diaz, and Cindy Bell. All of them have done these. You've watched those videos? They're playing on the videos. All right, so one of those will be done for you, but eventually you'll get there to get that done. We have a lot of videos and it takes 3 to 4 weeks to get one done. So Jeff is a very, very busy guy, and he's now taking time out of his busy schedule doing those videos. to help you with your UVP videos. Okay. So while you're doing that UVP video, he's going to ask that you first do a 30-second spot. And on the wall is what's your name, how long you've been licensed, what is your ideal client, and a couple of other questions. And when you go to the Realty Texas website, there is a sea of you inside your round circle, but you're actually talking inside the circle, which is really cool. So you click and your photo goes to you and you tell them, and they can hear your voice and they can see your mannerisms, and it tells you a little bit about yourself. That same video you upload here so that people remember you and they can see you, and it looks really, really, really professional on the portal. So the MLS setup is really important. Now, I have an email that I have as my outgoing email, and I've changed it. And this is the text that I use in my outgoing email. Because every time I get someone in my email, like, can you email it to me? Yes, I can, but here it is. Welcome and happy house hunting is always the subject. Welcome, and then the body is welcome to my MLS portal, because they're reading it. This site is directly connected to the MLS. There is no better place to search for homes than this portal. As you are searching listings, you are able to tag them favorite or possibility. I'm able to see the ones that you tag. I'm also able to read your notes and able to respond to them. When you find one or more homes that you love and want to see the inside, call or text me. And they get that email every single time they like or favorite a property. And when they like a property, what do?
Call it.
No.
No.
RPR?
Yes. I send them a bomb
Okay.
video and
Okay.
with an RPR attached to it and say, when would you like to see this property? Absolutely. And so this is what the email looks like. I hope you guys got, and then set up your email signature. It's critically important that you set up your email signature in the client portal to be exactly the same email signature that you have in Outlook. Why do you want it to be the same?
Part of branding yourself.
Well, because if half
Well,
the
it
emails
looks
they
like
get
it's-
from you has one signature and half of them they have from another, it looks disjointed, but it also looks like that some automated system is helping them. But when it has your signature, it looks more and more like you are concierge delivering listings to them. And it looks more like all of this comes together in one symmetry, and they can start knowing when you send them an email versus when the MLS sends them an auto notification. So the auto notifications that the MLS are sending looks more like you as a concierge agent providing them dedicated services, letting them know that that listing is there, even though in the open house you told them it's going to do it automatically. It looks to them like, wow. I get people, Jack, I really like this one. So remember all that feedback from the NAR that provided brokerages about the best practice for open houses, that all protocol from Newsday where they want you to register your people. Well, the way that we register our people is by disarming them. We don't raise their shields, and we get them to give us their information right there on the spot. I'm going to put you guys in groups. We're going to go to break at 3 o'clock. And we're going to come back at 3:10, and you're going to go through these scripts together. I want one person. We're going to put you in groups of 4. We're going to do a couple scenario, an agent, and then we're going to keep rotating until everyone has been the agent. And I want you to take them through the script. Hi, guys. Thanks for coming in. Take a look around. Let me know if you have any questions. Then they go to the master bedroom. They come back. What do you think? And they tell you everything they don't like about the house. What are you looking for? Oh, I'm looking for blah, 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 blah. How'd you find the house? Really? Home of the leftovers. Ha, ha, ha. Tell them why. By the way, here's this solution to the problem I just told you. It's this amazing MLS tool, and this is how it's going to solve this problem. And by the way, it's free and costs nothing. It works every single time. All right, so I saw a hand go up. Janine.
It was me. I'm confused. I just had a quick question about the sign-in sheets. I think I heard you say something last week or the week before about sign-in sheets at open houses that were required, and now I'm hearing they're not.
No, so the best practice is they want you to do a sign-in sheet so that you can follow up with every single person, because NAR thinks, well, no, the federal government, the Department of Justice now thinks that we're only following up with people that look like what we want them to look like. And that's ludicrous. That's not true. We follow up with anyone who wants to buy a house, right? So
Yeah.
it's not required, but NAR is saying you should have one. And I say your sign up sheet is going to be this sign up sheet. And you're gonna go back and follow up with every single person that's in your portal. Because instead of asking them for the information, they're going to give you the information without them asking for it. So I'm reminding you guys about the sign up sheet and how that relates to what we're talking about today. Okay, Tom.
So quick question, Jack, like, as you said, I know what it's like. You just get overwhelmed, you get busy, you're talking to them. That's great with the MLS, but what about sometimes you get kind of people rushing through or just overwhelming amount? Would you recommend having like the Chime set up lead capture on their entry?
So Tom, the entire conversation that I had with them, that whole thing lasted a minute 30 at the most.
Okay, so just make effective use of your time is what you're saying.
Keep it short. Keep the script simple, keep positive and active listening and nodding your head and using your mannerisms and keeping them engaged and keeping them moving along, because there's a line of people at the door that want to come in and they're going to probably spend 60 seconds looking at the house, a minute talking with you. Each one should be 3 minutes in and out the door.
Gotcha.
Okay. I love these questions. So what do you guys think about this script? What do you think about this process?
I'm ready to go.
I love the MLS deal. That is
Yes.
Yeah. Amazing.
Game changer.
Like, yeah, huge game changer.
Yeah.
Jack, I'm confused on like the open house that you had where you said you had 200 people. Like you can't touch everybody there. So how did something like this work out when that open house was going on?
You gotta work it out. God ain't making no more land and he's ain't making no more time. So we got to figure it out. One of my very favorite all-time real estate trainers told me that one day. She said, Jack, and that's exactly how she said it. She said, God ain't making any more land and God ain't making any more time. You got to figure it out.
It sounds like Linda Conway.
Is that not true or what?
Yeah.
Time is our one most precious non-renewable resource. So when we focus our time on income producing tasks and go to work, get the work done and go back home, we're maximizing our time and we're making more money for our families. Debbie, you've been doing this for a while, and just like Barbara, you've been doing houses, I guess, long before you came here.
Yes.
What do you think about this versus what you've been doing in the past?
I think my mind is blown.
Yeah.
And mainly, I mean, a lot of what you talked about, Jack, I have implemented in the past, but there is so much more that, dang it, I never have, and I always should have been, and I will be from here on out.
Nice. Thank you, Debbie. Just curious, because sometimes people bring things that are contrary to that. So I appreciate that. How about you, Barbara? You're on mute again, Barbara, so you gotta hit that space bar.
This is totally different than what I was taught in the past. And I love it. It is the only thing I will use again, ever. Thank you.
Cool. I've been doing this for a long time, and I put in thousands and thousands of hours on building and trying to build a better open house, try to create a better experience, try to create more trust with the buyers coming in, trying to keep their shields down, trying to find out why their shield was up and what can I fix and how can I make it better, and all of this. So it's constantly tweaking and making better. And that means that life continually evolves and things change, and we will continue tweaking this and making things better. So it's, you know, you guys are going to bring stuff to us that maybe we haven't even considered. These slides haven't changed in any of our megas, and I'm still waiting for the mega student that brings something to us that's so profound and so well thought out that it actually changes our script. And that day is going to be a blessing to me because it makes us better as a whole. But this is all my critical thinking that I have come with in trying to create the most effective use of my time, because if I'm going to go pound signs in the ground and do all of this work, it had darn well be worth my time.
Yeah.
And the same thing for you. So how do you get more people to show up? How do you get more people to feel more comfortable? And how do you get them to give you information and them not look at you as a salesperson in the negative way and make you want to, you know, like, no, I'm not giving you my information. How do I get them to want to give me their information?
And be excited about it. Yeah.
How many of you have spent days and weeks trying to figure out how can I get them to want to give me my information?
Yes.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So this is our craft. This is what we do. This is our profession. So we have to figure out how we can make the most of it. Okay, I think it's a break time. This is a great time to go on break. It's 3:09. We're gonna come back at 3:20 now. It's 3:10, so we'll come back at 3:20. I'll see you back in 10 minutes. And then I can't wait to see you guys in your breakout sessions.
My head exploded.
Diane, are you there?
Hey, Veronica, real
Hey,
quick.
hey, puppy. Hey, puppy. Are you taking Diane's space for a little bit?
Hey, Veronica.
Hey,
Oh,
Veronica.
Give me 1 second, Britt. Diane, did
Okay.
you mean to keep your hand raised?
Oh, well, I did. Well, because I had a question, but he sent us to break, so I thought I would leave it there.
Okay, all right. Just making sure. I didn't want to, that's all. Thanks, Diane. Go ahead, Britt.
Hey, so I'm gonna be sending you another contract here in a little while to look over to make sure we're good.
Sounds good.
Okay, thank you.
My pleasure.
Oh, also another thing about contracts. So I did get a counter offer back, but my client doesn't want to do it. So like he doesn't want to even play with this one anymore. He wants to buy a different one.
Mhm.
So what do I say back?
Okay, so a counter offer is a
Mhm.
rejection of your offer
Okay.
and basically a submittal of a new one.
Mhm.
So you can just, if your client doesn't want it, make sure that you get that, you know, and just go ahead and send them written notification that you're not interested.
Okay.
The
All
client's
right,
not-
thanks.
Okay,
Okay, thanks.
no problem.
Yeah, please. Yeah, I'm not, no JD good on me. Thank you.
Welcome, Cassidy. I saw you sneak in.
Yeah, I did.
Or Mega Valedictorian coming in to check things out. I love it.
Right, always something to learn in Mega.
But I can't hear you. I don't know why. Hey, Diane, you have your hand up. Did you have a question?
Yeah.
I was curious, do you meter the people, the families coming into the
You're on
open
mute.
houses when there's
No, actually, you're not on mute,
inclement
but I can't
weather?
hear you. Is this me? Hold on. Did I turn my sound down? I may have done it to myself. I did. I'm sorry. I had my sound completely turned down.
Yeah,
So-
so, you meter the families coming into open houses. Do you still do that when there's inclement weather?
You know, I really do talk to my seller about the whole situation if they're living in the home. COVID says you're supposed to have one party, and with Austin back to level 4 in February, supposed to be kind of the pinnacle of Omicron, and they're saying it's supposed to really take a sharp dive after February. In fact, a lot of people are saying that they think that it's going to be completely gone as the level of a pandemic, which I'm hoping is true. So they're saying February is going to be pretty intense, and then after that, they think herd immunity will actually have happened. And so I'm excited to hear the optimism that I'm hearing. So to answer your question, I think that people inside the home might feel uncomfortable that other people are coming in. So, yeah, I mean, if it's pouring down rain, which I hope it's not, you just got to figure it out. You got to play it real in lifetime and figure it out as you go.
Okay, well, because like if it's pouring down rain, you would think that that would drastically affect people hanging around. Like,
Yeah,
maybe.
it doesn't. They're gonna still want to come in. This is the thing. What I do and what I'm comfortable with may not be what another agent's comfortable with. So if I tell them what I do and they're not comfortable with that, then they feel pushed to do something that they're not comfortable with as an agent. So when I say you got to figure it out, you got to figure it out between you and the seller and what everyone feels comfortable with.
Right, sure.
Because I haven't stopped working a day since this whole thing started. Right. So I have not sheltered in place for even a hot second. So so there's a comfort zone that everyone has. And frankly, a lot of the people who are just really uncomfortable aren't gonna do the open house at all.
Right,
And have someone else do it.
Yeah, okay.
So it's
I was just curious about the, when it's pouring down rain or if it's a 40-mile-per-hour wind and it's 30 degrees outside,
I don't have a lender at the door when I do my open houses. And I let people come in and what they feel comfortable. If they want to leave and they want a private showing, we can go and schedule them a private showing. Because I feel like if a buyer is really uncomfortable in the first place, they would have asked for a private showing.
Right, sure. All right, thanks.
And yes, I do have conversations with people and other people sneak by. But what I also have when I'm talking to them, people hearing what I said to the other person and say, I want that too. I've had that a lot where now I just have a line of people entering themselves into the portal, which is a really interesting phenomenon. Not everyone, but enough to build a thriving business. Because regardless of what the federal government says with their recommendations, not everybody wants you to follow up with them. Cassidy, now that I've fixed my own problem, hello.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm very good. Thank you for asking. And so I don't know if the whole class knows it, but this is tell them about your experience with your Mega 8 experience.
Well, I think I've noticed and heard that a lot of you are experiencing what we all experienced as well in Mega 8, which is overwhelmed. How do I balance Mega and phone calls and work and life? But like Jack says, you figure it out and you do, and it is possible to do it. And then once you get out of Mega, you feel like you have all this time in the world. So just stick it out, keep your foot on the gas pedal, and do your best.
Thank you.
Yeah, and now, Cassidy, we've added a few things that is different coming into 2022. After Mega, we have 100 Days of Greatness with Cindy Bell. And that's a coaching program to help people stay on track, help hold them accountable, and help give them live tips and tricks of things that they're experience out there in real time. And so it gives them an ongoing Mega experience that's not 3 days a week and so intense.
I've already got it marked out in my calendar.
Oh, I'm so glad. I'm so excited. Okay, we are looking for Katie, Kelly, and Mary Martin. And I am putting you in group breakout sessions now. And I think this is going to take you 20 minutes. So this is going to be the longest script you've had, but I think this is going to be time well spent because I want you guys to recite this until you kind of get comfortable with it. And I'm telling you now listen, the script is not, the scripts always stay on track. No, but you can kind of rein them back in with the next question, keep those questions in order. They're going to say more things. They're going to say less things. But the person who is being the consumer, I want you to not make yourself an antagonist, because that's not what this is about. Because most people that come into the open house is not an antagonist. Most people that come in the home, they arrived at the front door because they were excited to see the home online. Something brought them out there. And remember, you're standing in front of them dressed to impress. The house smells like cookies. The house in the bedroom smells like clean linen. All of the elements are there to put them in a really good frame of mind. And you're asking them upbeat questions. And those conversations usually are very productive, and people are willing to share what they think about things. People love to share their opinions. What do you think? Oh my gosh, that's their favorite question. So sometimes they're going to go on and on and on, and that's okay. So take that into consideration when you're playing the consumer. But I really want you to put yourself into your mindset of when you were buying and a home that you walked in and what your concerns were at that time. And that's going to help make this more real. And so acting is going to really help, but just put yourself in the mindset of when you were buying. So I think prefacing that is going to help. All right, so we got 20 minutes. Let me get you. I'm seeing way too many. Three to four, 10 rooms. Okay, so Ariel, Barbara, Mark, and Tom. Ariel, Lisa can't be in that room because she's not here. Veronica is not going to be assigned to a room. Okay, we're going to put the four of you together. I want to make sure that we have you all in groups of actual four people that are here. So Lisa's the only one that doesn't have her video on. So it looks like you're all here. Awesome. Britt, I'm going to put you in group 4 because you're in a group of 3 and I want 4. That is, and Katie, you're going to go to 9. Eight. 4, 4, 3, 3, 3. Sometimes this is actually hard. All right. 6. JP 7. Okay. So one of your groups are going to have 5. Can't help that. Okay, you should have your invitations now. See you back in 20 minutes. And Veronica?
Right here.
I've got good news for you.
Awesome.
So when they come back at 3:45, I'm going to do a 5-minute rollout and then they're all yours.
Awesome. Okay.
So this is the first day that we're actually getting out somewhat on time.
You know what? It's always on time because they need the information. Always.
Well, all we can do is our best.
Absolutely.
Thank you for the whole idea about Saturday and Sunday. That is that's incredible.
I'll start gathering the directionals and everything that we need. I'll make it happen.
And I am going to email. I only have 1 flag. I gave away. I had 4 flags and I gave away 3 of them. I'm gonna message Heather at the board, and I'm gonna have her put 2 aside and have Miguel go and grab them.
I'll do a meeting with the 2 people that get chosen and make sure that they're ready. This is going to be great. I'm super excited.
Yeah, there's been a couple of people in the office like, I want to do it. I'm like, I hope you get to do it. I don't know if you want to, I mean, and if you want to change it up and have everyone come on one day, and have them rotate in and just have, like the person who does the very best one, have access to it on Sunday, and let one day be a practice day, and have it like what I always call that Saturday is your soft open and Sunday is the big day. So, you are free to do what you want to do here, what you think has the most value.
Okay, thank you. We'll get it done. We'll have tales to tell when we return.
Well, I will be in California. I'm leaving Friday at about 4. Miguel and I are flying out, and then we're driving back. So I'm going to be, I know, on the phone a lot over the weekend, but my phone will be with me. I won't be local, but I can answer whatever questions you guys have, if any.
Okay, awesome. Well, we'll definitely be there for Monday session with bells on.
But yeah.
Hello, my friends.
Well, who are you? Who are you again?
I'm back
Familiar.
for now.
It's can't place you though.
Mm-hmm. That's because you hide behind your iron.
You got a haircut.
No, I didn't. It's just wind blown.
Well, actually, it looks really nice.
It
looks like you just got back from the salon.
Well, then I'll just drive with my head out the window from now on and forget doing anything special.
Well, whatever works. I'm telling you, whatever you do, it's working.
It's the wind.
I like it. Thor can have his head out one window. You can have your head out the other.
Well, I didn't see any text messages from you for polls. Is that correct?
What?
No wins, no winning polls.
Oh no, there's no breakout sessions. 4 points. This their big homework assignment is going to be filming a video, like we did
I
last time.
remember.
Use of mine because I haven't even taken a bite.
Oh, thanks. Oh my gosh, I'm so hungry.
Do you think if I sign into your Zoom, it'll mess with anything? Should I have to wait till tomorrow?
Don't do it. Don't do it, Lisa.
What?
Don't do it, he said. Don't do it. Yeah, you're on. It's just me.
As a co-host though, will it mess with her stuff if I sign into her Zoom right now?
I'm not in my Zoom.
Oh, what are you in?
Jack's.
No, you're in your Zoom.
No, but you're in your
Oh.
Zoom account. So I'm saying if I sign into
Oh.
her Zoom account to grab some of the links for the meetings I've already created. Is that
You
gonna
should
mess?
not never log into Zoom while we're live.
Okay, so then I won't. I'll do it
Yep, it makes, so what happens is it takes all your rights away as a user and you can't do anything.
Okay, I'll just do it tomorrow then.
Yeah, I don't know why Zoom is that way, but it really is a pain.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, why can't you just do it from both users? I don't understand, but I think what they're trying to do is they're afraid someone's going to hack into it in the middle of the meeting and someone go rogue and take control of the meeting. And so they're like, okay, we're just going to take the rights away from everyone to make it safe. I wonder if that's a
Probably.
setting we can change. Go rogue, yes or no.
Right.
Maybe you can call Zoom, Lauren, and ask them if that's a setting we can change, because that's worth a phone call.
And we'll send her that Teams because she already walked away.
Oh. Mi vida, yo necesito mucho agua.
How much of this? He doesn't.
$100.
$100.
You can give it to them. It doesn't mean, but just they're like, I would do it. It's on me.
It's on me.
Yes,
I
so
got
will
you.
love you.
I got you.
Yeah.
Hey,
For
tell.
you, it's for.
No, it's for Suzanne Goodrich.
So we have them in the grand opening for this office. So then we have them for sale in the company. But when they want to sell it, then they have
Like
to-
their clients and
Yeah,
stuff.
$5 and 5 of them.
I need Miguel to help me do a thing with Quasar, whatever.
What?
Hey, Miguel, did you see my message to you?
Not yet. I was in a meeting. What was it?
Oh, we have to wire transfer today for.
Oh, for
Kaiser.
Uh-huh.
Well, I cannot. You'll have to do it. They said that I cannot because I'm not subscribed to
I
it.
also need you to go to the Williamson County Association of Realtors and get
That means they're free.
white ones, the flags.
Okay, so they're free.
Unless they're fine.
I have a meeting with clients, so.
$1 each.
Oh, my flag.
Oh.
Will you bring me? It's very hot here. Man. I don't know what it's sweating. It's all right.
Perfect. Thank you.
They're about to get here. I have a main window and I'm going to be off. For that transfer, only both of you can do it because you are the only. owners
We
of the
are aware
account.
of that.
Yes. Well, just saying.
Yeah, but you're the one that's dealing with the, well, I guess she does.
No,
You don't
because
need him to go, right?
I cannot even if I
Mhm.
go. They said that I cannot.
He can go, we can do it online. I don't know.
No. What we're saying is, do you need Miguel to go with you?
Oh, no.
Okay, fine. All by yourself.
He has like back-to-back appointments today, so
Uh-huh.
no, but how important is that both of you walk away from the office?
It's not, but then are you gonna miss me again and not recognize me?
He has no ability to do it on his own. Only you can do it. So
I know,
whether
I'm just teasing. I don't need him to hold my hand. We already know how to do this. Boy, 2 down today.
no,
Saladino.
one down
and-
yesterday, one down today.
Okay, well, it's giving me a headache. But whatever.
Well, as I say, bye.
Just gonna fail miserably, whatever.
Well, sometimes they need to look in the mirror and take responsibility for their poor production. Because they're not going to make more money anywhere else, because unless you ask the question, what are you going to do differently somewhere else that you're not doing here? Now, because you're going to, instead of, you could stay here and start producing and find someone immediately, or go there and spend all your time doing business cards and signs and logos and change your MLS and change all of your graphics on your online and spend 2 weeks doing that. Or you could stay here and make calls all those times and actually get someone to answer the phone.
Well, he hasn't done any of the calls, so.
I know this. Did we have a productive conversation with Carnivale?
I have not yet. I did call and leave a message and she hasn't returned my call. Nobody picks up the phone anymore. What's up with that? Although I do have an appointment set tomorrow for the girl from your area.
What?
Facebook. The girl, Rebecca.
Good.
I have an appointment set tomorrow.
Good.
She's also a brand new agent though, so whatever.
Well. Good.
And do you remember Chris Skinner?
Yes.
Okay, so he sent somebody because he got his real estate license, but then he went into car sales. And so anyway, Christopher Skinner. He sent somebody. I'm going to be interviewing him tomorrow too.
Yeah, so back on last year.
He's on your Facebook, I think.
I'm the one that found him. I found him on Facebook, got him with you in the first place.
Mm-hmm. Oh.
No. Just like I found her on Facebook. That is so sweet. Beto O'Rourke just texted me. Apparently he's running for governor. All right. 3:38. We have 8 minutes left. So I'm done with Mega today. This is the end of the class. So I am going to do a wrap up, ask how they went, answer any questions they have, turn it over to Veronica, and let her do her magic. What do you want?
I'll get them all wrapped up. Thank you so much. Today's class was amazing.
It's a lot of information, but I mean,
But we're here to help them process all of it.
We really do have a really good dynamic of people. You are absolutely right. I really like some of the people in this class, like genuinely. Ariel McJunkins is amazing. Of course, we love Barbara. And I've come to Alex is very interesting. Britt is a Spitfire.
Yes.
Diane is really focused, and I think she's going to be incredibly successful. Gary is very smart. Sean is amazing. She's going to be a phenomenal realtor. And I love Debbie Turnridge.
Yes,
And
absolutely.
Waria is also very smart, but I really want to help. You know those people you really want to help them with their production?
Absolutely.
I really want to help her.
100%. 100%. Well, we got some great agents. It feels, you told me that every mega gets better, but now that I've made it through 3, I see exactly what you mean. It's phenomenal.
This is your 3rd mega. Now you're a mega pro.
Not yet. I'm not like Lisa, but definitely I can see it just gets better. I don't even know how to explain it.
So Mega 10, I already have a bunch of changes that are going to come in Mega 10. Mega 10, we're getting rid of the new home construction, and I'm going to add a technology day, walking them through all of the Realty Texas forms, technology, skins, all of that.
Okay.
And we're going to teach Mega in the classroom. And Lisa's probably not going to be in Mega 10. She's got too much to do.
Okay.
So,
hard.
You're going to be, at some point, we're going to need another person to help us with all of this training stuff, or someone to help us with recruiting, or there's a position that's coming eventually, and I'm sure it'll happen by Mega 10. And my goal is I'm going to grab one of those desks that can raise and lower, and I want it so that I can stand up and have my computer there and so I can see my slides, have monitors on the wall, lots of desks. So it's a fusion of Zoom and in person.
Nice.
And I want a desk sitting to my left, and that person puts people in breakout rooms, manages the chat, handles all of the points. And it's almost like a mega admin that does all of those things.
That makes sense.
Because having you, me, and Lisa and Cindy and all of us in Mega, I think it's great for all of us to be in the first Mega, which is the, mindset day.
Yes.
And then not so much having everyone in them, but you, Veronica, with how you can tie everything in and out of Mega. I mean, you're turning into a full-time trainer.
I love every minute of it.
I can see it now. Veronica, teaching Legal 1, Legal 2, Broker Responsibility, ABR, GRI, Mega.
Big heart. Your vision is incredible. I have absolute faith that if you want it to be so, it needs to be so.
So you want to hear something absolute? Did I tell you about the car, Lisa?
Well, kind of. Which one? The first one or the second one?
Second one. The second one.
Well, I know you're going to go get it.
So I found this car online, and it was this really pretty, fit little Japanese girl, probably in her 30s, a super urban feel. She's very glamorous, so you can tell that she's has resources behind her, and probably got a great job, makes lots of money, super cool girl. And she's driving around this 1981 cherried out Honda Accord. And it's because it's a cool car. It's, you know, it's, I can't put it into words, but it's, I don't know. It's a love project, that car. And I looked at it and I was like, oh my God, that is the very car, the same color, the same year, the same everything. Every option that I had, I mean, it's identical. And
Wow.
And her friend is a photographer and had all of these really cool photos of her on her Instagram driving the car. And it's just like it just matched her personality, right? You know, she could buy a BMW or have whatever she want, but it was this car that she chose to drive. And it was cool. And I knew she was never going to sell this car, nor do I have any way to get in touch with her. So I'm on Facebook and I found a beige one that turned out to be a nightmare. But anyway, I bought it. And a week ago, I'm on Facebook in the very car that she's been driving around was on Facebook Marketplace.
What?
And my jaw hit the floor and I immediately reached out to her and I remembered her name and I had her call me. It was her. I sent her a deposit. Her Venmo was her name. Miguel and I are flying out on Friday to go get this car and drive it back.
That's amazing. I'm so glad you found the car.
I mean, literally, I willed this into existence. I mean, I looked every single day for a month and intently was putting like intent energy into this car. Like, and then poof, it's mine. So cool how that works.
That's incredible.
It is. It's mind blowing.
Congratulations. I'm so looking forward to seeing it.
Now I have two. And that's okay because I'm going to use one for parts because there are parts that you can't get anymore for that car. So I'm going to go park it somewhere and just, you know, pilfer it when I need parts.
Oh, that's a good idea. I'm glad you found exactly what you were looking for instead of having to piecemeal it together.
Did
That's
you
amazing.
see Lumpsby?
What?
Did you see the car?
I did. I was showing it. Who did I show it to? Well, I showed it to my family on Sunday night. Tom
No problem.
and Greg. It looks in really good shape.
I'm gonna show.
Veronica.
Yeah.
Oh, time's up, just so you know.
Here, Veronica. Why does it happen sometimes? Come on. Can you see it?
I can. Oh my goodness.
Doesn't it look like a little European car?
Yes. Oh, that's personality plus. Oh, I love the steering wheel.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
And the
Had
class.
a really good photographer.
I can
Ooh,
see
I
you
like
tootling
that.
around in this. Oh my gosh, I can.
Isn't it cute?
Yes, it's adorable.
Did you buy that, Jack?
Oh, the class is back. Oops. Hi, kids. I did. This is the car I had in high school, and I've been looking for one for years. And it popped up on the market. It's exactly what I had in perfect condition without a flaw. It's 41 years old, and it's literally perfect. So
That's
yes, I bought it.
awesome.
So
Oh,
Miguel,
Accord, huh? Oh,
yeah, I mean, I
oh.
loved that car when I was a kid in high school. I loved
Amazing.
it so
I
much.
had a 67 Plymouth Barracuda that I loved a lot.
So, you know, I mean, I loved this car and the fact that I was able to find it and I'm pulling it back into my life to, you know, it's not like a midlife crisis. It's because I don't know what it is.
Sentimental memory, sentimental value.
It's that I love that car so much because I love to drive and I'm just really excited to have this thing. Okay. How was your breakout session? How'd it go?
Challenging. So, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, let's talk about who our group captains were. We don't really have group captains. Let's go to
No.
group one. Where is my breakout room? There we go. And why do we only have a few of you? It looks like they're still in there.
There's only, yeah, because there's only 11 in.
They're not hitting the lead
for the thing
room.
to come out.
Yep, group 2 and group 7 came out, but the rest of them said, no, we're not coming.
Our little thing went out of time, but it never said you're getting kicked out. So I think like us four, we were like, okay, guess we're going.
Oh,
Okay, so
that's a good point.
did everybody have enough time?
We did.
Yes,
Okay.
we have more than enough time.
But we could always use more just to practice and everything, but we were able to really like support each other. And Ariel, without knowing, she was our captain. You know?
Well, she has her hand up already.
What?
No, the other Ariel.
You have your hand up.
Yes.
It was
so,
Merriman she was talking about.
Wrong Ariel.
Oh.
Oh, the
For-
yeah, okay. Room 1 was Ariel Junkins. You were in room 1, Ariel.
Yes. So one of the questions was, when it's time to do the video, are you wanting the script in the book that the very last part of the script is shorter in the book than the one you emailed out yesterday? Which one are you wanting? Because we were doing, some of us did the short one, some of us did the long one.
So the long one is assuming that, you know, these conversations are going to take a history in a direction of their own. And we can't write the script for every variation of, oh, I did find it online, or no, I was just driving by, or no, I do have an agent, or no, I don't have an agent, kind of thing, right? So the script is, hi guys, thanks for coming in. Take a look around. Let me know if you have any questions. And then they come to you, what do you think? And then what are you looking for? And then that's when, what are you looking for? And they're finishing that up, and I'm looking in the MLS. Have you seen this one? And then the conversation becomes about that. And then I let it, it's, oh, you found it from Zillow? Then it's Home of Leftovers. Or I found it on your website. Well, I'm not going to say that about our website. I saw it on your Facebook. Well, I'm not going to say that about your Facebook. Right? So you got to let it take it where it's going to take you. So that script was probably 50% of the conversations. So that's going to take you down that road, but you got to be flexible. So
And Mark made a good, one of the things he said, that it's easy to blow past when we were asking, you know, when she says her criteria and you're repeating it back to her. Mark reminded us, you have to pause to let her say yes. So you're getting those yeses. And I was like, oh yeah.
Yep. You're going to get 5 yeses, and they're going to, I mean, everything you're doing is just filling their brain with all serotonin and dopamine. They're really liking you. You're building a lot of trust and in this moment. So Ariel, Barbara, Janine, Mark, Tom, group 1. So you guys are all able to do it? Good. So in your conversations, how did you feel? Did you feel comfortable with the scripts, or did it feel like you guys were reading, or did it feel natural?
In the beginning, it felt like I was reading, but as time went on, it started making more sense to me, and started, especially when somebody would, and it wasn't on purpose that people were trying to throw you off, but there's people that are skilled sales in homes, and they'll say things that just would come up, and so it kind of takes some practice to get used to being there.
Our group experience. Oh, I'm sorry. Our group experience was very positive, actually, and I was really impressed with Alex specifically, because he really was able to, Kelly kind of, she did exactly what she should have done in going through her conversation with him, just like a buyer would, and it led to skipping over some of those steps within the script. And instead of Alex being like, whoa, hold on a second, you've skipped over some lines, you're not going with the script, he skipped back down to the next step where he should have been, followed through. I was super impressed with his ability to be able to just like on the fly, pick up on that and switch back to where he needed to be to address what was coming out of the person's mouth instead of worrying so much about the script.
Thanks, Britt. Good job, Alex, and thank you for the shout out. That's exactly right. Once conceptually you understand what it is you're trying to do and the information you're trying to pull and the outcome you're trying to get, when you lead them there, the leading is to getting them into the system. When you guys were on break, I had mentioned something that half of you saw and half of you didn't. There are sometimes I don't some people don't feel comfortable in doing doing open houses right now because of COVID and Omicron. And so people ask me, what happens if it's raining outside or it's really cold? How do you handle this? And I tell them, I'm not going to tell you how I handle it, because this is a comfort zone for each individual person. And if I tell you, me, the broker, how I handle this, I'm afraid that it's going to put pressure on you to do something that you may or may not be feeling comfortable to do. But the reality is, if an agent's not comfortable doing in house, they're probably just not going to do one at all. And if a consumer is worried about these things, they're probably not going to go to the open house. They're probably going to ask for a private showing anyway. And so I typically don't have a lender at the door. I typically have people coming in. And what will happen is other people will be hearing the conversations that's going on. And I will have sometimes people say, I want that too. It's very interesting when you have like, absolutely. And what are you looking for? And because now you're not doing the whole script, but they heard the whole script and you have no idea what it is they're looking for. And so, but you think it's probably pretty similar. How'd you find the house? Because I want to know, is this, so you're trying to figure out now the data behind it. It's all very interesting, but you're absolutely right. You got to be able to respond to the stimulus that gets thrown at you with keeping them on the goal. And when you know what the goal is, which is extracting those 4 pieces, keeping their shields down, extracting those 4 pieces of information, showing them why they need the client portal and getting their information in your portal, that's the goal. And so there's a lot of different roads that will lead them to that same place. And there are a lot of snowballs or curveballs that get thrown at you. So good job, Alex. Thank you for speaking up, Britt. Group 2 was Ariel, Melissa, Michelle, and Scott. Who was in group 2?
Hi, Ariel. Yes. I think it was really awesome. Everybody got to go through it. It's just about getting comfortable with it. And we did throw the leftovers in there a couple of times, and it froze everybody up. Like, well, what do I say to that? So just knowing that we have to remember what's our value and being able to say why this one is not home of the leftovers.
Mm-hmm.
So it was really awesome to experience with them.
Good job. And so group 4 was Alex, Britt, Kelly, Suzanne. Anybody else have any additional comments for group 4? Group 6 was Diane, Gary, Christy, and Sean.
We forgot to select the captain.
Oh, no, this isn't really captain stuff. This is
Okay.
kind of everyone in the group sharing about how it went, how you thought it went.
I have a question on the portal. When you have your laptop there, do you have it already on and maybe even on the MLS? And secondly, do you put the information in there or do they?
Okay, so does anybody else remember what I said when I was going through it?
Yes, you have it on and the MLS is already logged in and you type it in for them.
Okay.
Yep. So not only do I have my hotspot on, my laptop on, my hotspot on, the MLS open, and my cursor blinking in the search fields. And as soon as I say, what are you looking for? And they start telling me and I'm filling in, I'm typing in, I'm turning the laptop and I'm typing in, have you seen this one? And so I can't in that moment, turn my laptop on, get it on, that's not going to work. It has to be live real time. So there are times I'm going to my laptop and I'm hitting refresh because I don't want it to time out and ask me for my password. Absolutely. Good question. Thank you for asking. Group 7, Cassidy. Hello, Cassidy. Did you hang out in your group? How'd it go? That's fun. Cassidy, Jeff, JP, and Philip.
We were the lucky group. We had the valedictorians with us. So
you did.
Wow,
that was good.
Fair.
We got to hear her version of it. And, yeah, no, it was good because the first one, I went first and I was straight reading it because I didn't know what I was doing, and it was good to learn how the others, reacted once the first one was through. You could see everybody just kind of doing it a little more comfortably every time.
Yeah, so I think one of the first scripts says, "Hi guys, thanks for coming in." There may just be one person. "Hey, thanks for coming in. Take a look around. Let me know if you have any questions." Or, "Hi, thanks for coming in. Take a look around. Let me know if you have any questions." You're going to constantly tweaking it based on what's really happening in that moment. So this is why I'm going to have you do the homework assignment where you're actually standing up in your home. Someone's going to walk in your front door and you're going to do it live, because it's going to really help frame what's happening in that moment and putting all these elements, and it's going to make it really real for you in that moment. So I look forward to seeing all of the greatness that comes from that. And I think Veronica is going to have some fun things to share with you guys, because you're actually getting out early today so that you can speak with her. Group 8 is Derek, Katie, and Mary. Actually, not early, on time. Derek, Katie, and Mary.
It definitely felt a little weird at first. It took us a second to kind of get it to flow and kind of work for us. And it was hard to do the, what was it? The home of the leftovers, because some people are very outgoing and easy, and it comes easy to say something like that, kind of in a cheesy way. And so it was hard to be able to say that and sound genuine and not sound like it was a script. But I think we kind of started getting the hang of it.
So let me address that one thing, because I think that's important. I would like to hear one of you tell me in 5 words or less how you can explain that the online listings are stale for listings. The online listing portals, that information is stale. Because it is.
Well, I wouldn't have explained it in that way, to be quite honest with you, Jack. To me, it felt a little abrasive.
Do you want me to do it?
I think that if Zillow was standing in front of you, it might, but it's home of the everybody who here likes leftovers.
I do.
Yeah, I mean, I love leftovers. Depends on what it is.
Majority of people don't.
So leftovers doesn't mean a bad thing. It just means the new listings, the ones have already been picked over, because when you eat dinner, you eat all the good stuff and the rest is leftovers. The reality is this is the easiest way to tell them why you want the MLS portal, because the MLS, we know that the 70% is walking in, and when they ask, well, why is that? Or what do you mean? Well, 70% of buyers don't have a realtor. They're looking on realtor.com and they're looking on Zillow. And when they're looking, usually the properties go live on Friday, grand open house Saturday, Sunday, and they're pending by Monday. And most buyers are looking and deciding what open houses they're going to go to on Monday night, which means that property has already got offers and they're about to go pending. And so everything you're looking at is 24 hours away from going pending. Now, the reason you're standing in this house is because I do something a little bit differently. I list this property 5 days in advance. And so instead of listing it on Friday and then going under contract Saturday and Sunday, I list it on Monday and I leave it there for 5 days to bring some momentum so that you are able to see it and actually come to an open house that's not already sold. And Britt, you'll find your way. Britt, you'll find your, it is not required that you use my scripts out there in the real world. You're going to all find your own scripts in your own way, and you're going to find your own stride. But these are things that I have found that have been very, very effective. So I appreciate that, Britt. And you were still in the middle of Mary, right? Where did you go? I don't see you.
Yeah, that was Mary.
Where is Mary?
Well,
It's here. We went down one. We're down to 31. Okay, there you are, Mary. Okay, so continue on. Sorry.
I don't know. We were talking about I personally do like Home of the Leftovers. Just to go back to that, because I'm good at, I like to be cheesy in a way, and I think it's fun and it's cool to, and not saying that it's cheesy. It's just like for people who aren't as outgoing, I can see how it's a little bit hard to say something like that, but it definitely works when you can do it. And
well, Lisa and I both are incredibly cheesy.
I like to be cheesy, so I think it's fun and it shows your personality. And just some people don't have that personality, and that's okay. And I think there's other ways to do it if they can find like you said, 5 words or less. If you can find a phrase that's 5 words or less that addresses the same thing, then go for it. But and it did take us a while to get it to flow because there's people, you would say things and it would kind of throw someone off. It took me a while to be able to get back on the track because of course I'm new at this, but I think we all kind of figured it out and we'll definitely have to practice it, but I like it.
Awesome. All right. So we have a hand up, but we're going to finish group 9 first, which is Danielle, Debbie, Gilbert, and Waria. Who?
Okay, we didn't have a group captain. I will speak for us. We each ran through each role once, and for the most part, it was pretty smooth. It flowed really well. I don't think that anyone really got hung up anywhere. I think maybe a couple of people had an issue with deciding whether to do what do you think and what are you looking for, or just one of them. But after like just kind of reiterating what the goal was, where you were trying to get them, then and once they understood that, they were able to flow through it. So
yeah, so those are really important. Those are in there for a really specific reason. And when you're in the real world and you're doing it, people have a tendency when you say, what do you think, to tell you, they go in the home and they're looking for the checklist and there'll be things that it doesn't have. And those are the 3 things that they're focused on. And they're going to tell you, well, it doesn't have this, this, and this. So then when I say, what are you looking for? Then they're like, well, I need this, this, and this. That really helps me because, you know, sometimes they'll say, well, I really like that it has this and this, but not most of the time. No, 90% of the time, they're going to tell you what about the home doesn't meet the criteria 90% of the time. So then I'm like, okay, what are you looking for? Because this one doesn't match and I'm active listening. So I know this is what are you looking for? And now and now they're no longer thinking that I'm trying to sell them this house, which helps. And now they're just talking about what they're looking for. And for me, that's gold because I'm trying to answer those questions on my own. And then if I'm typing in criteria and they just haven't asked one, I will throw that in there. Now, we haven't discussed price, but we're going to talk about how we get the number out of them. So let's first go with Janina and Michelle, who have their hands up, and then we're going to talk about how you get the price from them out of their mouth. Hi, Janine.
Hey, I have a question. I had a listing last year during the height of COVID, and it was a rental property. So I had a listing agreement with the homeowner, but there was a tenant living in the property. And it was the most horrendous experience I can honestly say I ever want to go through. And how do you deal with uncooperative renters?
Yeah, so I always tell my clients, you should offer them a incentive to get out so I can sell your home for more. Because if I can sell the house vacant, I guarantee you we're going to have a better outcome. So what can we do to incentivize them to get out? Is that really what you want, Mr. and Mrs. Seller? Because I can help them. Then I go to the tenant. Look, we're listing the home for sale. I know what it's like to be a tenant living in a home that's listed. I am going to offer my services to you for free. I will help you find another lease. Moreover, I will take the commission that I would typically get paid for that, and I will let them apply that to your deposit. On top of this, the seller is willing to give you an extra $1,000 deposit if you can be out by the end of the month. Now, no pressure. We're not saying that you have to do this, but it is an option for you so that you don't have to live in the house that's being shown, because we know how many people are uncomfortable with that, especially during Omicron. That's how I handle it every time. Because you think the seller is going to make more than $1,000 more for the home if it's actually vacant and nice?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
They will. They'll make that $1,000 over probably 10 times. So incentivize a tenant to get out to sell it. That's how I've handled it in the past. Sometimes it's worked and sometimes it hasn't. And I would say about 70% of the time they took me up on my service. And then the other 30%, they found someone on their own. Oh, by the way, I did sell a house doing that too, by the way. I sold an $800,000 home and they were living in a $200,000 rental. Michelle.
Just a quick thing that Ariel Merriman made a really good point. You got to make sure you belong to the CTX. Because if you're going to start telling people like the buyers.
At the open house, which MLS am I in?
Local,
CTX.
you're local.
Your local MLS is the answer.
Okay.
Because that's where the majority of the listings are going to be. So I always do it in the local MLS, not CTX MLS. Again, I'm using CTX MLS to advertise and push the listing out there, not putting my tenants and my buyers and portals in the CTX MLS, which is why I created for you MLS Plus. MLS Plus is in your.me. Nobody else has it in the world. You can go there and do one search, and it's going to search all the MLSs at once. But you're not going to use MLS Plus at the open house either. You're going to use your local MLS, because you're trying to save them in the client gateway. In about 7 months from now, you'll be using MLS Plus at the open house, because you'll be able to save a client gateway, and you'll have one client gateway for all the MLSs, which is amazing. It's in beta right now, so we're not ready for you to start using it. Our beta group will start using it in about a month. But you have choices. You can always use the system that you want to use. Michelle? Nope. Ariel?
Sorry, I think she meant to say it holds our value, like it, for us to get CTX LMLS, so that way we can say this house is because we syndicated it 5 days in advance. But my question about the MLS Plus, is there going to be a different login for that, or is it just doing that right now because it's still in beta?
Doing what?
It doesn't let me in. It says your credentials are invalid.
So go try to do it right now.
Okay.
And remember, in the top right corner, if it says login, you're not logged in.
No, I'm logged in, and
Now it's working for
oh,
me.
it
too.
worked. Yep. Okay. It wasn't working last night. So, and I was logged in last night.
Okay. I was using it last night, and I don't know why it would not have been.
That's weird. Okay.
So if you have an issue, who do you call besides Ghost?
Miguel, or no?
Yep, call Miguel, and he will set an appointment with you. He'll get on Teams, and he will look at your computer and figure out if it's a Command-Shift-R issue, where you just need to reset your cache, because we're pushing updates multiple times a day right now because we're coming up with so many features, or if it's simply a bug that we need to fix, or if it's a training issue, because it's going to always be one of those three, and he can identify it. He gets directly with Elmer, our phenomenally amazing programmer, and gets it all whipped into shape for us. So seeing no more hands, I'm going to talk to you about the last one, which is price, because you need to know the price. And I always ask them, and I completely did not, I missed this one, because do you need price when you're entering the gateway in? Yes, you do. You have to send them relevant listings. And so if you ask your typical buyer the price they're looking for, they think they're negotiating with you, and they're going to tell you a number that's lower than what they can really be approved for. And what buyers enter the market in, what they wanted to spend, is usually much less than what they actually spent when they got into the market. So one script that is incredibly effective, and I've seen wives like elbow her husband, shut up, this is the number. And you're going to see them do this because they're going to immediately understand what's happening. I tell them, what's your max price? Because I don't want to hide any listings from you. And they immediately get it. Oh, it doesn't mean you have to spend that much, but at least you can see them. And then what's your max price? 400, because I don't want to hide any listings from you. It doesn't mean you have to spend that much, but you'll at least be able to see them. Oh, 500.
Makes sense.
I'm like, great, I'll set it for 525. Okay, Veronica. Where's Veronica?
Right here.
Okay, so I'm gonna do a soft handover.
Awesome sauce.
I'm putting the class in your capable hands.
Awesome. Okay, I sent out 11 invitations for meetings tomorrow. If you didn't get one, let me know. I'll make sure to get that worked out. Anyway, so this was awesome. Who's excited about doing an open house? We've got some material to cover tomorrow. You guys gonna be ready with your scripts?
Yes.
Oh, look, Ariel Merriman's like, I'm gonna just pull up my sleeves. I'm gonna stretch, get ready. Kelly, you have a question?
Yes, can you hear me?
I sure can.
Okay, I sent you a message on Teams. I'm sorry to detract, but you sent me an invitation for the afternoon and I have another client and I
Okay.
need to speak with you in the morning.
Okay.
So if I can change that with you, that would be awesome.
I'm on it. I can, oh yeah, I do have you later in the day. Okay. All right, I'll move some things around. I'll make it happen.
Okay, thank you so
Can you
much.
message me and tell me what your time constraints are so I can make sure to work around them?
I sent it to you in Teams earlier, Miss Veronica.
Oh, okay.
And I think you saw it, but there's so many of us, I'm sure, that are messaging you that, so I'm gonna be on it, jump on a call with them between 10 and 11.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, maybe we'll do it today then.
Okay.
All right. I'll get back with you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is the
Danielle?
I'm sorry.
Yes, I sent you a message asking for time this weekend, but if you're trying to keep it all on Thursday, then I need to get with you. Okay.
No,
Okay,
if
cool.
it's more convenient on the weekend, I can make that happen.
Awesome. Okay, thanks.
Will you message me right now and say weekend so I can, we'll put that in there. I think we said right after Mega Mini, right?
It just said weekend, that's all.
Okay, all right, gotcha. Okay, Suzanne?
Yeah, I haven't got the invite yet.
That's weird. I will put you down where, I'll put you down where I had Ariel Merriman.
Okay, and what time was that?
No, not Ariel Merriman, my bad.
Kelly.
I'll put you where I had Kelly. I think it's 4, but I'll start
Stormy,
with the
this is Christy
invitation.
Carey with Realty Texas. You reached out a while back about homes for sale in the Austin area.
Oh, that's
I was
Christy.
just wondering.
Got it.
Oh, man, we should have all listened to her.
Okay,
Yeah, she
Suzanne.
was doing good. Who
Putting
was
you
that?
down.
She was doing great.
Yeah, she was doing really good.
Replace Kelly Steele. Got you.
And what time again? 4?
Oh, let me take a look. Hold on. It is from 3:30 to 4.
Okay. Tomorrow?
Yes, tomorrow.
Okay, gotcha. All right, I'll be here. Great, thank you so much.
No problem. Invitation's going out right now.
Awesome.
Okay, well, this is where she, so yesterday I sent that I requested some time with her yesterday or Thursday.
Yeah.
Okay, so she is replying to all of us that have requested time for tomorrow. Yeah. So right now, I'm confused as to why this is.
Okay, you got it.
Okay, great.
So that is Suzanne. Katie?
I just wanted to confirm, I thought he wanted us to do the homework in the, on the MLS setup. Is that what he wanted us to do, or does he want us to do a video?
The UVP video?
No, he wanted us to do a video of us doing the script for an open house with a
Oh,
client.
yes.
Okay. All right. So nothing, we don't have to do anything on the MLS stuff.
Your
calendar
or her calendar?
We use the slides from the last class to figure out what our pricing would be on when we go in to do our listing presentation. Is that what
Right.
you're talking about?
No.
No, it's on, it's the one that's about MLS setup. And I know most people have already set it up, but he had a couple of things that he thought might be helpful.
Oh, I know what she's talking about. He said he's gonna put it in an email to make sure that our MLSs are set up to show his broker and our little matrix thing, not an old broker.
Oh, yes. And if you need some help with that, we're meeting. You should have gotten an invitation, Katie. We'll be meeting tomorrow and we'll go over that, anything you want tomorrow.
Okay, is that the 12 o'clock?
No, 12 o'clock is Mega Mini. I've sent you a your appointment is, I thought you'd want to go before Mega. So I'll be down from 10 to 10:30 tomorrow.
Okay. All right,
Okay.
sounds good.
All right. Now let's go on to Debbie Duke. What you got for me?
Well, what I have is just something that I've noticed with this group, and it's just a big thank you to everyone. And one especially, I reached out to Britt yesterday because Britt has just really impacted me as someone who is very honest, but very helpful. And I sent her a message and I said, hey, I finished my UVP. I would really value your opinion because I feel like you'll be really honest with me. Within a minute, I had a phone call back and it was like, hey, how can I help you?
Wow.
And I just want to say thank you to Britt, especially, but to everyone else. Everyone is so helpful.
You're awesome, Debbie. Thank you. And Britt's
Debbie,
awesome as
you
well.
rock.
We love you, Britt.
Oh,
You rock.
Sean, I want to hug you. I'm so proud of you right now that you're first place.
We're gonna take it to the top, Britt.
As soon as I saw Diane was like, or who was it that was second place? Warrior was second place. I was like, it's Sean. It's Sean.
I thought I dropped out. I was like, wait a minute, am I under Britt? I had no
What,
clue.
Brett, are you happy I'm kicked out?
Oh,
No,
no,
we're not.
Warrior, we're coming for you. Don't think we're not.
Joking.
She held
We're
us back
coming.
for 3 weeks.
You guys are so funny. I love this fantastic, there's competition, but it's friendly and everyone is so supportive. This is an amazing class. C2EX, I'll post that. You know what? I'll post what's necessary in my mega mini handout. You know, the one with the quizzes, I'll put it in there. Okay, so you guys can find the everything that needs to be completed for your C2EX credit.
Yeah, I did finish the At Home with Diversity, and I got the certificate, but it's not allowing me to complete the Trust and Integrity module yet still though. So I've contacted them a couple of times, so I don't know why it's taken time for it to let me complete it, but it is. So
okay, well, let me know if I can help in any way, and we'll make sure that you get it done beforehand. We'll get it done.
Is that
Barbara? I sent you an invitation. I want to make sure that you saw it. Anyone else?
I just had a question on if you did Fairhaven, you don't have to do the other one, right?
No, you still do. Yeah, you still do.
But my understanding is if you the Fairhaven is Article 10. The fair housing.
Bye-bye. Have a good day.
Hold on. Let me mute some people. Hang on. There we go. Fairhaven is Article 10, so that needs to be done.
Fairhaven, I already did that.
Okay, great.
I thought that's all you had to do, right?
No, there's more.
If you want the actual designation, the quickest designation is what they're saying to get is the At Home with Diversity.
Right.
You can have any designation to complete the C2EX, but in order to complete the C2EX in a faster pace, the best thing to do is get the At Home with
Diversity. Yeah.
I was wondering
how
about
long
that.
is that? So do I have to do both of them?
At Home with Diversity is a 6-hour course.
I'll send you the list, and we can talk about it while we're meeting tomorrow to make sure you've got it all straight in your head.
Okay, thanks.
And it's
No
it's a
problem. I
final.
thought we had to do one or the other.
No, it's a final 40 questions too, and they say you need 2 hours or to give yourself 2 hours, but it really only takes about 20 minutes to do the final test.
And the list is in your chat too, Katie.
Okay.
Okay. Philip, I got your message and I'll be setting an appointment with you. Is there anyone else that I missed? Melissa, did you get your appointment? Okay. And just let me know if you guys that I set appointment with. I think I got a dozen agents right now.
Veronica?
Yes.
I did hear you, and my appointment's 2:30 to 3. That's fine.
That's fine? Okay. And if anyone wants to meet virtually, that's fine. Just let me know so I can make sure to arrange it.
I'll be at the
Um,
office.
Okay,
Me,
Ariel Merriman.
So you have me for tomorrow, I think at 9:30.
Uh-huh.
Are you available this evening? Like,
Yes, I can make time this evening.
because we could do that instead of tomorrow morning.
Okay, let me see. Let me make sure I've got everyone. Okay. Ariel and Kelly Steele, I'm gonna talk to tonight. Got it. Okay.
We're talking about the UVP right now, right?
Whatever you guys need help
Just
with.
your appointments.
Okay.
You have an appointment.
Because I was gonna say, I just left a little message for you right there. I gotta go to
Good luck
basketball
at your
practice real quick.
$600,000 puppy.
I know, that one's gotta be a yes today. Like that needs to be done with this guy because he just got out of contract for a different one. So we're just like, I want that to be done and move on to the next one. So anyway, that one and then that contract later, Veronica.
Yes.
I've got so much I'm doing. I'm trying to manage like the time situation, which is a little stressful. So I'm trying to run a basketball practice and then I'll try to maybe squeeze the rest of that contract in. So it may be sometime between 5 something and 7.
That's fine.
And if I can't, it may be a little bit later past 7, if that's okay.
I was up at 11 last night working with an agent.
Okay.
Jeez.
All right, cool. All right.
Okay.
Thank you. Sorry.
Don't apologize. You're doing business. I'm so glad to be supporting you. You're
Okay,
getting out there
well,
and you're kicking butt.
Get your
You know,
stress
I'm like
reliever at
trying
basketball.
not to screw up my contracts and just do
No,
it the right way the first time.
We got it. We're gonna do it together. So I'll be
Okay.
talking
Thank
with
you
you
so
tonight.
much, Veronica. You're always willing to help us. I know
Bye,
it takes a
guys.
lot from you. I really appreciate you.
I work hard during Mega Month. I gotta tell you, it's crazy, but it's all amazing and wonderful.
You gotta tell us what you like to eat, Veronica, so we can at
Yes.
least feed you.
Oh,
to keep
that's
you
easy.
fueled
I
up.
like food, baby. I like food.
We gotta keep you fueled up. You do too much. I gotta bring
No,
some
it's all
stuff.
good.
I want to know what you'd like to drink.
Yeah.
There you
Now
go.
you're talking.
What do you
Protein
like?
shakes, right?
What do you like, Veronica?
I love helping you. That's what I love, Barbara.
I know, but you know how giving I am.
Yes, and you are so freaking generous already. I just love being there for you. Danielle?
Oh, yeah. I heard somebody mention, Jack said today that people are already contacting Jeff about their UVP video.
Yes.
I'm gonna tell you, look, I had a death in my family halfway through the first week of Mega, and since then I've just been kind of like dazed, and I'm hearing some things but not hearing everything. So did I miss that Jeff is supposed to be filming these?
Okay, he doesn't have to. If you would like for him to, he will. But you have to be ready. He's only going to do a couple of takes. It's going to be on the white screen in the photo room, and you need to have your script memorized and ready to go.
Are these
He's not allowed to do theatrics or special effects. It's just going to be the video if you want it done that way.
Are these intended to be used for long-term marketing, or?
This is your UVP. Some people do, depending on you and what you put together. Absolutely. But it's like Pam Wackholz. Her video is amazing. Is it professional? Absolutely not. But boy, does she get her point across. And that's exactly who she is, you know? So yeah, you can absolutely use it. It's basically your elevator speech, right? Drawn out a bit. So yes.
Okay.
The answer is yes.
But isn't your vision statement going to be like isn't your vision statement the same as your UVP?
They should be in alignment.
Okay, so just a little mini for the vision statement. Okay.
Yeah, it should all make sense based upon your values.
Got it.
Like
Okay.
the mission statement for Realty Texas is providing the best buying and selling experience industry wide. That speaks to our values, which is a being of service and creating what's what I'm looking for? Creating a better industry for us all, right? So it all makes sense, but it's not the exact same thing.
Okay,
If you think about who we are.
Right. Okay. So I get it. So you're talking like a paragraph. I mean, something that's not. We've got two different things going there. The vision statement's one thing, like your mission
Yes.
statement. Okay, gotcha.
Yes.
All right. I have it done then.
Okay, awesome.
I mean, I have
Derek?
it written out. Thank you. I'm not.
Hey,
quick
so I
news
need
too.
to get with you because I during the call-a-thon yesterday, I ended up getting basically I got one for sure, and then like two I just got to follow up with. So I just need to get started with that with you on that, and then also do the UVP just to kind of
Yes.
like hammer out some points
Yes.
on that. So whenever we have time.
Okay, message me, and I'll make a note here as well, so that I can make sure to fold you in. Okay?
Yeah, it's Warrior, Veronica.
Hey, Warrior!
Yeah, I'm so sorry to everybody too, because I feel like I'm falling behind. So everything that you guys are talking about is the one-on-one time with Veronica to go on your stuff. Or is there anything you're missing as a whole class with Veronica?
Oh, no, basically they're just wanting some time to flesh out their UVP for the most part. Some of them want to do, or they're doing contracts and stuff, so they want help with that. I know one meeting is mostly about technology. So it's about where you want me to help, provide you some support, wherever that might be.
Okay. Yeah, I feel like you are. Yeah, I don't want to add more
Why not?
to you, but it's
I don't get
hard.
Warrior time. How dare you hold back on me?
Because you're too busy. I mean, you're really busy, and I feel bad too.
Oh, don't. No, I'm gonna add you now. Now I have to add you. Now I have to add you. Now, you know what? And so that we can get you ahead of Sean again. That's what we're gonna do. We're gonna have a brainstorming session, me and you, Warrior, so you can get ahead of Sean. That's
Warrior, your story's already gonna work out.
Hey, Sean, you know what? Because last night was I just told Mark, like, last night was the first night that I went to bed before 2 a.m. since they got started. And my husband said, you better get it. You better get it. I just crashed last night.
Competition.
Yeah.
Good friendly competition that's gonna keep our bank account filled up and our reputation up. So I'm excited. Let's bring it on.
Yeah.
All right. So Warrior, I'll be messaging you with some times. Tom, what about you?
Just wanted to double check too. The best way to reach out to set up a meeting is through Teams, email.
Teams is usually the easiest, but I can do email as well. Either one is fine.
No, I'd like Teams. It's just like texting. So I don't want to text you. I know you probably get a million.
Just remember that if you guys email me, to use the trainer@realtytexas.com, not my name.
Trainer. Okay. But no, if Teams is best, if that's what you're going to see first, that's. Okay. Yeah. I'll message you. Thanks.
Sounds good. So if you're going to be meeting with Jeff, go ahead and set up your appointments. Remember, you're only going to get a few takes and you need to have your stuff memorized. And he's not going to be editing it, but you wouldn't be editing it. Most of you would not be doing professional editing anyway. But of course, if you want to do it live, that would be amazing and wonderful, because we want you to internalize your value, not just say it for the video. Danielle.
Awesome. So dang, when you said my name, my question went. Hold on, I have a question. I do have a question. Come back to me.
Okay.
Come back to me.
Okay. Anybody else? Scott, and Mark, Kelly. Where's Kelly? Kelly still here? I am so. Tom, you guys rocked it last night.
Thank you.
You better work. You better work.
And I don't know if everyone
It was
knows that
fun.
Kelly, her very first phone call, she ended up with a tremendous lead.
You better go,
She converted
Kelly.
immediately.
Yeah, Kelly.
It was another realtor though, so it was also like threw me into the deep end of the ocean because I had to pretend I knew what I was talking about.
No.
Well, you did, first of all. And boy, did you convert her. To convert another realtor, what in the world? That is amazing.
Good job, Kelly.
That's great.
A local realtor, not like somebody far away either. That's incredible. And
Thank
she
you.
trusts you implicitly. She said she wants you to get her in a place. And that amount of trust that she gave you was amazing. Well done. All right,
Thank you.
Danielle. I'm gonna say your name again. Danielle.
All right. No, this time I remember. So Jack's reward for having the best open house script video is to get to hold that house open in
Yes.
Austin.
Yes.
So does it, I mean, for me, it seems obvious that I would never want to hold an open house somewhere that's like 3-4 hours away from me, because I'm not competent in that market, number one. Like, I can't help any of those people. That's right?
Well, yeah, well, yes and no. So what I'm going to be offering, first of all, I'm going to be helping set up the open houses from the very beginning. And I'll be doing that with a small group, so you guys can see the process as we do it.
Mhm.
And then I'm gathering supplies now to make that happen. And so physically being there, if at all possible, is a great way to learn the open house protocols as well.
So the value is in, for us Houston people, is in
Experience.
being able to see the process, not
Yes.
in picking up other listings or buyers.
Though we all know referral fees are amazing. So,
Yes.
picking up a client and, and saying, hey, not only am I, could I help you anywhere in the United States, but, I can hand select an agent in this area for you. And then picking up that referral fee. I love free money. I don't know about you.
Hey, Danielle, I would love to send you over my Houston referrals. I'm Houston born bred. I've been here a year, but I'm still working with Houston clients. So,
And Sean, I would love to receive those, and we can work
Danielle.
together on referrals. I would love that.
what
So
part
Danielle,
of Houston are
quick
you?
question. Houston's huge. So where are you in Houston?
Yeah, that's
I'm
what I want.
physically on the border of Conroe and the Woodlands. Like,
Oh, you're on
okay.
that side.
88 divide right there. But spring is right around the corner. Magnolia is right there. Tomball's right there. And I will go into Houston, all the way into Houston. So.
Okay.
Oh, Danielle, you're right there with all my family. You probably know some of my family.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Awesome.
all my family's roaming around there, riding horses.
In that area.
That's funny.
It's funny.
All right. Anyone else? We're gonna be meeting tomorrow.
I got a quick question, Veronica.
Okay, go ahead, Sean. Oh, wait, Danielle still has her hand up. Danielle. Okay. All right, go ahead, Sean.
Okay, so I didn't want to continue to pound it and be redundant, but when you're doing the listing agreement with the seller, are you putting on the listing agreement a date that you're putting it in CTX and a date that you're putting it in Austin MLS? Does that have to be kind of written in the contract?
Okay. It's about when the listing is going live is what they're asking, right?
Yeah.
And if you're not able to do it within the amount of time that they say, there's not an actual date, like you have to have it in by this date, right? So what you're going to be doing is, what am I trying to say? If you aren't able to do it within the time allotted, then you have to check the second box, and you don't say when you're going to list it. You actually say why. It's usually I say make ready. That's the reason why I can't do it in the 5 days.
Okay, yeah, I was just trying to picture what they look like, because in Houston, we never did the 2 MLSs until I learned about the rule now, but I was just trying to see what that looked like, because I know once you get a listing agreement signed, you did have a certain amount of time to get it entered into the MLS.
Yes. So because if you did CTX first, you would have went live in an MLS, so you would have met that requirement. It's not necessary to say, does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. Okay, I see. Okay, yep, that was my question. Thank you.
Yeah, there is no such thing as asking, making it redundant. Clarification often requires saying something in a different way or from a different perspective. No, I appreciate any opportunity to make sure that we have a clear understanding.
Thank you. Yeah, because I was.
We have a lot to do, guys, and we have very little time to get these videos done. So please let me help you. Please let me help you. During Mega Month, I know I'm not going to be sleeping. So, I hydrate, and this is exactly, I mean, I love Mega Month, but I'm like an Olympian ahead of time getting ready right? This one took me a little bit off balance because I was sick for a bit, but no. I expect this, and honestly, I wouldn't have it any other way. So yeah, that, you know, this is amazing to see you guys getting it. And I see the light bulbs going off, and I see you guys gathering these tools. I wouldn't have, please let me support you.
And then one more question, Veronica, do you think Realty Texas will be open if I referred? I know a phenomenal stager in Houston, and I was telling Danielle about her. I actually used her. She has a business called Stage to Sell. Her name is Tina Babin. She is phenomenal, like Jack's lady. And I know that, you know, Danielle had asked who do they use in Houston, and I know Realty Texas is good about having preferred people in certain areas. I thought it'd be great if maybe, I don't know, you or Lisa or someone could just kind of interview her and see her work. She is a phenomenal.
Absolutely, and we have a place for agents to add their preferred vendors to our .me.
Okay, yeah, that would be great. I'd love to add her. She is, yeah, she got.
Hey, I'm asking a remedial question here. So is Article 10 the fair housing?
Yes, it is.
Well, why didn't you call it Article 10?
Because I want to make it hard on just you, Mark, just you.
Mark, you are awesome.
That is not difficult. there is no sport there.
Did you get your invitation, Mark?
I got my invitations on my calendar. I couldn't figure out why it didn't automatically populate on my calendar, but that's all right. I went back in and was able to add it to it.
Awesome sauce. Okay. I'm gonna, so if anybody has any conflict with what I gave them, let me know and I'll move you around. Derek?
Going back to the stager stuff, what's the difference between like a stager and like an interior designer? You know?
Okay, so a stager usually stages a place so that you can sell. An interior designer might do it for just a residence, right? Like we have an interior designer, and many times an interior designer will do staging, right? Does that make sense?
Yeah.
It's part of their, like, we buy, sell, lease, commercial. You know, interior design, it's kind of the umbrella, but these are the things that you might do, including staging homes that are for sale, staging builder models, things like that.
Okay. Thank you.
Usually you're staging it for something, right? Like to sell, for a conference, a party, whatever, right? So.
So do these stagers also have stunt furniture that they can bring in for?
Many do. Many do. When you start talking about bringing furniture in, it starts to get very expensive.
I can imagine.
But it is possible.
So mostly what we're looking for is someone that would come in and stage someone's current furniture.
That's why
and
Jack likes
possessions.
the girl that he
I gotcha.
uses, because she's really good at using the things that are already in the house.
Gotcha.
Ariel Merriman.
So that was going to be my next question is, do you prefer for the house to be staged or vacant? So let's say that the sellers moved out. Would you pay that extra money to stage it with their furniture or just leave it vacant?
That's a very complicated question, because people also do virtual staging where they stage digitally rather than actually having furniture in the house.
That wasn't legal.
Well, they're doing it.
No, it is. You can't make like, you're not promising the furniture that's in the house. Does that make sense?
Okay, I thought that was
showing how it can be used.
Advertising though.
You're just going to show what it could look like.
Okay, so like the
Right.
furniture that's behind Scott, right?
Yeah, that's
if that
virtual.
picture was somebody's home and you posted that photo, you're not promising them the furniture,
Right.
right?
Okay.
So that's not false advertising. It's just, does that make sense?
And
If
I
we
think-
made that room look 20 feet wide and you know, when it was facing an ocean and it's not, then that's false advertising.
Yeah.
Okay.
The other thing that I understood from the stager that Jack had was that she also gave them directions on things that they needed to do to the house, other things that they needed to, that possibly needed to be fixed up, or that she would go over that stuff with them that needed to be like he did those repair works on that house we looked at today. And I think she's the one that went through and said these are that, no, I guess he didn't use her on that, did he? But is she the one that would usually sit there and say, oh, these are the things we are recommending that you have done to the house? Okay.
Yeah, having a
Ariel,
second
I
set of
know that-
eyes and
have a
also
question
having
too.
someone else say what's necessary and what isn't is never a bad thing.
No.
Somebody was speaking?
Yeah, I
Yeah,
was gonna say to Ariel's question, I've noticed in the HAR MLS that when they do that virtual staging, all those pictures have the caption, just, disclosing that it's virtually staged. I don't know.
Oh,
if
that's smart. Okay,
And
so
then
it's like they're
sometimes they'll
protecting
show the
themselves a little
picture.
bit too.
And sometimes they'll show the picture of the room vacant. And then the picture after that, you'll see how it looks with furniture in it, just so you'll know. It's kind of giving you a visual of how.
Yeah, it helps sometimes. Yeah.
When I was looking, sometimes some people don't do their due diligence to take care and clean the home. So it can be deceiving because when you get to the home, you're like, oh, you get excited about seeing it. But when you get in there, you're like, maybe the light bulbs are not bright enough when you turn them on. And it's just not giving the same thing when you get there. So I guess it just all depends on what the agent tells the seller to do with light bulbing and making sure all the light bulbs match and stuff like that.
Anybody else?
Yeah,
Well,
me, Veronica.
Yes, Warrior.
That's related to, I'm sorry, I just can't raise hand, I'm driving.
No, it's fine.
Yeah, the thing is, I get confused on that sort of like cost of like staging. I know we pay for staging and photograph, but to polish the home, to make it sparkle, like painting or, like cleaning the grout, like Jack said, are we paying that or the seller paying?
The seller.
Yeah.
Seller.
Okay. And we just need to kind of tell them sorry.
He's so cute.
You're fine. You're fine.
Stop, Junior. That's a minute.
Yes,
I'm
we're gonna try to figure out what kind of budget they have, and we prioritize what needs to be done, and we help guide them through the process. And that can include giving them a list of vendors that can do that work. And there's some things that they can't afford, making sure that we have a list of vendors that will take money at closing, things like that.
Okay.
That's what we provide the value, not by doing everything for them.
All right.
Don't get me wrong. There's like, if you on my social media, you'll see me with a paintbrush in my hand, all kinds of stuff. But that's just, I love being of service.
I have a question, Veronica, just out of curiosity, will some of the vendors that you work with, like Twist Tours, or I don't know, I know like some of them may require payment up front, your Matterports and with the Twist Tours like he did. And let's say, for instance, you're using a stager and maybe your seller is kind of, doesn't have a lot of funds available to do it, but you really feel like it would make a dramatic, change for the days on the market. Like, do you think some of them would allow you to pay at closing?
It depends on your relationship and how they do business. I know Jack always pays for his own stager. So that's a service that he provides to his clients.
Oh, okay. That's pretty good too. Okay. Yeah, I've heard that before. Okay.
And with Twist Tours, that's something that he provides as well. I'm the same way. Of course, I'm going to pay for the photos. I'm going to pay for a stager. I started off doing that. When my first listing, I came with a stager, someone that mapped out the floor plan, all of those things. They were just part of my team.
Marketing dollars that you always want to keep in your business accounts where you can readily have that available. It's never an issue for you.
Bingo. And I also have bins with supplies. At this point, I have staging equipment. I've got bedspreads and pillows, throw pillows. I've got towels that are just for photos, and the bath mats and all the matching things. Over time, I've gathered those things. Big Lots was my friend.
There you go.
And it's funny because I never get to keep my stuff because once it goes in their house, they're like, oh my gosh, I love that. And I'm giving it to them, but when I show up with these bins, it's pretty impressive.
Yeah.
I've got, every home I go with the welcome mat. I have welcome mats at my house,
And they say things, and I want them to be really inviting, welcome home, things like that. And that go to every listing.
I
So
like that idea.
the photos, the staging and the seller's warranty, I know we were talking about that last night. Those are kind of 3 things, right? That you
Yes.
typically always include. Okay.
Yes. Yes. With my buyers, one of the gifts I'll give them is a rekey of their new home.
What?
That's good.
What?
Oh, the rekey of their home. Is that what you said?
Yes. Yes. Yes.
I like that.
Yeah. And depending on if it's their first time or whatever, I'll one of those welcome mats that I have, I'll throw that on their door before they get there.
Oh, that's a good idea. I just had a closing. I need to take her a welcome mat.
Yeah, well, I've only had 2 closings, but I gave them personalized welcome mats at the
Yeah,
closing.
from personalized gifts. or
That's
something.
what Rashida does as well. Up until recently, I felt like for security reasons, I'm weird about helping put someone's name on the outside of a home, right?
Yeah, that's fine.
But that's just me and my paranoia. But I
Yeah.
Just
understand
buy the little
why.
boards with their names.
We're,
Yeah.
we're limited
I'll
on how
do
much we can
interior
give, aren't we?
customized stuff, but I tend not to do it on the exterior of the home. But that,
We're-
but people love it. So that's just a personal choice. Go ahead, Ariel. Merriman.
Okay, so let's
She
say
called your name. See what
I'm
happened?
curious. No, I know. I'm trying to figure out.
Ariel!
Let's say that you sign a listing agreement. You have the stager come in. The seller decides to do all of this stuff, fixes it, does the staging. You pay for the photos. You do all of this stuff for them as your gift to them. And then they turn around and decide they don't want to sell and they end your contract. You're out that money.
You better talk about it, Ariel.
What do you do
So
then?
if for some reason you feel like they're going to back out, and I've had that where someone's like, well, I just kind of want to see what my house is worth. And if it doesn't sell, I'll just take it off the market, right? There's a handy dandy blank about reimbursable expenses. Excuse me. And right in there,
That's
I
good to
put
know.
marketing expenses.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's how you protect yourself. If
Yeah.
for any reason you decide to back out of the contract, marketing expenses would be reimbursed.
And there's a way that I say it. Most of the time, I don't even bother because I've got a decent personality. I've never went to a listing appointment where I didn't get it, and people don't leave me because I work so hard. But if for some reason I feel like there's any risk, what I say is, excuse me. In reimbursable expenses, you'll see that I have put marketing expenses. That would be things like staging, and I'll put staging and marketing expenses. The staging, any marketing that I'm doing that I'm going to be paying for, photos, etc. Because if you decided not to sell your home because you had mentioned, if you don't get the right price, I'm not going to do it. Well, all that money, all that expense from up front, I would need that reimbursed. That's only fair. And they're like, oh yeah, of course. Oh, that makes all the sense. Nobody's going to say, well, no, I want you to spend your money and I don't want you to get it back.
Yeah.
Right?
Okay.
Most people are like, oh yeah, that makes sense. That's fair. Once you
Would you
explain it to
say,
them.
would you say starting out like as a semi-new agent who's not really sure how to read people if they're going to back out of it or not, always bring that into
starting
play?
out, I would probably just put it in there and explain it to them.
Okay.
Yeah.
These are all the things that I cover, right? These are all the things that I cover. If for some reason you decided not to sell, then these expenses will be reimbursed.
I like that. That's
money
straight
I'll be
Yeah,
coming
I
out of.
like that. At least until you're comfortable enough knowing that.
Yeah, that is totally acceptable, guys.
I like that. Yep. I wondered about that as well, Ariel.
Yeah.
Well,
When
the
you
main
say-
reason I brought it up is
when you
because I
say these
follow-
are this is my marketing plan. This is what I'm going to be providing. These are the things that I pay for. Even before we're under contract.
Okay.
If for some reason you decided to back out, or you decided to take your home, if you decided to take your home off the market is a better way of saying it, right?
If you decide to
and
take
I
it off.
was not
Hi,
going to get
Christina.
to the
This is
closing
Christy
table,
with
then I would
Realty
need those
Texas.
things
You were
reimbursed.
referred to
So
us a while
Christy, I'm
back
gonna mute
from
you.
Realty.
Okay, there we go. All right, then I would need those expenses reimbursed. That's fair. And then,
Okay.
oh yes, that's fair. Boom, and you're good to go.
Okay.
They're impressed with how much you're going to be spending on them and all the things that you're providing, right? That's what they're going to get out of that, not, oh my gosh, they want their money, you know?
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. That was my biggest question, because there was a big time realtor in Los Angeles who brought that up, and she's like, I would never spend a dime on them because if they back out, whatever. And I was like, but what if they don't back out? So it was like, wanted to know how the best way to go about that, but that's a great way. Okay, so starting
Okay.
out, we do that.
Yeah. And then it's really a chance for you to brag on all the things that you're going to be doing.
It's true. That's true too. Yeah,
One more. I'm sorry, Scott.
that's all right. I'm done.
Veronica, on the CMA, I have lived my entire life and career waiting to get the playbook that Jack provided us with CMA. It was so valuable. And so I'm going to do what he suggested, like go through the office listings and really just kind of get myself in the gear of doing what he showed us. But I would like to kind of sit with you and get your take and feedback on, if I'm doing it right or.
Sean, I can't because I'm helping Warrior get ahead of you. So I really can't.
And it don't have to be this big.
I'm kidding.
I'll help you, Sean. She helped me. I'll help you.
All right, thank you, Erica. Yes, I would love that because
Absolutely.
that has
When
been
would
my
you like to do
greatest
that?
struggle.
Are you talking about after Mega or during Mega? What do you want?
Maybe after. Or I really want to do it before.
Or over the weekend, whatever. I'm good.
Yeah, I want it
Let
to
me
be
know.
a focal area because I'm really trying to go and be a listing agent. I've always been a buyer's agent and I'm very grateful for being able to do that, but I really want to transition over. And I know I can, but part of my low self-esteem is I never really understood how to properly do a CMA. I didn't feel comfortable.
Okay, what you may not realize, and I don't know that we've talked about this, is Mega Mini continues on after Mega.
Oh, I did not know that. Okay, good.
Anyone that's attended Mega can come into Mega Mini, and we go over this stuff all over again.
Yeah, because I'm laying on that. I mean, he jumped right over into the other stuff, but I'm still on Friday's lesson.
Okay, yeah. So Mega Mini happens, and it's a great way to meet the other Mega graduates and learn all this material. And we dig in. When there's new information, I bring it to you guys.
And then one more thing, I missed Mega Saturday, Mega Mini, because I guess I was sitting there waiting, but somehow I got on at 12:30 and there was no one there. I don't know if I was on the wrong link or what, but
no, we get done quick. 20,
I know
30 minutes.
because I've been on it before and I was like, gosh darn, they're gone. But I bombed my quiz number 6. I got like a 60 and I don't know the answers. I need help.
Well, let's go over it on Saturday.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Okay. Make sure Lisa resets your test.
She did.
Okay. We'll get it done.
All right, guys.
Anybody else? All right. So remember, Mega Mini continues on. You're not going to just get thrown in the deep pond. That's what I'm here for. I am your coach, trainer, cheerleader, all those things. And I'll continue doing what keeping the Mega energy, getting you that information, helping you practice, all of that happens.
Awesome. You are.
Yeah, Mega Minis all year.
Awesome. I'm glad you're not throwing us to the wolves because I still need some more hand holding.
Just like you were doing NASA, Mega Mini does the same thing, but only once a week.
Okay.
Yeah. And it's not mandatory. It's just a way to continue to practice. Okay.
Well, I got some more buyer reps to get signed so that I can keep my number 1 spot.
Warrior, we'll talk.
Warrior is gone.
All right. Okay, guys, if that's everything, I'm gonna meet with everyone that needed to meet with me today and we'll get everything done. I'll see you today or tomorrow. I'll see you tomorrow, today, maybe,
and
but
tomorrow.
definitely tomorrow.
I see you at 11:30.
Bye, guys. Thanks for everything. Appreciate y'all's help.
Bye, guys. Bye, Kelly.
I got you, Sean. Bye.
Thank you. Bye.